Sword Knight and Guildmaster Ray Chan, along with other knights and warriors, rose up against the monsters. He told everyone that he would clear the way for them. Georg Billmeyer also fought against the monsters. St. Maria Jaeger said that they must stop the descent ritual, but it was too late. The tower began to change from the 12th to the 12th hard. A new tower trial was created as the goal. The 5th season began, and the seasonal boss, the Lord of Epidemics, appeared before them. The goal of the trial was to defeat the Epidemic Lord, but he proved to be too strong an opponent. Ray Chan was frightened and said he didn't want to die, so he decided to retreat. His teammates wanted to stop him. The Epidemic Lord called them worthless and asked what they thought would happen now. After that, he attacked them, but the King of Heroes unexpectedly appeared and repelled his attack. Everyone rejoiced that they had been saved. After that, the King of Heroes attacked the Lord of the Epidemic. St. Mary Jaeger called out his name, Kan Yun Sung, and warned him that it was dangerous. The Lord of the Epidemic called him naive. He asked how he dared to attack him alone. The hope of humanity, the King of Heroes would die a lonely death, drowning in the ocean of the epidemic. No one would be able to help him. Kang Yun Sung thanked him for that and said he couldn't let anyone see his true power. He even began to worry about how to do the right thing. The Lord of the Epidemic said that it was simply impossible. After that, Kang Yun Sung destroyed his opponent, and the 5th season of the Lord of the Epidemic came to an end. Everyone rejoiced that the Lord of the Epidemic had been defeated. Random equipment is given to those who participated in the trial. A card with a rare skill will be given to the 100 best players. A heroic rank artifact will be given to the 10 best players. Player Kang Yun Sung will receive a piece of the legendary Black Death equipment. All players rejoiced that they had once again stopped the end of the world. Yun Sung also received the title of Lord Exterminator for defeating the seasonal boss, the Lord of Epidemics. Everyone shouted his name. Thus the world continued its existence for another year. After that, a press conference was held to announce the #1 player in the tower trials. His equipment level, skills and achievements were all at the highest level. He was the strongest of the heroes, and he was the King of Heroes, Kang Yun Sung. Everyone who watched him on TV admired him. A girl holding a doll of the King of Heroes said that he was on TV. Everyone discussed how the King of Heroes had saved the world again. A boy said that the King of Heroes and several other players from around the world had saved the world once again. Another suggested buying a t-shirt with the King's image on it. At the press conference, Kang Yun-soo was asked if he could say a few words as a representative of the heroes who had gathered there today. St. Mary Jaeger asked him to just say a few words, even if he didn't feel like it. She begged him to do so, especially since they were being shown on television. They were now in the UN interview room in Geneva. The top 10 players of this season are in that room. Kang Yun-soo was told that he heroically saved the world by risking his life. Kang Yun-sung laughed and replied that he did it only for the money. He had long since given up on it. This answer surprised everyone present. Everyone thought that the end of the world had come, but in the midst of the commotion, the players appeared. They hunted monsters and protected people. Based on this, new rules for this world were announced. It is possible to prevent monsters from entering the tower and appearing from the tower if the tower is attacked within a certain period of time. Therefore, players who possess superpowers and have the ability to attack the tower were named heroes of this world. Kang Yun-sung had long since given up on this, and this is a quote from the King of Heroes that people perceived ambiguously. He said he was only doing it for the money. So when the time comes, let them buy t-shirts and posters with his image on them. Kang Yun-sung looked through the comments and said that these were the most popular ones. He was interested in whether this was commonplace for the community of players from all over the country, which was created as the world gradually turned into a gaming forum. It is a space where information about each challenge is posted so that players can exchange and trade the items they have obtained. Kang Yun-sung replied to a comment on the forum that someone wanted to buy a t-shirt but no longer wanted it after his words, so he asked if he had no money. This guy asked if he was the King of Heroes. Kang Yun-sung didn't understand how he figured that out. He saw in the comments that some people wanted to join his team. He was a reporter, and when the new season started, he was going to wait for the King of Heroes in front of his house. Kang Yun-sung decided to look out the window. There were reporters standing in front of his window, and he couldn't take it anymore, so he decided to deal with it and go outside. The reporters said they would like to hear a few words from him about the next season. His merchandise is no longer being bought anywhere in the world. So what did he think about that, since he had recently said that it was a long time ago? What was his reason for being an active player in the new season? Yoon-sung said that celebrities who appear on television are often drunk, and this causes problems. They don't know how to do anything right. But he is ready to give them incredible entertainment. Reporters asked what that meant and then sensed that something was going on. The 6th season of Endless Maze has begun. The tower is currently being set up and is already 96% complete. As soon as players read the information, they will be able to enter the corresponding tower through the exits located at the base. When they reach the dungeon, the floating tower will get closer and closer to the ground. You need to keep an eye on the height of the tower. Now you need to go to the tower and save the world from destruction. Kang Yoon-sung saw a flyer announcing that the King of Heroes had released merchandise and simply ran away. Kang Yoon-sung arrived at his destination and was surprised that there weren't even any rats. Everything was just as he had expected. The first day of the season is quite quiet. He received a notification that most monarchs can see the Clown Monarch's contractor. The monarch laughs heartily and gives his blessing to whoever leaves their sword behind. The monarch of Frost laughs and gives a blessing to the one who brings a mirror. Kang Yoon-sung said to just laugh and let them continue. He received a notification that his sword skills had greatly improved as well as his ice magic abilities. Those actions at that time and on that day in the assembly hall were not without purpose. He had to do it to receive rewards from those beings who call themselves monarch. They are watching the players. After that, he received a notification that the legendary Golden Monarch was laughing and giving blessings to those who defeat legends. In the next 3 attempts, his luck will increase significantly, and in one of these attempts, the chance of receiving a legendary reward is 100%. He decided to open all the rewards and received a notification that the blessing greatly affects the player's system. Kang Yoon-sung was delighted to receive the legendary item. It was a black coat with a golden cross of golden fanaticism. It increases speed and defense, and gives the Archangel's shield skill. He is pleased that it is a legendary item of defense, a hero-level skill, and an artifact of the same level. Kang Yoon-sung put on the coat and said to open the tower. The monarch withdrew his blessing and redirected it to the t-shirt manufacturing business. He entered the 5-story tower of the Bloody Moon of the Orcs, a 3rd-level tower. There are no floors for rest in this tower. The goal of the trial was to defeat the boss on the top floor. Kang Yoon-sung asked if he should test his hero-level skill. So he decided to use the heroic-level ice sword. Some players can get other useful effects when using it. Their appearance depends on the level of magic mastery. His ice magic level increased and he gained the additional effect of ice breath. Yoon-sung thanked the Frost Monk and then attacked the orcs. His level increased and his stats also improved. His speed, stamina and strength increased by 1 point. His ice sword skill also increased in level. He cleared the first floor and said that he had started very well, so maybe it was time to save the world again. Kang Yoon-sung moved to the 2nd floor and saw the orcs. They said that the warrior was already there. He was the one who would lead them to Valhalla. So they told him to fight with honor and die. Kang Yoon-sung said they needed to wait a little longer. After that, he would show them what hell looked like. He destroyed all the orcs again and cleared the 2nd floor. Then he immediately went to the 3rd floor and also dealt with all the enemies. He was pleased that he was constantly improving his level, but it was quite difficult to do so without a floor where he could rest. After that, he received a notification that guards were blocking the way to their leader. The Steel King blessed the guards. He thought that this was a great way to show the whole city what an elite mob he was. One of the orcs said that the King of Steel had given them his blessing. So Valhalla was already waiting for them, and where was the warrior who would send them to Valhalla? They decided to sing a song of steel and blood for the King of Steel. Kang Yoon-sung thought that they weren't even letting him breathe a sigh of relief. The orcs immediately attacked him. As he thought, the leader of the orcs did not cause much damage, but it was clear how much he surpassed the others. Kang Yoon-sung thinks that he must have some kind of resistance to ice magic, so he decides to climb higher to deal with him. He needs to deliver the final blow, but he doesn't have the necessary skill right now. According to the characteristics, this weapon has practically the highest level. In addition, the ice sword is a hero-level skill and even a high-level artifact, so he decided to open his inventory. Kang Yoon-sung wants to use Frozen Heart. It enhances the pure energy of ice for weapons and increases ice magic damage by 14%. He doesn't know if it will work. The description says that it is not recommended for those who are not yet experienced in using ice magic. There is a risk of turning into an ice statue. Therefore, before using it, it is necessary to obtain insurance from the Red Magic Tower. The orcs told him to come down and called him a coward. He decided that now was not the time to hesitate, so he activated the artifact. Kang Yoon-sung began to interact with the ice and felt the full power of ice magic. The effect of the skill cards associated with this magic increased significantly. He climbed down and said that who needs a golden spoon when you can get a whole bunch of golden items. After using the artifact, he felt power overflowing within him, and his fatigue seemed to melt away. The orcs tried to attack him, but the attack had no effect on him, and he began to destroy them all, increasing his level. First, Kang Yoon-sung dealt with the weaker orcs, and then he had to defeat the leader. He said that he was finally done with this floor, but he had underestimated them, so he thought about how he was losing his edge. Now it was time for his final blow. He attacked the orc and destroyed it instantly. As a reward, he received a random set of skill cards. He also received 1,000 game points. Kang Yoon-sung opened the set and found a normal skill. He thought he would get a legendary skill. This skill gives a short burst of physical strength that allows you to attack. Still, it's better than nothing. So he learned the skill and then received a blessing from the one who left his sword. He significantly enhanced the effect of this skill card. Kang Yoon-seon went further and entered the room where an elf girl welcomed him and asked if he was still alive. He replied that he was sorry he was still alive. She said that he could only sell items if he was alive, so it was best not to die. She said that 600 game points was a lot, so he should promise to use them all first and only then die. This is the creator of machines for kings in an automated store. She told him to buy her a set of cards. He would definitely get one legendary card. Kang Yoon-sung said he didn't believe her, so he bought one fire potion. It cost him 300 game points. She asked him again to buy just one set from her, and he said he couldn't hear her. After that, he went to the top floor where his boss was waiting for him. The boss asked if it was time for the battle. Then he attacked him and told him to fight with honor and die. Kang Yoon-sung used a barrier to defend himself from the attack, but the boss destroyed the barrier. Kang Yoon-sung thought he was very big and asked if he had only fought dwarfs before. Then he activated a fire potion and threw it at him. The boss shouted the word Valhalla and asked where he had gone. Kang Yoon-sung attacked him by surprise and defeated him. He was glad that even a normal rank skill was quite useful, especially if you have a blessing. He was about to move on, but the boss said that it wasn't over yet as long as he still had strength. The boss activated his berserk skill. Kang Yoon-sung said that the game wouldn't be fun if it was too easy. Kang Yoon-sung said that these were shockwaves, but even they were very powerful. He was sure that if the boss hit him in the face, he would be destroyed instantly, but only if he really intends to hit him. The boss continued to attack him. Kang Yoon-sung drank the potion and counted the time until it took effect. Then he said that the time was up. After that, he attacked the boss and successfully cleared the floor with the boss and passed the trial of the bloody red moon of the Orc Tower. He received a set of skill cards as a reward for passing the tower trial. He also received a special achievement earned as the first conqueror. After that, the effect of the speed potion wore off. Kang Yoon-sung said that it was too good to be true. This was the best reward you could get at the 3rd level. He opened the set of ice magic cards and saw that it was a normal rank card. He was disappointed that he got an ice dart. He said that there was always something weird going on with these random cards. Then he went to the tower that worshipped a demon. At least one player, and at most 16, could enter it. The demons called him a pathetic unbeliever and immediately attacked him. Kang Yoon-sung used his ice darts. He said how wonderful it was to be able to increase his skill level. When in contact with ice magic, the damage of the darts increases. Kang Yoon-sung increased the level of his ice darts and received a notification that the next wave of monsters was about to appear. The demons approached him and told him to try to send them to hell. He told them to wait their turn, and now he will give them tickets to hell. He used his ice sword and ice darts to destroy them. After that, the boss of this tower appeared before him and said that he would offer his blood to the Demon King. Then he ordered his soldiers to destroy him. Kang Yoon-sung attacked him, and he succumbed to the ice magic and froze. Kang Yoon-sung said that he was just looking for something to do, so coming here was a good idea. He received another card to increase the power of his weapon and the number of charges. He became curious about the maximum number of frozen projectiles he could create at his current level. After that, he attacked the boss again to finish him off and defeated him. He cleared the tower of the demon worshipper. As a reward, he received a random weapon card for completing the tower floor. Kang Yoon-sung decided to open the weapon card and received silver armor. He already has a legendary item, so the armor is not really necessary. It seems that the ice sword has not become weaker even though he split it into several pieces. At the moment, he doesn't feel any difference even though he split it into 8 pieces. After that, he received a notification about a meeting with his shadow. One of the tower factions is interested in him. The world of the tower is filled with various factions, including groups controlled by the king. They want to unite with him. This will help them expand their influence. He can join one of the factions in the tower world and must complete quests for his faction. For this, he will receive great rewards. The Council of Shadows came to him. They remember him and ask if he wants to meet the shadows again, and also to talk to them. Kang Yoon-sung thinks this is not a bad idea. He joined their faction in the 5th season and said he would like to make a deal with them now. But there are already more than 2 factions capable of destroying them. The Shadow Advisor said that their veil would protect him, or perhaps he'd forgotten how strong they were. Kang Yoon-sung replied that he hadn't forgotten, which is why he mentioned it. The advisor then asked what he wanted. He thought that what he wanted was difficult to explain in words. Then he said that he wanted the shadow monster, and while they were looking for it, they should not forget to be generous and give him a card with the shadow skill. They told him not to overestimate himself, because he was just a human being in this world. Kang Yoon-sung said that it didn't matter and that he was enough. It was very difficult and uninteresting with them, and he suggested that they not meet again. After everything he had done, they couldn't grant his small request. So he asked them to get out of the way and let him pass. He was about to leave, but the advisor asked him to wait. After that, he made him the owner of a shadow monster. He received a special achievement called Take the Kitten. In addition, he earned 100,000 game points. Kang Yoon-sung petted the kitten and called him a good boy. He also received a rare skill card, Shadow Blade, and the advisor asked if he was satisfied now. Kang Yoon-sung replied that he was and said that he would now join the Shadow Council. After that, he received a notification of his joining. His relationship with the faction improved. Kang Yoon-sung was happy that things were going well this season and wondered if he should continue. So far, everything was going great, but maybe he should stop while he was ahead. Reporters approached him and called out to him. On the first day of the new season, he successfully passed the trials in 2 third-level towers. In addition, he took first place. Reporters asked him to share his emotions with them. Kang Yoon-sung said that it was all because he was talented. The reporter said that a swordmaster from China had entered the 4th tower. The start of this season is very intense. Kang Yoon-sung asked how many people had entered the tower. The reporter replied that if you count the swordmaster as their leader, there are 5 veterans of the Chinese Communist Guild. But 4 players died in the process. Kang Yoon-sung said that he was a real loser. He used them as bait for his own protection, just like a shield master. And who even called him a swordmaster? The reporter asked if he meant that the swordmaster wanted to use these sacrifices for his own protection. Then one of the reporters said that the swordmaster had just entered the 5th level of the tower. Kang Yoon-sung asked how many people were with him this time. He was told that he was alone, and Kang Yoon-sung said that even on the first day he was full of energy. He thought that at the beginning of the season, there was no great need to rush into the race. Everyone knows that Holy Mary first gathers skills and weapons, and Georg Billmeyer is not planning to participate in the game yet. Most likely the swordmaster got a good weapon on the 4th level of the tower. Reporters asked Kang Yoon-sung what he thought about this, and he said that the swordmaster was a real fool. Then the reporter asked if he was saying that he would not participate in the trial against the swordmaster. He replied that he thought they already knew that. But to be honest, he was also a fool, and if that was really the case, it didn't matter whether he won or lost, and it was better to be a fool and a winner. The reporters asked him to watch his words. Kang Yoon-sung asked who wanted to throw him up to the 5th level of the tower. Kang Yoon-sung decided to move on and entered the tower, where he received a message that only one would know the joy and glory of victory. Under the leadership of the Clown Monarch, the other monarchs began to place bets. Most of them bet on him. The Ice Monarch also bet on him. He also asked not to disappoint him. This time, the battle was not only for honour and dignity. He received a notification that the player was already inside. According to the rules, players cannot be allies, and the goal of the trial is victory. Kang Yoon-sung is sure that this player is definitely a master swordsman, so he decided that it was time to play the real game. Once in the Kabbalist Empire and the Kingdom of Lodea, he must fight for those who are right. Kang Yoon-sung saw that the other player had chosen the Kabbalist Empire. This game gives more rewards if you compete on the disadvantageous side. Therefore, he would still choose the Kingdom of Lodea. The warriors of the kingdom were delighted that a player had appeared and that God was indeed watching over them. After all, he had come to save them. Kang Yoon-sung thought that this was a room for discussing tactics. Judging by their clothes, he could tell that they were ready to compete. Kang Yoon-sung asked if they would let him sit down, and they replied that of course they would. After that, he asked who was in charge. Then a man entered the room and said that this was very imprudent. He was the commander of the palace fortress. He was also a member of the royal family and the 12th patriarch of the Dwisag Marki family. Therefore, he must adhere to court etiquette while under his command, regardless of whether he is a player or not. Kang Yoon-sung asked if he even wanted to win the battle. He replied that of course he did, even though they were behind their opponents. When it comes to confidence in their abilities, they have no equal. No man in their kingdom will yield to the enemies of the Kabbalist Empire. They would easily defeat the enemy empire even if they had 10 times more technology and weapons. Kang Yoon-sung was tired of listening to him, so he decided to strike him, and then said that from now on he was the commander. Now it was time to hold a meeting, so he asked how many troops they had, what their combat strength was, and how many enemies they had. The warriors reported that they had 5,000 mobilized peasants, 900 of whom knew how to shoot a bow. The difference between a kingdom and an empire is too great, but the good news is that there is no magic in this world. In addition, the sword master does not possess firepower. He is a student of the Steel Monarch. Many players can only sign a contract with one monarch. Therefore, they can only receive rewards from one source. Kang Yoon-sung is an exception to the rule, unlike the Swordmaster. He can receive rewards from a large number of monarchs. The Clown Monarch made him his only player. On the other hand, monarchs can have several players, but only one of them can become their apprentice. Monarchs are generous in their support of their apprentices, but there are certain limitations. When it comes to training, he uses his skills as his main strength. These skills are not related to the monarch in any way. Therefore, in this battle, he has a chance to defeat the Swordmaster. But the pressure the soldiers feel must be terrible. Moreover, it is unknown how real the worlds in the tower feel. Are these guys real people or fake creatures that only exist in this tower? There's no way to know. In general, it is not very important, but he is interested in how to raise the morale of these soldiers. The soldier informed all the warriors that a player had arrived in Ladea. The patriarch of the Marquis Dvishag family is no longer in command. The player himself will assign tasks. The fat man has been removed from his position, and the player will command them himself. The warriors feel as if God himself is helping them. The morale of the soldiers rose greatly after Kang Yun-sung replaced the patriarch of the Marquis family, so everyone considers him their savior. Kang Yun-sung said that this is just great, so now he has nothing to worry about. After that, the Empire attacked them. The enemy troops are right in front of their gates. If they defeat them, the enemy's confidence will be shaken. Kang Yun-sung is confident that he can do it, then summons a shadow monster and says that its name is too long. So how about calling it Coal? Now let Coal show what it can do. The attackers noticed that something large and dark was on the fortress wall, but the commander told them to stop talking nonsense. They should focus on building even if something happens. The commander didn't have time to finish because he sensed that something was happening. He saw that many of his warriors had been killed and said that it was a monster and that they had to flee. Then he suggested going to the second wall of the fortress. Kang Yun-sung told Ugly that he must be very hungry, so he wished him bon appetit, and then Wuglik began to deal with the attackers. Kang Yun-sung found no trace of the swordmaster, but he saw a player appear on the battlefield. He had a double-edged sword. Although the morale of the soldiers was rising, he would have to reveal his location to the other player. Before that, the swordmaster informed everyone that a player was competing on the side of the kingdom of Lodea. In this game, players do not risk their lives. As in every game, this one has its own rules. If one player defeats another, the loser leaves the tower. This means that he has failed the test. Inside the tower, players cannot destroy each other, but the towers themselves can destroy the players. Yun-sung has no intention of dying in this tower, but he doesn't want to lose either. Watching the battle, he said that this is what he's going to do. So in that case, he also has a plan. Kang Yun-sung asked what he was doing there and if it was time to show his face. Does he need to destroy all his allies before he finally shows himself? The warriors of the Kingdom of Lodea do not understand what is happening. They saw swords flying on their own. Kang Yun-sung understood what was going on. It was sword control. He wondered when he had acquired this heroic skill. Kang Yun-sung said that he must be very happy, or perhaps the Monarch of Steel gave him this card. The sword master attacked him again, and Kang Yun-sung said that he had prepared a lot while he was hiding, but he hadn't been sitting around doing nothing either. Moreover, he was already late. He had a shadow blade created with the help of the player's own shadow. The warriors said that there was now also a player on the side of the Kabbalist Empire, and he was fighting for their empire. Kang Yun-sung said that, as expected, they had come for him. The tide of battle changed, but surely the sword master did not expect him to come with his weapon. Sword manipulation is a wonderful skill, but it depends heavily on the number of swords. Kang Yun-sung saw a large number of swords surrounding him again and used his skill. Then he asked what had happened, wondering if such an attack had no effect on him. After that, the swordmaster used Seraphim's defense and repelled the enemy's attack. The next time he would be able to use the defense was in 167 hours, 59 minutes, and 57 seconds. Kang Yun-sung asked if he had considered using his T-control to capture the fortress. Swordmaster Ray Chan asked how he thought they should proceed to win on this floor. Even if the fortress was destroyed and all the soldiers of the kingdom died, if he did not defeat him, the empire would not win. Kang Yun-sung asked if he knew all this and still chose the side of the empire just to defeat him. Ray Chan replied that this was indeed the case. A player is a hero, and the title of hero is necessary to protect the world. And those who do not even understand this have no right to be called the king of heroes. Kang Yun-sung said he understood, but the thing was that the world he had to protect did not consist only of members of his country's guild. Ray Chan became angry and said that he would not let him die easily, and then attacked him. Kang Yun-sung replied that he wanted to live a long life, so he should mind his own business. Then he dodged his attack. Ray Chan said that enough was enough with these useless cheap tricks. Then he saw a shadow monster sneaking up behind him. He jumped away from the shadow monster and said that the monarchs were watching their battle, so he couldn't afford to lose. Kang Yun-sung asked him why he thought he was even fighting him. Then he immediately tried to attack him. Ray Chang stepped back and said that was very rude. Just think, he was trying to talk to him to find his weak spot. After that, Ray Chang asked what he was going to do and thought that this couldn't be happening. He had been so active since the beginning of the battle, but not to intimidate him or to give moral support to the soldiers. Kang Yun-sung approached the soldiers of the Kabbalist Empire and they shouted that a player was coming and they needed help urgently. Ray Chan tried to catch up with him and asked him to stop. Meanwhile, in the barracks of the Imperial Army, the commander was thinking about what to do. How could they stop that monster? So some suggested simply running away. Duke Barmet asked what their player was doing. The warriors asked him to calm down. After that, Kang Yun-sung entered the barracks and said that they were there. Then he said that there was another way to complete the tower's task. He immediately attacked Duke Barmet. The warriors said that God had truly turned away from them and that they had to protect their lords, but Kang Yun-sung destroyed them. Ray Chang finally caught up with him and called him names. Kang Yun-sung said that he should have disguised the officers and hidden them among the soldiers, but if he understood, then he was simply obliged to take away his imperial advantages. Ray Chang tried to attack him, but the battle was over. During the battle, Duke Barmet and all the commanders of the Kabbalist Empire were destroyed by an unknown mercenary. Therefore, having lost their leader, the imperial army decided to retreat. Ray Chang failed to capture the tower. As a reward, Kang Yun-sung could choose one of his opponent's ability cards. The essence of the great sword was either iron martial arts or sword control. Kang Yun-sung said that it was very kind of him to give him a choice. Ray Chan said that he would deal with him. He replied that if he said so, he would have to answer for his words. After that, he chose the sword control ability. The effects of his abilities with the metal attribute were enhanced. Ray Chan said not to expect it to end there. Kang Yun-soo dreamed that he had entered the second season of King of Heroes, and the place seemed familiar to him. The clown ruler said that he was a child of 1,000 faces and 1,000 abilities and surely wanted to become a hero. He would become a hero among all heroes. Kang Yun-sung waited for this day to make the same choice again. The clown ruler said that other people would stop understanding him and start mocking him. This was a very bold irony, or perhaps he did not think so. For Kang Yun-sung, this had been repeated countless times. The clown ruler and Kang Yun-sung signed a contract. After that, he woke up because he heard someone knocking on his door. Kang Yun-sung did not understand why he was having such disturbing dreams and wondered why someone would knock on his door so early. He opened the door and asked what had brought such a shy person to his home. The man said that he was behaving like an important person. This man's name is Park Tae-sik. Everyone calls him Mr. Park. After signing a contract with the assassin ruler, he became known by his pseudonym. His gaming nickname is Striking Sword. He is one of the 30 best players. In addition, he is the head of the National Intelligence Department of the Blue House. Kang Yun-sung noticed that he looked tired, so he must have had a busy first day. Park Tae-sik asked if he really thought he had time for that. From the first day of the season, fans of the battle around the world have been singing its praises to all the players. Kang Yun-sung said how hard he was working for world peace. Park Tae-sik asked why he hadn't answered his calls and he replied that he had been sleeping. Park Tae-sik entered his apartment and said that the sun was already up and noticed what he had done to his home, then stumbled and fell. He got angry at him for the mess and said that he was crazy to sell t-shirts with himself on them while living like that. Kang Yun-sung asked him not to be rude because he didn't care. Park Tae-sik said that judging by his lifestyle, he really was a child of darkness. Moreover, he works like a horse and gets his food from a nearby Chinese restaurant. Kang Yun-sung asked him what was wrong with him. Their beef brisket jampong is really delicious. Park Tae-sik asked if it was really true and said he would have to try it. Then he asked him to order 2 large portions with Kaolian liqueur. They had met this old man before the world became a game. At 15, Yun-sung was fascinated by games. The guy told him to look ahead because there was a battle going on. He replied that it was all over and he just needed to survive. In the end, he did survive. Park Tae-sik was the owner of a computer cafe at the time, and he was amazed that he was good at every game. He considered this boy a genius. So he asked him if he wanted to become a professional gamer. Previously, Kang Yun-sung had only played for fun, but the old man convinced him. He also convinced his parents and began training him, analysing his abilities. On the day he turned 18, he officially debuted as a professional player. In the first season, the end of the world came with an invasion from the tower. Kang Yun-sung was injured and his parents were killed. Park Tae-sik saved him. That day was the worst day of Kang Yun-sung's life because he lost his parents, but he also found his only hero. Park Tae-sik supported him all this time. Kang Yun-sung asked him why he had come to see him, and he replied that he had come on behalf of the association. This news surprised him. Kang Yun-sung asked what was going on and if they still wanted to use him for their own purposes. The Korean Players Association, abbreviated KPA, is a state association of players and the only all-powerful guild in the country that controls players. Park Tae-sik asked if he knew about the academy that the KG had built last season. Kang Yun-sung asked if he was talking about a slave factory. He replied that it was, and that the first graduation exam would take place there in a week, and they were asking him to attend. Park Tae-sik replied to the association's message, saying that he was too busy and then said that he would send someone else in his place. So there was no need to worry about such a trifle, but Kang Yun-sung said he would come. Park Tae-sik was surprised and replied to the association that he agreed to come. Kang Yun-sung said he would like to see the new players who will take on the burden of caring for the future of the country. Park Tae-sik asked on what terms. Yun-sung said to ask them to move the exam to 5 o'clock tomorrow morning. The next day, a few minutes before the start, everyone gathered for the academy's graduation exam. One guy said he heard that the king was their judge. and whether they had to win in order to pass. Another replied that it was unlikely. He was sure that they would graduate anyway, but why call them so early? In his opinion, it was all nonsense. Lee Seong-ho, the head of the KG, approached Kang Yoon-sung and asked what he would say about them. Their students had been systematically following the curriculum. Kang Yoon-sung asked if they had been looked after from the beginning. Lee Seong-ho asked him to consider the pride of their academy's first generation of students. Yoon-sung asked if he remembered his condition. He would test their strength so he would have the last word at the graduation ceremony. Lee Seong-ho agreed with him and thought that he was doing whatever he wanted. Kang Yoon-sung told the students that the exam was starting. Lee Sun-ho was confident that his plan was perfect and that this was only the beginning of the season. The students were perfectly on schedule, and even the King of Heroes couldn't ruin anything for him. But a few minutes later, something happened. Kang Yoon-sung told the students that they had all failed and to leave. Lee Sun-ho couldn't understand how this was possible. Only one girl remained, who asked if she had also failed. Kang Yoon-sung said no, she had passed. The student asked why her, and he said it was because she was lucky. She was the luckiest of all 12 students. So she held on until the very end. She should not forget that luck is everything for a player. After that, he said he was done. So they should turn off the camera. Then he congratulated her on her graduation. Lee Seong-ho asked him what that meant. He asked him to just judge. Kang Yoon-sung asked if he really thought he wouldn't understand. Lee Seong-ho asked what he meant. Kang Yoon-sung said that his students were either the children of executive directors or somehow connected to them, and he called him to evaluate their performance in order to gather information. Did he really want to recruit these students who could barely stand on their feet? Why give them places they don't deserve? Surely it was so that he could use them for his own purposes later. Moreover, he had been thinking about this since his first year and said that everyone here was very corrupt. Lee Seong-ho was furious with him and asked what he could possibly know. He didn't have enough brains for that. Does he really think that if people call him a hero king, he's actually a hero? Players are just weapons in the hands of the country. There is no need to think that they will be treated differently somewhere else. They are simply doing what is necessary for the welfare of the country. In today's world, they only need heroes of battle, so as the king of heroes, he must understand the situation they are in. He would also like to ask him for help. Kang Yoon-sung thought about how he needed the players for the battle. He asked if this was really the case and thought that they would not understand anything until everything fell apart. Lee Seong-ho said that it was the will of the country. After that, a subordinate approached him to report urgent news. He looked at his tablet screen and was very frightened. Kang Yoon-sung said that it looked like the player academy was closing after a year of operation. Lee Seong-ho didn't understand where they got the video. Kang Yoon-sung asked if he had forgotten that he was supported by the head of the National Intelligence Department. Information appeared online that the players were just weapons, and the head of the KG said so. The whole world learned about this shocking statement from the academy. Kang Yoon-sung asked if he knew who the Dark Horse was. After that, he received a notification that the provocation score had increased significantly. The clown ruler was impressed by the contractor's actions and gave him a gift. Kang Yoon-sung thanked him for it. Then he went out into the street and thanked Park Tae-sik and asked if it was okay that the intelligence department had dealt with the association in such a way, and whether he would be punished for it. Park Tae-sik replied that it was no big deal and that the government didn't like them either. They were constantly fighting among themselves. Kang Yoon-sung said that in that case it was fine. Then he asked if he could give him a ride to the tower. Park Tae-sik asked which one, and he replied that he wanted to go to the 5th level tower. It was the Tower of the Pale Desert. A hot and cold journey awaited the players there. He gave him a ride and asked if he was too stressed. Kang Yoon-sung replied that everything was fine and then moved to the desert oasis camp. Upon entering the tower, the player always finds themselves in the thick of the action. As a saviour, he appears at the perfect moment. This helps the player look even more impressive. Kang Yoon-sung said he was already there. The residents asked if he was the king. He replied that they could call him whatever they wanted, so they said that the god of light had taken pity on them. The messenger of light is now with them. Hearing the words about the god of light, Kang Yoon-sung had a bad feeling. He asked if there were any other threats besides monsters. The man replied that this was the territory of the divine kingdom. Therefore, there was no need to worry about an attack by pagans. They were far from their destination. It would take a maximum of 3 days to get there, and they had enough food and water with them. Kang Yoon-sung thought that he should have rested a little longer. He had come here on impulse. Now he would have to stay here for 3 whole days. The man asked if he was all right, and he said not to worry and to let them rest. As long as he was nearby, the monsters posed no threat to them. The man called him an emissary of light and asked how they could repay him for his kindness. Kang Yoon-sung thought about the necklace of life force and said that he was counting on him. After that, he remembered the gift. He was surprised that it had to be opened by hand. He opened the box and received a higher-ranked growth stone. It was an item for a hero. Kang Yoon-sung was delighted to finally receive something worthy, but he didn't need it right now. So he decided to save it for later, but then he saw monsters approaching and told Wuglik that it was time to eat. He also decided to join the battle, even though it was troublesome, because he couldn't trust everything to his spirits. After that, he used his Swordmaster ability, and the blades moved according to his thoughts. He said it was a useful ability. Kang Yoon-sung thought that it was finally over, but then he saw another giant monster. It was an adult sand predator. He knew this would happen, and said that it seemed like the nightmare was over. After that, he called his shadow monster. Together with the monster and using his sword skills, he quickly defeated the monster, and his sword skills improved. In the morning, he continued on his way with those people and asked if there had been knights with them before. The man said that they were good warriors. They also served the god of light. Kang Yoon-sung asked what these good warriors had been doing the previous night. The man replied that their priority was to protect these goods. Kang Yoon-sung was surprised that even in such a situation, they did not leave the carts unattended. Kang Yoon-sung asked which faction they belonged to. The man replied that they were noble knights of the Order of the Bloody Cross. So he asked the noble knights if they were transporting the golden calf. The knight asked the messenger of light not to pay attention to the carts. He told him to concentrate on the task entrusted to him by God. Kang Yoon-sung realized that these knights were using aura hearts. In addition to them, the messenger of light descended. It turns out that they had been entrusted with a difficult task. Kang Yoon-sung said that after hearing this, he became even more curious. He wondered what kind of goods required such a high level of security. The man asked the messenger of light not to touch them, but then Kang Yoon-sung grabbed him and told him to crouch down if he didn't want to die. They were attacked by heretics. These were evil, different beings. How dare they enter the territory of the Sacred Kingdom? Kang Yoon-sung noticed that they were striking and then retreating, and he wondered how the knights planned to respond. The knight said not to let them get their item and to stay in position and activate the mana shields. Kang Yoon-sung thought that they didn't seem to care about their companions because they weren't even defending them. So he said to let them defend their golden calf themselves. The goal of the raid was to protect the caravan and deliver the items intact. Kang Yoon-sung decided to attack the heretics, and one of them said that the enemy's attacks would not reach them. But then he approached them anyway and knocked one of them down, seeing that he was a desert elf. They also use auras. The desert elf pounced on him and told him to die. Kang Yoon-sung stopped his attack and thought that the kings whom the desert elves served were up to something. He put his sword to his neck and asked what was in the cart. The elf called him an evil infidel and asked how he dared to manipulate him. Then he ordered everyone to ignore him and shoot their bows. He said that even if he caught him, they would still not find out anything. He said he shouldn't worry about that and just tell him what was in the cart. He needed to know in order to decide which side to take. Did he really think that he hadn't wiped them all out yet because he wasn't powerful enough? Then he struck his companions who were shooting at him with their bows. He asked if he now understood what would happen to his companions if he moved even a finger. The desert elf called him an alien. Kang Yoon-sung asked him again what was being transported in the cart. The elf asked how he dared to call Princess Seori a thing. After that, Kang Yoon-sung understood everything and said that it turned out they had stolen their princess, so now he should go back and deliver something. Namely that he would do them a special favour and save their lives, so now they should just go. The elf said he couldn't. Kang Yoon-sung asked her if it wasn't better to get another chance than to die here now. They listened to him and went back. The knight approached the messenger of light and asked why he had left the heretics alive, and allowed them to escape. Kang Yoon-sung replied that it was because he needed to confirm something first. The knight asked what he meant. After that, he approached the cart and the knight asked him where he was going. Kang Yoon-sung told him to step aside because he had something to check. The knight replied that he could not let him pass, even though he was a messenger of light, but he noted that it would be better for him to step aside. He asked him to do so in a humane manner. After that, he opened the carriage, and the knights asked how he dared to do such a thing. Inside the carriage, he saw the princess and asked if she wanted him to save her. She was the princess of the kingdom of Ayub named Seria. She asked if he really thought she needed sympathy from some foreigner. Then he received a message from the ruler of light. He warned the player about his actions and told him not to neglect his duties and fulfill his duty to the light. Kang Yoon-sung said that if he was asked to do so, he had no choice. After that, he took his sword and freed the princess from her chains. As a result, he fulfilled the hidden condition of saving the princess and received 300,000 achievement points for it. After that, the raid's objective was changed. The tower's level increased from level 5 to level 5 difficult. Kang Yoon-sung said that the game was ruined, but freedom was an incredible thing that he had to tell her. The ruler of light left another message. He said that he would have to pay for disobeying the light. He received a notification that one of the tower's forces had turned against him. The guardians of light appeared before him. They serve the ruler of light and carry out his will. The ruler watches him wherever there is light. He expresses his dissatisfaction every time his light fades or disappears. The knight said that the followers of light had come down to them. It did not matter that he was a stranger. They must destroy the heretic who had challenged the light. Kang Yun-sung noticed that they had become braver with the arrival of reinforcements. Princess Saria asked him what he was thinking. He told her not to worry because he also had support. Then he received a message that the ruler of the shadows supported his decision and would remove the light and let darkness reign. The Shadow Council gave him a buff of absolute darkness. He used it, and the knights said they couldn't see anything. The council told him to cover the world with their veil. Kang Yun-sung said he knew that better rewards were given on this side. The Light Keepers tried to restore the light. After that, Kang Yun-sung attacked them, and they asked how Pathetic Man dared to attack them. This simply could not be. He received a notification that the faction of Light Guardians felt irreversible hostility towards him. The Shadow Council's goodwill increased significantly, and the players' faction status rose, as did their susceptibility to darkness. Kang Yun-sung said that he could finally see. Then he received a notification that countless factions were watching him in the tower. The world of the tower and the world inside the tower are not the same. The Knights of the Bloody Cross and the Elves are creatures from the tower. They are what make up this world. But the rulers and their forces are on a higher level and represent the world of the tower itself. The player is a mediator between the two worlds. They are the force that allows the ruler to intervene in the world of the tower. But players are not pathetic puppets who unquestioningly obey the will of the ruler. They are searching for a hidden meaning. Inside the tower, players can make their own decisions. The goal of the raid was to protect the caravan and deliver the items. At first, he was an emissary of the God of Light, but as he had predicted in the Shadow Council, he would receive a better reward if he rebelled against the light. If you have an idea, don't hesitate to implement it. Now he has only 5 enemies left. Even rulers cannot defy the laws and prohibitions that bind them. It doesn't matter how many observers of light hate him and grind their teeth. As long as they are in the 5th level of the tower, angels above the 8th cannot descend here. There are rules of the tower for this. The Guardian of Light ordered her to destroy the darkness with her light. Then she fired her weapon at one of the knights. The knight asked why they were doing this to him. Kang Yun-sung is surprised by the insane power for a 9th level and realizes that they don't care about their followers. But those guys were just like them, so they shouldn't complain. His vision becomes clear for only a moment. The buff's power is incredible, but the enemy is very strong. The Veil of Absolute Darkness increases the user's attack power, stealth, agility, and evasion, but the Veil does not distinguish between friends and enemies. After the battle, the buff will be removed. Kang Yun-sung decided that he must first protect Princess Saria. He found her in the darkness and apologized before lifting her into his arms. Then he called out to the monster of darkness. He told it to eat the higher-ranked growth stone and protect the princess while he dealt with the followers of light. So he used the stone on his assistant. Princess Saria noticed that they were about to be attacked and called out to the stranger. The shadow monster protected them from the attack. Kang Yun-sung said that was great and decided to use the shadow blade. The follower of light said that it was pointless because his blade could not even touch them. Before that, the followers of light decided to use the sword of light and attacked him. Kang Yun-sung noticed that close combat with them was throwing him off balance, and he wondered if he would have to keep moving forever. Because he was distracted, he missed one of the followers' blows. He didn't understand why they were so fast even under a debuff. He was annoyed that he had to jump around, so he decided that he had to deal with all of them at once. To do this, he would have to use something. The followers asked if he really thought they would let him go. After that, one of the followers attacked him and hurt him, then said that this was their chance and they had to finish him off. Kang Yun-sung managed to use the blessing of a battle-tested adventurer. The blessing's effect to deceive death worked. This effect renders a fatal blow ineffective. After that, the location of the Sword of Light was initialized. The follower told him to stop because something strange was happening. Kang Yun-sung said it was too late and that it was time to deal with them once and for all. He dealt with all of his followers, and his level increased several times. The battle ended because the buff was removed. Wulik approached him, and Kang Yun-sung said that he had shrunk considerably. Then Princess Saria approached him and called him an alien. She asked why he had betrayed his people and gone so far for her. Kang Yun-sung replied that they rewarded people better on this side. Then he patted Ugly. Princess Saria asked if they weren't his people, and if he really wanted to ask for a ransom. Did he really intend to ask for a ransom after she had saved him? Kang Yun-sung said that he was afflicted with a terrible disease of hatred for people, and he asked her to forgive him, but her question seemed very strange to him. After that, he praised the monster of darkness. A few days later, they reached the border of the elven kingdom of Ayub. Saria said that she was indebted to him. She was very grateful to him. Kang Yun-sung said that he still needed to receive his reward. She replied that he was good with words. Then she told him to take this. It was a sign of trust and rank. Its true value was unknown to him, but one day it would be useful. Kang Yun-sung cleared the tower of the pale desert of the complex regime. The princess had been kidnapped, but he brought her back, and as a result, when the king dies, she will become queen. After that, he returned to the real world and arrived by train in Busan to tackle his next task. 4 hours earlier, Park Tae-sik said he needed to go to Busan. Kang Yoon-sung asked if something had happened there. He replied that nothing had happened yet, and Kang Yoon-sung asked why he needed to go there. Park Tae-sik said that something would happen a little later. Natasha Ivanova became famous around the world as a criminal heroine. She is known as one of the black players. Hiding from the Russian government, she illegally arrived at the port of Busan and began roaming the towers with her 4 accomplices. She possesses the legendary ability card Curtain of Absolute Darkness. Kang Yoon-sung arrived at the location and received a call from Park Tae-sik. He asked if he had encountered any zombies on the train to Busan. Kang Yoon-sung replied that he knew he was being watched, so just order him a car. Park Tae-sik said that he had just received information about the tower where Ivanova's group had entered, so he should go there. Kang Yoon-sung asked what level it was, and he replied that it was the 5th. It was a zombie apocalypse tower. The goal of the raid was to survive until the appointed time. He arrived at the location and entered the tower. According to the plot, at the beginning of the 21st century, the pharmaceutical company Taitella discovered a virus. They created it in a secret laboratory in Busan, which led to the entire city being blocked off. Kang Yoon-sung said he knew not to expect anything normal from the 5th level tower. He had to survive the hungry infected and Taitella's secret support squad. Kang Yoon-sung saw a real monster. He asked if it was right to call such a creature a zombie. The monster of darkness immediately attacked, and Kang Yoon-sung wanted to stop it. But then it turned into a huge whale and destroyed the creature. Kang Yoon-sung was very surprised. He said that the growth stone had changed him greatly, but he wondered why it had taken the form of a whale. After that, Natasha Ivanova approached them. She clapped her hands and said she had been waiting for him. Kang Yoon-sung said that she was here. Natasha replied that a hero like him couldn't leave a thief like her alone. Kang Yoon-sung said that she was a member of the Red Mafia. She was being pursued by the Russian government. She had also landed illegally with her accomplices in the port of Busan. Natasha asked if he was going to arrest her and put her in jail. Kang Yoon-sung replied that he would not. He just didn't know what she was really like yet, so she should relax for now. After all, judging him by his appearance as a Russian foreign intelligence agent was not a very noble thing to do. Or maybe it wasn't. Kang Yoon-sung said that the members of her small gang were probably also in hiding. They were probably going to surround him and hand him over to the zombies. Natasha Ivanova said that he knew she was from Russian intelligence, but he still had the courage to come here. He replied that it was not his plan to become food for zombies. There was simply no other way to steal the legendary ability. Natasha said she knew that. Then she ordered her companions to attack him. After that, they attacked him with their weapons. Kang Yoon-sung dodged the attacks and then grabbed Natasha, but she used her ability to create a veil of absolute darkness. He thought she had escaped, but then realized that there were 3 archers and a sniper against him. Despite the darkness, they continued to attack him, and he defended himself with his shield. Once this might have worked, but something was wrong. The absolute darkness debuff was now active, and its effect extends to absolutely everyone. So how could they still be hitting their target? So he said that there must be another reason and told the Dark One that he needed his help. Natasha's friend said that the ice shield was too strong and they needed to change tactics. Then he saw the cat, so he said that everyone needed to get out of the cat's shadow. Kang Yoon-sung said that surely they couldn't see the shadow of the Dark One, but that wasn't important right now. After that, Natasha pounced on him and said that he had to behave himself now. It depended on that whether she would let him go alive. He asked if someone who could really destroy him would say such a thing. Natasha said that they should not underestimate their intelligence service. She suggested discussing the achievement points he had earned recently for clearing the 5th level tower. There were an unusual number of them, and he must have been defending in a difficult mode, but after that he only went to low-level towers. The same thing happened last season when survival skills were disabled. Natasha said to get rid of the cat first. They could talk later. Kang Yoon-sung asked her to give him a better answer about how she was going to destroy him, especially if he wasn't real. After that, he grabbed the knife from her hands and held it to his throat. He said that it must have been a veil of absolute darkness from the very beginning, a trap to lure him out. She must have created it to cloud his perception. If the ability only works with the enemy's senses, then there is only one option. It was the ability to create illusions of legendary rank, allowing her to manipulate what her target saw. After that, he said the word Oculus, and said that she was good at deceiving others, but it seemed that this was not her strength. So now she would have to become food for the zombies. After that, he wanted to destroy her, but then he noticed something strange. Taitel's secret forces found survivors in Zone 16, therefore they must be destroyed. Natasha's companions wanted to escape, but Taitel's secret forces destroyed them in accordance with a secret protocol. Kang Yoon-sung wondered if he could stop this or if he should first disable the shield and try something. After that, he was attacked. Then a creature from the store appeared before them and said that it was a pity that 2 people had died without using their achievement points. And it was all his fault. Kang Yoon-sung apologized to her and asked how he could make amends. She told him to buy a set of cards and then she would make an exception and forgive him. He asked if he should show her his middle finger as a sign of reconciliation. When the store opens, there is no truce, but the battle in front of the store makes the girl sad and everyone knows what that means. She said that a legendary card had been drawn. Kang Yoon-sung replied that he should try to sell the set to that girl. Turning to Natasha, she called her aunt and said that she had a lot of points after her uncle and that she should spend them before she died. She called her aunt again and said that she would never get out alive, so she should hurry up and buy a deck of cards, and if she got the mythical one, she would survive. And he should buy one and get a legendary card. Kang Yoon-sung asked if she was only interested in selling cards. Natasha said she had the ability to acquire cards, and she would spend all of her 4,000 achievement points on decks with random abilities. Natasha Ivanova bought the cards. Kang Yoon-sung was bored waiting for her to open them all. But they were all ordinary, and a few of them were rare. She got tired of looking for something special. The saleswoman suggested she not give up and try again because it would definitely appear she would be able to get the mythical card. Kang Yoon-sung said that watching a house burn down was the most entertaining thing to do. Natasha opened a large number of cards and had only 1 deck left. The saleswoman noted that she had 7 left, so she should be patient. She had to get at least 1 useful one, otherwise she would surely die. She had exaggerated about the mythical card. A legendary one would have been enough for her. But she would have been happy even with a heroic card. However, she never got a good skill. The saleswoman said she was unlucky and offered to sell her some potions because she still had 4,000 points left. Kang Yoon-sung said that the sale was over. The saleswoman offered to sell him a deck and he asked why. She said that considering the unexpected deaths and the fact that she had sacrificed so much and failed, there was a chance that a legendary card would appear. So let him buy the deck and it would fall to him. Kang Yoon-sung said he couldn't support her here. Natasha became angry and sent him and the saleswoman away. After that, she uttered profanities in Russian. Kang Yoon-sung said that Natasha was right and that even cursing her would not be enough, but it sounded convincing, so he would buy one. He spent 10,000 achievement points and received a regular Ice Arrow ability card and thought that it couldn't be any other way. He already had that ability, but the system suggested upgrading it by combining abilities. He was glad that it was better than a useless ability. He asked Natasha what to do next and she told him to be quiet and just listen. The saleswoman decided it was time to leave, but he asked her what she was saying in Russian. After that, the saleswoman disappeared. After that, they returned to the game. Taetella's secret forces were already waiting for them to follow the secret protocol. They were going to destroy all the witnesses. Kang Yoon-sung turned to Natasha and immediately destroyed her. Then he attacked the robots that were about to destroy them. He managed to defeat one of them right away, but the other 2 used powerful weapons against him. He is surprised that Taetella has so many resources. So he decided that he needed to buy some shares in a pharmaceutical company as soon as he returned home, but not the one that is here now. After that, he attacked the robots with ice arrows and destroyed them. As a result, he cleared the Tower of Zombies, and as a reward for clearing it, he will be given a random equipment coupon. Also, as a reward for surviving, he could choose 1 ability card from the losing player. Kang Yoon-sung said that he didn't even need to look at them. He received the Oculus coupon and then returned to reality. When the tower was cleared and the players found themselves back in their world, the losers also returned. 2 of them died at the hands of the shadow monster. 2 others were seriously injured and unable to escape. This only happens if they did not die in the tower. Kang Yoon-sung told Natasha that they had done a good job. She asked how it happened. He asked her if she wanted to be arrested. If so, she should just call the police and turn herself in at the nearest station. It was none of his business. She asked if he was just going to leave her and go. Kang Yoon-sung said that was the case. So let her go tell her people what an incredible hero the king is, and that it's time to stop doing nonsense. After all, lifeless bodies cannot speak, and he needs someone to convey this message. After that, Park Tae-sik called him. He asked why he had left them alive. Kang Yoon-sung replied that it was compensation for their legendary ability, and for allowing him to see what death looks like if you don't draw the right card. Park Tae-sik yelled at him and asked why he did it. Why let those who attacked him go unharmed? Kang Yoon-sung asked who he thought he was because he wasn't some kind of mentally ill person. So he should be calmer and kinder. Park Tae-sik said that all he could do was talk and asked why they had come in the first place. Park Tae-sik asked why he was so fascinated by him and called him a strange bully. Kang Yoon-sung asked what was wrong with him. After all, his internet cafe is only staying afloat thanks to him. Park Tae-sik told him to be careful on his way home and not to overexert himself. For heaven's sake, don't make him worry, and then asked if he understood everything. Yoon-sung said yes, he understood and thanked him for his concern. Inside the tower, players are called by different names. They are called alien players, apostles, and other names. The same is true here. Weapons are an indicator of power. A hero is a living, unbalanced entity, but for now, the players are not just heroes, they are heroes of battle. For example, Natasha Ivanova. There are those who destroy their family's enemies without hesitation. Kang Yoon-sung wondered if they wanted him to become such a hero too. But what's the point? In the real world, there is no understanding of the word hero. Passers-by noticed him and thought he was a heroic king. Kang Yoon-sung wondered if he had been a little careless that morning. A passerby told the girl that she shouldn't point at him, especially since he was an assassin. She said that wasn't true because she had heard on TV that it was just an image and that he was actually a very respectable person. Reporters won't leave him alone. Without him, their world would have ceased to exist in the second season. She also heard that he secretly donates his income. The money he gets from selling t-shirts goes to charity. The man asked if it wasn't just for show. As for the t-shirts, mythical ones will be released soon, so he probably just wants to make more money. However, the reporters found Kang Yoon-sung and caught up with him. He was unable to get to his house unnoticed, so he decided that the best option would be to go straight to the tower, to rest there. Moreover, Yoon-seon was going there anyway, so he moved to the 5th level Tower of Swords and Magic. The goal of the tower is to complete the storyline. The man said that the goddess was watching over them, and that the ceremony to summon the warrior had been successful. The saint greeted him. She said she was glad to meet him and glad that a warrior from another world had answered their prayers. Her name was Alicia Celestine. She was the 37th saint of the Holy Kingdom of Celestine. Kang Yoon-sung thought that was very obvious. Then he extended his hand to greet her, and said that he was a warrior who saved worlds quickly and without problems. He asked how he could be of service to St. Alicia. She said that in order to answer that question, she needed to tell him how things were going on the continent of Philia. Kang Yoon-sung said that the problem must have arisen in the confrontation between holy beings and demons. She said that was indeed the case. Then she remarked that he was a brave warrior and very perceptive. How could he know that holy beings and demons lived here? This led to a battle between light and darkness. The demons, who were supposed to be imprisoned in the world of darkness and hell, began to penetrate the world of light. To stop them, the inhabitants of Celestia created a holy weapon, the Ark, but the demon attacks did not stop, and they had to activate an ancient weapon. Half an hour into the story, Yoon-sung asked if they could already go and save the world from the demon attack. She replied that she had only just begun the story. The inhabitants of Celestia fear that humans could abuse the power of the Ark, so he will have to stand trial. Kang Yoon-sung turned around and left, and she asked him where he was going. He said he was going to carry out his mission. Alicia noted that he did not know where the arch was. So where was he going? Kang Yoon-sung asked if she knew where the arch was, and Alicia replied that she did not, so he said that it did not matter. She wanted to stop him, but then they were attacked by demons. Alicia doesn't understand how the demons were able to enter the sacred land. The knights told the demon that there was no place for him here, and then the demon began to attack them. They also tried to attack him, but couldn't understand how divine magic and aura blades had no effect on him. Kang Yoon-sung told everyone to step back and created a barrier. Alicia said they would help him, but he said there was no need and told them to just step back. Alicia told him to be careful. The knight asked her if she was okay, and she said yes, then thought about how this warrior was putting himself in great danger for them. So she began to pray and asked the goddess to have mercy on them. Everyone else joined her. Alicia saw that something had happened to the warrior and asked if he was hurt. Kang Yoon-sung felt a sharp pain in his head. He said that he was sending him telepathic messages, saying that the demons would reach the arch and the world they hated would be plunged into darkness. Therefore, this warrior should not stand in their way and just leave. Alicia did not understand how this was possible. Kang Yoon-sung came to his senses and said that there was no time to waste and asked her where she thought the arch was. She cannot believe that the end of their world is so close and says she has an idea. After that, they set off for a certain place. Kang Yoon-sung was glad that they were finally moving faster, and then asked his shadow monster if he was also feeling sad. Then he noted that he had done a great job imitating the demon's roars, but that it would be better to wait a little longer before using the shadow blade. If he had to resort to such a method, he also told Dark to put away his spikes for now. Alicia asked if they should slow down a little, but he replied that there was no need. He thought to himself that no one would say anything to the best player. Moreover, it was more effective to do everything as he had planned. This was how to use the legendary ability of the Oculus. This effect allows you to manipulate what the target or an unlimited number of people see. Finally, they reached the Adventurers Guild. Kang Yoon-sung said he had heard that they had something that would allow them to enter the labyrinth. The girl at the registration desk asked if they meant an adventurer's license. Then she asked them to wait a moment and gave them a piece of paper with the number 26 in line. So they had to wait. Alicia said that Garcia was a city with a labyrinth. It maintained neutrality and was located between the territories of the Holy Kingdom of Celestia and the Empire of Drago. From the name, it is clear that the city was built around an ancient underground labyrinth that is considered the land of opportunity. Kang Yoon-sung said that it would be difficult to find a more suitable place to hide the ancient weapon of the inhabitants of Celestia. Then they heard the announcement of number 216. They were given papers to sign. Alicia agreed, but Kang Yoon-sung stopped her because he wanted to read the papers more carefully. He saw that no one was responsible for deaths in the labyrinths, even if their bodies or property were restored. After that, everything would become the property of the city. Kang Yoon-sung asked if he really had to agree to this in order to get a license. The woman said that they provide everyone with equal opportunities in search of great fortune in the maze. Adventure goes hand in hand with risk. It is entirely their choice and their responsibility. Kang Yoon-sung said how carefully this disclaimer demonstrates the value of life. They signed the document and the woman wished them luck as adventurers. After that, they entered the ancient maze. Monsters were already waiting for them there. Kang Yoon-sung said it was time to start and asked if she was ready. Alicia replied that she was. Kang Yoon-sung fought giant rats, and one of them grabbed his sword with its teeth, so he signaled to Alicia that it was time to act. She immediately used her power and defeated the monster. They quickly passed 4 levels and reached the 5th. Alicia said that the 5th level was beginning and that they were descending very quickly. Kang Yoon-sung said that it was all because she was an excellent fighter, and her blessing magic was simply incredible. She asked if that was really true, then noticed that they had encountered adventurers everywhere who were holding back magical beasts. At the same time, they were capturing the beasts that were attacking them, thus clearing the way for them, and she was very grateful to them for that. Moreover, they were in a great hurry. This must have been their hunting ground, so they were only glad that they had left. She was pleased that the adventurers were helping each other compete, and that even the demons didn't seem scary. Yoon-sung said that even without them, there was no need to worry. He will take her to the ancient weapons, so there is no need to worry. After that, they encounter criminals on their way, and one of them says he is glad to welcome the newcomers. The man remarked that they hadn't paid but dared to enter the labyrinth on their own business. Kang Yoon-sung asked if they were local gangsters. Hearing this, Alicia was frightened. Kang Yoon-sung said that he did not know what they were called in this world, but that there were people like that in every maze. They are usually called gangsters or adventure seekers. The man said that was true, and if he knew so much, would he be willing to give up everything he had? Alicia asked him to wait and suggested they discuss everything. Kang Yoon-sung said that talking was good and asked the bandit if he would listen to his story. He said that in the beginning there were creatures called Celestines and demons. These demons gathered to destroy the world, and they knew that he was a warrior from another world who had come to save their world. To do this, he needed to find an ancient weapon. He was searching for it together with her, the 37th saint of the Holy Kingdom of Celestine. So, would they be so kind as to let them pass? Alicia said that it was for the sake of their world, so she asked them to do them this favour. The man asked his gang who he thought he was, and another said that he must have lost his mind out of fear. Kang Yoon-sung knew this would happen. Then the man said that it didn't matter if he was a warrior or a saint because they were in charge in the labyrinth. Kang Yoon-sung injured his hand after these words, and the leader of the gang asked how he dared to do such a thing. Then he noticed that he had also hit him. After that, a woman came out and asked him on what grounds he was attacking her people. She noted that he was probably much more talented than he seemed. Alicia recognized the woman. She was the one who had accepted their documents. So she asked if she worked for the Adventure Seekers Guild. Kang Yoon-sung said that the guild was in cahoots with the gangsters. They send novice players into dangerous situations and force them to calculate the monetary value of their lives. If they fail to pay, their bodies will be sold. Alicia couldn't understand how they could do such a thing. The woman called her naive and asked how she planned to become an adventurer. Someone might mistake her for a saint, but a real saint would never end up in a city like this. A city that is a labyrinth. She should have thought about that earlier. Then she tried to attack them, but Kang Yoon-sung told her to watch her step. After that, his shadow monster attacked them. Kang Yoon-sung told Alicia that the passage was open and they needed to go. After that, they moved on. He said they would have to spend the night there and continue in the morning. Then he noticed that she was upset. He remarked that she looked depressed after meeting the bandits, probably because she wasn't used to dealing with the real world without her title of saint. Alicia said that the world was about to be destroyed and people were fighting each other. Then she asked if he had come to terms with it. Kang Yoon-sung replied that he wasn't sure about that, and then remembered the words of Lee Sun-ho, the head of the Keiki, that a changing world needs a hero. He said that the world is the same no matter where he is. Alicia asked if that was true and inquired about his hometown. Kang Yoon-sung said that his hometown had gone through several crises. They had no one like her who knew what to do. There was no one who could deal with the chaos. Alicia apologized and said that if it was difficult for him to talk about it, then maybe he shouldn't. Yoon Sung replied that it was difficult at first, and probably still was until the third time, but he had gotten used to it. Once, when he came to his senses, it seemed to him that everyone was only concerned about themselves. Alicia asked if he was also worried about himself, and he asked her what she thought. She thought about it, but didn't know what to say. Kang Yoon Sung wondered why it was so quiet and found it strange. He was sure it was the right time for the saleswoman to come. Then she appeared in front of him. She asked if he was awake and offered to sell him a card. Kang Yoon Sung told her to show him the list of items first. He had 2 levels left before the start. A few days later, they were already at the 100th level. Kang Yoon Sung fought various monsters, and one of these creatures said that they were demons who had to take the Ark, so let this warrior die. Alicia begged her to have mercy on them. Kang Yoon Sung and the shadow monster destroyed the monsters. He defeated the creature, and it turned to the demon god, apologizing for its betrayal and for not being able to get the Ark. Kang Yoon Sung wished her a safe journey. He was tired of it all and asked if the demons really had a problem with timing. Why did they appear when he had passed the test? Alicia praised him, and then they saw the arch. Kang Yoon Sung said that it looked too simple for an ancient weapon. He got a piece of the building, the maze started to change, and a passage opened up. Alicia said that the exit must be there. Then they left the maze, and Alicia said it was a great relief. Kang Yoon Sung told her she did a great job. They were met by the prince, who praised Alicia and the warrior from another world. Thanks to them, the imperial task of placing the arch would be easier to accomplish. Then he said that the power of the arch must be in the hands of the empire, or more precisely in his hands, so they should give it to him. Kang Yoon Sung said that it seemed he was not on their side. Alicia said that he was the first prince of the Dragon Empire. The prince said to give him the arch quickly and he would spare their lives. Alicia replied that they could not do that, because the power of the bow must be used to protect the world from demons. The prince told her not to worry, because when he collects all the fragments, they will bow to his will. Kang Yoon Sung said that the object from the quest came to him on its own. The prince replied that he did not seem to understand the meaning of his words, so he ordered the glorious knights of the empire to go forward. Now was the time to prove their worth and valor. After that, all the knights launched their attack. Kang Yoon Sung received a notification that the scenario had come to an end. The first prince of the empire, Drago, and his loyal guards came for the power of the bow. Alicia asked for mercy for them, and with her prayer, she gave Kang Yoon Sung a holy protection buff and sacred armor. His magic grew stronger, and he also received an aria of valor. After that, he began to defeat his enemies, and the knight told the prince that they needed to retreat. But he said it was too early. Kang Yoon Sung received a message that the first prince, Milvus Drago, was using the power of the bow. Kang Yoon Sung sensed something approaching and told Alicia that he was using the bow. After that, he began to turn into a real monster, and the knights asked if he was all right. He told them to get out of the way and called them useless nobodies. The knights were frightened that he had turned into a demonic monster and began to flee. Kang Yoon Sung told Saint Alicia to renew her buffs. After that, he received protection and told her to use the earthquake and fire potions. The prince asked if he really thought he couldn't catch him if he hid in the fire. Kang Yoon Sung replied that his power had blinded him. Because of this, he could not see anything. Then he attacked him by surprise and struck him with his sword. He managed to defeat the prince and obtained the second fragment of the arch, which was the item he needed for his quest. He wondered what kind of third scene from a mobile game this was. Then he thought that this must be the perfect ending. Kang Yoon Sung reached level 50 and could now enter the Tower of Awakening. He told Alicia that it was all over and gave her the fragment. She asked if he really wanted her to take the arch. He asked who else would take it if not a saint. Could he give it to the Dragon's Empire? Alicia said she wasn't talented enough to wield such power. He said she should think differently. It would be better to use it herself than give it to someone bad. But she said she couldn't do that because it was a responsible attitude towards the incomparable and dangerous power of the arch. He said that from his experience, he would like to share something with her. Those who know such power, who destroy the world, are usually driven by the burden of responsibility, but she would not be alone in her struggle. The bow would help her in this. Alicia took the bow and thanked him. His words made her feel much better. Kang Yoon Sung said he was glad to hear that. He cleared the tower. With the bow, Saint Alicia stopped the demon invasion and saved the world on the continent. He gained the trust of Saint Alicia and, as a personal reward, unlocked the Saint's protection storyline. After that, he returned home. Kang Yoon Seon cleared only one tower, but it took him a whole week. He thought it would be a nice break, but he got too carried away. It was only mid-January, and there were more important things to do. He decided to take a short break and rest a little. A few days later, on his way to the tower, he was again caught up by reporters who asked him to give their magazine a chance. But he went into the tower and disappeared. The reporters said that he had entered the tower and they still had no information. All three reporters said in unison that he might have entered the Awakening Tower. Kang Yoon Sung received a message that he was being awaited like a child with 1,000 faces and 1,000 talents. He replied that he would do without it, and that it would be better to proceed with the test immediately. The clown monarch replied that he was very impatient and, despite his remarks, he was going to start anyway. Right here, right now. Then his clone in the form of a clown came up to him and asked if he wasn't even surprised. After that, they began to fight, and Kang Yoon-sung noticed that it was a fake that exactly repeated his movements. He competes with it every season, but he still feels uncomfortable. Kang Yoon-sung used his shield to defend himself from the attack. With the help of a blessing, he cheated death and managed to deflect the final blow. Then he decided to call Ruglik, but he received a notification that familiars could not be summoned in this area. He realized that it wouldn't work here. In fact, it was simple. The clone asked why he was so serious, since he could become either a hero or a villain. It was up to them to decide who to be, and there was no need to worry so much because there was nothing in the world that could be taken seriously. Kang Yoon-sung said he knew a magic trick that would shut him up. After that, they continued their battle. In the end, he defeated his clone, took his mask, and put it on his own face. He asked if there was anyone else he needed to deal with. A clown monarch appeared before him and called him a child with 1,000 faces and 1,000 talents. Then he offered him a new face and talent. After that, he returned home and ended up in the hospital. Park Tae-sik learned about the latest events and rushed to the hospital to visit him. Kang Yoon-sung was surprised to see him and asked why he had come without any gift. Park Tae-sik said that judging by his sharp tongue, he must be feeling better, so he should get up. Enough pretending to be a victim, he should go support the world as the king of heroes. Kang Yoon-seon asked if he really wanted to make him go to work in that condition. Park Tae-sik asked why he was so upset. After all, he was sure that he had taken the healing potion and used his healing ability. Kang Yoon-sung said that no matter how the wound looked, it was unusual. Park Tae-sik said that this was not surprising as his ruler was quite peculiar, therefore the awakening should proceed as usual. Yoon-sung said that it was not that serious. Awakening is available from level 50. It looks different depending on the ruler. In his case, as a reward for overcoming himself, he receives his own talent. More precisely, all the cards and stats he has earned up to this point. He managed to combine his abilities and got what he wanted, so everything is just great. Kang Yoon-sung asked what his task was. Park Tae-sik replied that he had to find a thief and beat him up. Real thieves are rare these days. He needs to find an arsonist. The arsonist started a fire and told people to tremble with fear. Like a respected maestro, he would show the way with his outstanding art. He must plunge the world into fire so that the flames spread around. The ruler of fire was delighted with him and generously rewarded Baek Dong-soo. Baek Dong-soo said that everything was as usual and that only the ruler of fire understood his art. Then he noticed the people. He said that those foolish people with their weapons had come after him again. After that, he entered the tower and disappeared. Everyone noticed that the criminal had entered the tower and wondered if there was any information about him. He entered the 4th level of the tower arena. Law enforcement officers noticed that there was a limit on the number of players in the tower. One player had already entered. The goal of the tower was to win the duel. Kang Yoon-sung arrived at the scene and thought that this player was not a hero, but someone who was stirring up trouble. He was an atypical madman. After that, he entered the tower and found himself in the arena. Baek Dong-soo asked what kind of madman dared to come here. When he saw the hero king in front of him, he was frightened. Kang Yoon-sung called him a psychopath and said that was exactly what he was. Baek Dong-soo said that someone like the hero king is capable of understanding his art. Yoon-sung said that he is a crazy creator. He couldn't wrap his head around why the world was filled with such crazy people. He asked how he dared to devalue his art and treat him like some kind of trash, so let him see his flames. Baek Dong-soo used his special skill. It is called the Orchestra of Hellfire. Kang Yoon-sung said that the peculiarity of creators is that they act independently, appearing out of nowhere. After that, he repelled his attack and said that it wasn't enough to catch him, so it was time to finish. Baek Dong-soo attacked him again and said that he couldn't believe he had created such a masterpiece with the king as the hero. Kang Yoon-sung crept up behind him and asked where he was looking. It was just his residual image. He attacked him and was surprised that he managed to dodge. Baek Dong-soo asked how he did it, since an illusion cannot talk. Kang Yoon-sung replied that he wasn't good enough to explain everything. Improving the oculus skill allows the entity to exert physical influence. Then he said he would save the entire hall for him, because it was his last performance before his death. Baek Dong-soo said that his art would not die, and then used his fire skill. As a result, he died. The objective was accomplished, and it was time to choose an exit. Players cannot destroy other players inside the tower. Kang Yoon-sung decided to deal with him on the way out, but this tower has 2 exits, one to Seoul, South Korea, and one to Calais, France. He didn't know where to go, but then he teleported to France. He said that the creator's special ability was to die unexpectedly in France. Then he saw his opponent and said that he knew he was here, and that he couldn't have expected to escape. Kang Yoon-sung immediately attacked him and wanted to destroy him, but he was protected. People came to arrest him and told Kang Yoon-sung to drop his weapon. Kang Yoon-sung asked her what she was doing there. He called her Saint Mary Jaeger. She was the head of the Order of the Knights of Salvation. Mary said that the French government had asked for help in capturing the Black Player. They were on alert when they received information that the exit from the tower led here. Yoon Sung asked if she would help deal with the arsonist. St. Mary Jaeger said she couldn't let him destroy him. Destruction during arrest is only allowed under certain circumstances. He said she sounded like a saint. Then he apologized and said that she was a saint. St. Maria said that revenge only begets revenge. Just because he behaved like a monster doesn't mean you have to become like him. Kang Yoon Sung said that destroying the Black Player was a trifle. Maria said she was saying this not for herself, but for him. He said he was saying it for her sake. Maria asked if he understood that such an act would have global consequences. Baek Dong-soo used his power, and Kang Yoon Sung asked if an attack inside the barrier wasn't supposed to go outside. St. Maria emphasized once again that she was trying to protect him. Moreover, the criminal had been caught and the incident was over. They would take him where he needed to go, and he could return and get some rest today. Kang Yoon Sung said that if she asked him not to, he would do nothing. He had only wasted his time coming here. Still, he decided to take advantage of the shadow monster's help, but Maria Jaeger stopped his attack. She told him not to even try. He replied that if that was the case, then fine, but that was to be expected. However, the shadow monster still did its job. Kang Yoon Sung was stopped and received a notification that his provocation stat had increased significantly. The clown ruler fell into hysteric. He asked if they knew how many people had died because of that madman. Among them were children. Therefore, he simply could not spare him. There was no reason for it. Black players are destroying the world faster than towers. Or perhaps they disagree. St. Mary said that this did not mean that one should act in this manner. He asked if someone who dealt with monsters in this way would become one himself. If that's really the case, then it's not so bad. St. Mary approached him and said that he wasn't a monster. After that, he talked to Pak Tashik, who yelled at him and asked who needed his philanthropy. Moreover, he himself claimed that he was not a crazy assassin. Yoon Sung said that his ears were about to fall off and asked to be killed. So what's the problem? Park Tae-sik said he didn't say to destroy him in front of everyone. The French government is asking for him to be taken back. The news had already reported that the heroic king had overused his power. Park Tae-sik said that he had found a plane for tomorrow, so he should return. Kang Yoon Sung replied that he still had business to attend to. Park Tae-sik asked what trouble he was going to cause there. He replied that he also had a personal life and would tell him when he had decided everything. After that, he hung up. Then he thanked Maria for her help and said that he owed her and that it was the least he could do. There was no reason to refuse. She said she was glad to hear that. Yoon Sung told her to make herself at home, but she replied that they would see each other tomorrow morning in Paris. Kang Yoon Sung said how good she was at setting boundaries and asked if she had anything else to say to him. She replied that she didn't and wished him good night, then left. Afterwards, she wondered if she should have asked him for such a favour. The next day, Yunsun went to the Tower of the Revolutionary Battle. According to the script, the players are in for a revolutionary battle and systemic clashes. The goal of the raid is to complete the scenario and protect the king's nobles from the revolutionary soldiers. Kang Yoon Sung told Maria that there was a bridge ahead, so they need to block their way there now. St. Maria Jaeger agreed with him. They destroyed the bridge and waited for the attack. The revolutionary soldiers approached them and their leader told them to cease fire. Then he asked what guests were doing here and whether they had not fought for the revolutionary army and for a new world spirit. Only with the return of the saint could they win, and why was she not fighting for the righteous cause? Why had she sided with the corrupt kingdom of the nobility? He asked her to return to them. Because they did not want to fight against her. Kang Yoon Sung said that was why she needed his help. It turns out that this world was not her first. She said that she first came to this tower through the 5th level tower. Together with them, she fought for freedom, equality and unity and did not think about anything else. Kang Yoon Seon said that those words sounded familiar, and she replied that the Great Revolution had the same slogan. He said that those who believed they were fighting for a just cause were now her enemies, and that's why she felt like a hypocrite. Maria said that access to the tower was restricted. Thinking ahead, they must defeat them to reach the 6th level of the tower and clear it. If they were on their side, they would remain on the 5th level. Kang Yoon Sung said that then they would do what they had to do and move on to the 6th level. Maria thanked him for being there. The commander of the revolutionary army called them honoured guests, but Kang Yoon Sung attacked him. Then he asked Maria what she thought they were. He gave them one last warning. The bridge was destroyed, so they should retreat. They did not want to cause them any more harm. The commander said that he could not retreat even if he died. Therefore, it was better to die fighting. After that, he put on his armour and ordered all the soldiers to do the same. He also told them to prepare to use magic for freedom and equality. After that, they launched their attack. Maria used the effect of deep conviction, the power of faith, and Seraphim's protection. Kang Yoon Sung received a notification that the holder of the holy title was on his side. She gave him the effect of holy armour blessing. This effect increased his armor by 1,000%. After that, he felt everything slow down. His stats increased significantly. Saint Maria Yaga told him to step back and she would take care of it, but suddenly it became very dark. He said that the lights were going out, and she didn't understand what was happening and started calling him. Kang Yoon-sung understood that the 6th level would be more difficult, but he never imagined that he would have to fight in the dark. He attacked the knights and told the saint to activate her shield. Maria activated the shield and asked him to lift the veil of absolute darkness. Otherwise she would not be able to compete. He replied that she did not need to. Her presence already increased the effect. The experience points would still be divided in half, and he was grateful to her for the characteristics she had given him. A moment later he said he was done, and she opened her eyes. Then he told her to come to him because they needed to catch up with the king. After all, she understood that it would all be in vain if the city they had fled to fell. She told him that he didn't have to do all this, but he replied that it was much more fun this way. With the strength she gave him, he would destroy them all instead of her. Moreover, he might not get another chance like this. Maria said that wasn't why she asked him for a favour. He replied that he was already doing it for her. After that, they reached the city where the revolutionaries were setting everything on fire and killing people. The commander said that all enemies of the revolution must be destroyed. Such was the order of the iron-blooded duke. No one could be spared, not even children. St. Mary saw the burning city and asked why the revolutionaries were not sparing the innocent. Gan Yun-son replied that it was their ideology. The same would happen to the inhabitants of the city they had fled from. The duke's personal guard blocked their way. Kang Yun-sung said that it was ironic and that now they were not revolutionaries fighting for their rights, but mere assassins. But in a few minutes they would be gone. Kang Yun-sung snapped his fingers and said, "Let darkness come." Then he cleared the Tower of Revolution. They received a random set of cards as a reward and a random artifact. Reporters were waiting for them at the exit of the tower. They began to ask Maria to tell them about her raid with the Hero King. She wanted to say that it was all for the safety of all countries. But Kang Yoon-sung interrupted her and said that it had been a hot night in every sense of the word. What else could a man and a woman be doing alone in a tower at night? Saint Maria told the reporters that it wasn't what they thought. Kang Yoon-sung asked what was so special about it. After all, she herself had told him that she was glad they were alone and called him dear. Maria asked him to be quiet. Then she kicked him. Kang Yoon-sung received a notification that his provocation rating was skyrocketing. The Clown Monarch rolls around on the floor, clutching his stomach. The Ghost Monarch rewards him with a set of rare or higher skill cards, and the Assassin Monarch rewards him with a set of rare or higher destruction skill cards. The Conductor Monarch rewards him with the sixth sense of a conductor. The news that the Hero King and the Saint spent the night together spread very quickly. Everyone believes that the Saint is not so saintly after all. Kang Yoon-sung said that it was too late to say that they were just friends. Maria Yaga simply smiled at his response. They arrived at the tower, and Kang Yoon-sung said he was very sorry, but he had something to say. Saint Maria asked what had happened and called him dear. He asked if he could use the Saint's blessing, but she told him to get out of the way because after a hot night, she needed to cool off a little. After that, she successfully cleared the Tower of Ice skeletons. After that, the two went on successful raids for a month. They cleared the Tower of Impenetrable Defences of the Monster Hunter's Tomb Raider. They also cleared the tower of the Sand Hell of the Queen of Arachnids. After that, Kang Yoon-sung gathered his belongings and prepared to return home. He asked if lovers don't kiss each other goodbye. St. Mary said she envied him very much. How could he be so calm? He asked if it was a compliment, and she replied that in his case it was. To be more precise, she was even glad that she had such a player she could trust. Kang Yoon-sung replied that he should have said that. After that, he said they would see each other again and left. Maria asked him to be careful on his way back and thanked him for everything he had done for her and for this world. After that, he thought about her words that it was for the sake of the world. It was obvious. Few people realized that working together was much more effective, but national interests always came first. Moreover, no one can be trusted. Kang Yoon-sung said that they would have to invite the Saint to visit them sometime. The Monster of Darkness asked how long he was going to scratch her. Kang Yoon-sung was surprised and asked if she was talking. The cat replied that she had evolved. He asked why she had only spoken now, and she replied that it was because she was annoyed by his flirting with the woman. She told him to open the set of cards he had received as a reward. Kang Yoon-sung remembered them and said he would pray for a hero-level card. If the cards give so much, then as soon as they open them all, they will become invincible. So he unlocked the set of unclaimed rewards. In this game, synergy and class are the most important things. He had already gotten energy, but never class. Kang Yoon-sung acquired the Shadow Assassin class. The synergy of darkness and the synergy of the assassin complement each other, enhancing their effects. Therefore, the power of the darkness monster increased. Yoon-sung suggested that she find a tower to test the update when they arrived. She agreed with a meow, and he wished her sweet dreams. When he returned, many people immediately recognized him and said that he was the King of Heroes, but that he had forgotten something here. After all, this was the entrance to the club. And what was he doing here in the middle of the day? Kang Yoon-sung asked the guy if he knew what time it was, because he told him to come at 9 in the morning. The guy said he had a hellish hangover and asked what was going on with that guy. Kang Yoon-sung said he would count to 3 and then he had to follow him, but the guy didn't like that and threw a glass at him. Then he asked how someone like him could give him orders and if he even knew who his father was. His father was the head of the ONH company, so he asked if he now understood who he was talking to. Kang Yoon-sung said that he must be his younger disappointment. Then he grabbed him, pulled him along, and told everyone to step aside because the King of Heroes was coming. The guy asked what he was doing and told him to let him go. Then he remembered his conversation with CAD head Lee Seong-ho. Lee Sun-ho thought that he had made a mistake in hiring one of the players. Kang Yoon-sung told him that he wanted to test his new abilities, and this was the perfect opportunity. CAD head Lee Sun-ho asked if that was all, and said that in that case the promising rookie who had awakened this season would come in handy. Kang Yoon-sung said he couldn't believe that the promising newcomer was him. He knew that he had successfully cleared the 3rd level tower. The guy asked if he was the King of Heroes and said that he had completely forgotten that he was here to take him to the 4th level tower for free. But he was tired after clearing the tower. Kang Yoon-sung asked if he was serious. He thinks that his personality and skills are completely mismatched. After that, they entered the butcher's tower and Kang Yoon-sung said that first he had to show him what he was capable of. Then he kicked him. The guy fell and saw the butcher in front of him, who said that fresh meat had arrived. The butcher attacked him and the boy tried to run away. Yoon-sung said that he should stop fooling around and let him do his job. He no longer listens to the advice of those weaker than him. The boy said that if anything happened to him, he would also suffer. Kang Yoon-seon believes that he has a great weapon, but he does not know how to use it. He still has a lot to learn. Those who cannot fight will meet a sad end. The boy asked him to save him, and he asked who would then save the world. Kang Yoon-sung used a shadow cloning technique and was able to control shadows in a chosen location, then said that practice is the best teacher. After that, they were attacked by bats. The boy warned of the danger and Kang Yoon-sung used a blood spell technique. As a magician, he can summon spirits, and with the help of the spirits, he can create blades from the bodies of enemies, which can cause damage. Kang Yoon-sung asked the boy if it was time for him to change his pants. He told him to watch his language or his father would have his way with him. He replied that he wasn't being rude, but simply giving extra motivation to succeed to such a cute puppy like him, so that he would be the best. The boy asked if he had just made that up and that it sounded like a lie. Kang Yoon-sung said that was because he wasn't ready to hear the truth. Specifically, the truth that he was a bad player. Before that, he had used an assassin's warning technique that put a black mark on his victim. The black mark gives the player who left it additional effect, 500 points to stealth and attack. The boy asked what he had done. After that, Kang Yoon-sung destroyed him and said that the King of Heroes does not work with people like him, and if he thinks such an act is unfair, he can always defeat him in battle. After that, he returned to reality. Everyone saw the Hero King with some guy. People didn't get what they were doing and thought it was some kind of ritual. The guy asked what was going on and what had happened to his face. Kang Yoon-sung said that he had destroyed him without causing much pain and asked if he still didn't understand that he was dead. He was surprised and said that if his father found out about this, Kang Yoon-sung said that of course he would find out because he would tell him himself. The guy said that he probably didn't understand what kind of trouble he was in. He asked what kind of trouble it was and if he could hire an assassin for him. And what would happen if the head of the ONH became his enemy? Another person would join the queue to destroy him. Maybe he thinks he's special, but that's not the case at all. After that, they received a notification about the update of the Endless Maze season. The maze race is already here, and 9999 mazes await the players. They have to organise a raid and emerge victorious. Kang Yoon-sung received a notification that the Clown Monarch was influencing the tower's rules and asked what was going on and told them to wait. After that, he was chosen to run in the maze and sent to the 999th maze. He ended up there with the guy and the people who were next to him. Kang Yoon-sung realised that he was now really in trouble and called the boy a spoiled child. He ended up on a teeth with him and the other newbies. They immediately recognised him and asked if he was the King of Heroes. The man said that Team A was written on the floor, so it seemed they had to work together. The man was delighted that they were on the same team as the King of Heroes. Kang Yoon-sung was not thrilled that he would have to clear the tower with a bunch of noobs, so he decided to review the rules of the maze. According to the rules, if a player dies at the hands of another player, they can respawn after clearing the maze. If they die at the hands of the maze, they will not respawn even after clearing it. To clear the maze, you must defeat the Green King boss. 5 teams of equal strength participate in the maze race. If 3 players die, the remaining players are disqualified. The rules remain in effect until the maze is cleared. Newcomers believe that they have nothing to worry about because the King of Heroes is with them. Yoon Sung believes that old age will take him before this tower does. He asked the monarch to show his skills and receive the blessing of his mentor's sixth sense. Thanks to the blessing, they managed to make good progress, but one of the guys has only just started playing. This division is necessary to balance the teams in terms of strength, but the other teams probably have veterans. Therefore, it is not surprising that they look like easy prey. Kang Yoon Sung told all the players to gather at one point because they had guests. Another team attacked them. Kang Yoon Sung protected all the members of his team with the help of a dark monster. He dealt with the players himself and said that rule number 5 states that if 3 players are destroyed, the entire team is disqualified. Therefore, he destroyed 3 of them, and the tower was about to destroy the other 2 for failing the raid, but Kang Yoon Sung managed to do it first. Kang Yoon Sung remembered rule number 2. If a player dies at the hands of the maze, they do not belong to the team even after the maze has been cleared. He said he showed mercy by destroying them himself. That way, at least they could be revived. A member of another team was watching them and noticed that the Hero King was there. If they destroyed him, his entire team would be eliminated. So he decided to tell the other team members, but he didn't notice someone approaching him. Kang Yoon Sung quietly crept up to him and asked if he was resting here alone. The guy was confused and said he was his fan. He replied that he understood and then asked where his team was. After that, the guy rushed off to tell the others everything. He quickly caught up with them and told them that he had found the other team, and then they all rushed to that place. The guy said that one of them was strong, but the others wouldn't get in their way. A member of the team said that they would deal with the strongest one first. Then he asked if they were sure they were going in the right direction, because it was too dark there. The guy said he was sorry and that it was nothing personal. The team member called him a traitor, and then the team left the game. Yoon Sung dealt with them. Kang Yoon Sung found 2 more teams and dealt with them as well, completing the seasonal update and the first maze. Achievement points were awarded to all players on their team. Everyone was delighted that they had won and thanked the King of Heroes for it. Everyone received a notification that the team had been assigned random blessing tickets, so they had to choose a player to receive the award. In case of disagreement, no player would receive the award. The guy from the team was surprised that they were giving 2 tickets to the team instead of each participant. Kang Yoon Sung said that of course that was the case, especially since he had done all the work, so the reward belonged to him, or perhaps someone disagreed. The guy he met earlier said that he disagreed and that 1 ticket would be his, and then he would turn a blind eye to what happened in the tower. Another man told him that he didn't even lift a finger, while he at least helped catch the monsters. Therefore, the 2nd ticket should go to him. The guy asked if he even knew who his father was. The man asked who he was without his father. Another guy joined their argument. He told them to stop arguing, but they didn't listen to him. The girl also tried to reconcile them. Kang Yoon Sung destroyed them and said that they should have a conscience because they had already gained experience points and achievements without doing anything. Then he turned to the girl and the boy who were left and asked if either of them thought he deserved a 2nd ticket. But they didn't answer him, so he said that the player Kang Yoon Sung would receive the reward and took both cards for himself. Then he opened the random blessing ticket and said that he already had one. He received fire resistance and a favourable wind sail. The system notified him that he already had the fire resistance blessing and offered to combine the 2 cards. He confirmed this offer and received the fire shield blessing. The more blessings, the better, even if they are not that good. After all, the monarch's blessings are not reset with each season, but remain with him from season to season. If you think about it, blessings are even more valuable than ability cards. Kang Yoon Sung asked if he should go to the Tower of Fire attributes to practice his new blessings, especially since there is a 6th level of the Phoenix's Nest, and it wouldn't be superfluous, so he asked the Shadow Monster for its opinion. The cat replied that she didn't like fire, and preferred to go where it was dark and cool. Yoon Sung called her demanding and then received a notification. The Tower of Sacred Battle was calling him, and his rank accessory, the Sign of the Pull, was affecting it. The tower was at the 7th level, and only 1 player could enter. Kang Yoon Sung accepted the offer and said that they wouldn't give him a moment's peace. The goal of the raid was to win. Monsters could also participate in the battle. He entered the Tower of Sacred Battle, where Princess Syria was waiting for him, and said that the Goddess of Shadows had heard her prayers. He also accepted her challenge. Kang Yoon Sung remembered her and asked if she was the same princess, but the guard said that he should show respect to the queen. Saria told them that was enough and explained that she owed this man so much that words could not describe it. Now he had come to her aid again, and didn't he deserve to be her ally? Kang Yoon Sung said he could see that everything had worked out for her. The raid on the outer tower ended with her coronation, but was Saria in danger again? Kang Yoon Sung asked how he could be of service to His Highness. The sacred land had been captured by Ayub, the kingdom of the elves. After Urvan of Thi was struck down, the new pope decided to take action. Pope Gregory V appealed to the human kings to unite and return the sacred land. The evil King Richard the Bloody Beard Barbarossa and the Supreme King Philip II united, which led to a holy battle between the elves and humans. Kang Yoon-sung explained what was going on. It turned out that it was a conflict of interests and that it was impossible to simply divide the land equally. Sira said that the kings of the three nations had gathered their armies. Their goal was the fortress, as it was closest to the sacred land. Then she asked if he would fight for them. Kang Yoon-sung asked if it was the king with evil intentions. She asked him how good his eyesight was. They must be about 200,000 meters away. Kang Yoon-sung used his pocket workshop to change his eyepiece to an ice bolt. After that, he gathered his weapons. The blessing of his mentor's sixth sense was activated. The 3-star ice bolt greatly increased range and damage. Kang Yoon-sung told Her Majesty that she had nothing to worry about. He aimed at the people approaching the fortress and destroyed one of the knights. After that, they realized that it was yesterday's guest. Therefore, everyone took out their shields to defend themselves. Kang Yoon-sung tried to attack again, but was unable to break through the shield. He thought that these shields were blessed by the Monarch of Fire. He had accepted the gift from the Monarch of Frost, and now he was everywhere. The commander ordered the second squad to find yesterday's guest. Kang Yoon-sung decided that he had to act and jumped off the cliff. The elves also attacked them. One of the knights said that they were elves and asked if they should join forces. But the commander said that first they must find the guest. The elves said that no arrow could pierce the helmet. Everything was just as the guest had predicted. In that case, the enemy forces would reach the fortress very quickly. But then a shadow monster attacked the knights. The knights did not understand why someone was fighting for these elves. But then the shadow monster enveloped them in darkness. But among them there were those who had no intention of surrendering or retreating. The cat plunged all the knights into darkness. But the evil King Richard ordered them all to go forward and broke free from the shadows, ordering his men to follow him. Kang Yoon-sung stood in their way, and one of the elves asked if he was just following his target. Following the Queen's orders, they must destroy them all. He called them a bunch of fanatics. After that, they launched an attack and defeated many knights. Kang Yoon-sung decided to take on the evil King Richard himself. The king asked how he dared and if he even knew who he was facing. He replied that he was facing an enemy, and defeating him would earn him a reward, which was enough for him. Then he said that it was worth checking if he really had the heart of a dragon. After that, he marked him with a black mark. His weaknesses were identified, his attack modifier and every evasion modifier were reduced by 500 points. King Richard asked if he really thought that some insect could defeat him. After that, he struck his horse. Kang Yoon-sung did not understand how he did it, since he had marked him with a black mark. King Richard said that he was sacrificing this blood to him. So let it give him the strength to defeat this heathen. Kang Yoon-sung noticed that his opponent had become stronger, so he quickly opened the storage and replaced the ice bolt with a sword. After that, they began the battle. Kang Yoon-sung used the bloody grip skill. Because there was a lot of blood around them, this skill worked stronger than usual. This created the perfect conditions for increasing the skill's range. With its help, he raised the fallen knights. The king said that he would not stop him with such a cheap trick, but then the lifeless bodies rushed at him, and he turned to the god of light. But the radius was too wide to use his abilities. Kang Yoon-sung approached the king and severed his head. After that, he brought it to Queen Seori. She said that they were eternally grateful for his service, but only one of the 3 kings had been defeated. The sacred battle had only just begun. Yoon-sung waited for the store to open, and the saleswoman told him that he had reached the highest level of skill in creating ice swords. If he improved the shop, he would be able to buy the Awakening Stone. Kang Yoon-sung said that he was worried that it would not appear at all. He said that he didn't want to do easy work after taking the 7th level tower. After that, he upgraded the shop. He also bought an Awakening Stone. The experience points he gained awakened the skill of creating ice swords. After that, he decided to deal with some more enemies and said that today was a great day to die. His opponents noticed that he was very strong. Kang Yoon-sung remarked that their captain must be too soft. Because his army was being defeated, and he didn't even dare to stand up, it must be very difficult for him to do so because of his weight. In that case, he would have to go to him if Barbarossa did not come out himself. Before that, Sarah said that they had received news that Barbarossa had positioned his troops not far from them. Kang Yoon-sung said that the elf spies had done a great job. She replied that, to be honest, the scout was a human. The 3 kings who participated in the sacred battle never got along, and they are still enemies. So whether this news is true or not, it gives them a chance. Barbarossa, the Bloody Beard, was the most powerful of the 3 kings, so she asked if he would lead her best warriors if she sent them. Kang Yoon-sung thought that the original plan was to destroy him without making too much noise. The information seemed true, but there was no goal. Then Yoon-sung found him and said, "Here he is!" Then he asked why such a great man was hiding like a coward. Kang Yoon-sung approached him, and Barbarossa fell. He noticed that the cup he was holding in his hand contained poison. One of the elves came in and said that everything was clear outside. Then she saw Barbarossa and asked if he was already dead. Kang Yoon-sung realizes that the real enemy is right in front of them. and that the sacred battle is a deception. It all seems like some kind of delusion. Since the first season, they had been forcing nations to fight each other and sending mercenaries to eliminate the best players. They were only pursuing their own interests. The words that Barbarossa had been poisoned by one of his own surprise Queen Seori. She asked if the information had been leaked for someone else's benefit. Yunson said that with their competition, they had simply given someone confidence in Barbarossa's death. Syria couldn't believe that they were capable of such a thing during a sacred battle. He said that they were capable of such a thing precisely because it was a sacred battle. Because they would get all the glory and cause discord among the three nations. Two birds with one stone. Seria said that one way or another, they would now have to compete with the Supreme King. Yoon Sung said that the remaining soldiers would not retreat. Besides, his troops had been disbanded and had probably gone over to the other side. One of the knights reported that the assassin who attacked Bloodybeard had been killed by his soldiers, so Barbarossa's death could be pinned on him. Supreme King Philip II said that this was excellent and that the remaining warriors would easily carry out his orders. King Philip announced that the king of evil intent and the bloody beard had fallen at the hands of the pagans. The soldiers said that he could destroy these pagans, and they would follow him and obey his orders. He said that of course they would. The truth spoke through his lips. The Holy Land would belong to them. Then he ordered the troops of the evil king with the bloody beard to be sent to the front. Then he noticed that angels were watching them from heaven, so they must not falter. King Philip has a golden fanaticism adorned with a golden cross. After the blessing, the knight's faith became unshakable and he destroyed 1,000 elves. Yoon Sun saw the cavalry of the evil king approaching them. There were also armed warriors with bloody beards. Along with them was an army he had never seen before. Kang Yoon Sung realized that he was going to use the enemy troops as a human shield. After that, the warriors shouted that they would destroy the pagans in the name of the God of Light and in the name of peace. Yoon Sung said that these slogans were all the same again and that it was impossible to establish peace in this way. Kang Yoon Sung decided to try the West Wind card as he had bought in the store. The west wind would blow across the battlefield. Their battles would go smoothly like a gentle wind at the end of spring. One of the knights noticed him. Then he shouted that it was the elf assassin. He had to avenge their majesty, so they would not lose to an ignoramus. King Philip II asked the God of Light to guide them and received his blessing. The warriors of light joined the battle. The knights shouted that the gods were with them, and one of the elves told her brothers and sisters to go forward because the goddess of shadows was with them. Kang Yoon Sung said that if this battle was what the gods wanted, and if this was all they were waiting for, then didn't that make them evil gods? The monster of darkness told him to shut up and do what he was paid to do. He said she was right and that today the battle would end. After that, he launched his attack. The Council of Shadows asked him not to disappoint them and gave him 100 shadow puppets. Kang Yoon Sung was surprised that they were being given support, but their opponents had the same power. They are helped by the same angels of light. 59th level angels are fighting on their side. Kang Yoon Sung is confident that these guys from the Shadow faction will take care of the angels. Then he turned his attention to King Philip II. He said that he was his opponent. He noticed his cloak and thought that he was a player. King Philip called him a stupid pagan and asked if everyone called him a guest. From these words, Kang Yoon Sung realized that he was not a player. After that, King Philip said that in the name of the God of Light and King Philip II and the Supreme King, he would not leave. Kang Yoon Sung thinks it's terrible that he put God and people on the same level. This guy is a real religious fanatic. This game simply cannot get any worse, especially since everyone already has wings on their backs. After that, the Shadow Monarch blessed him with the wings of a raven. He said he didn't mean that he also needed wings, but it can be considered a fashionable accessory for the game. Competing in the air like this, his plan is now just a useless piece of paper. King Richard said that he finally had a worthy opponent and that their competition would be legendary. Then he pounced on him and said that he seemed tired. This was his punishment for betraying the God of Light. Kang Yoon Sung asked if he was living as the gods wanted him to, so it was the gods who wanted him to poison the bloody beard. King Richard destroyed the swords flying at him and called it a cheap trick. Then he said that of course the gods wanted it. He was blessed by the god Seraphim and wanted the same thing as his god. After that, he used Seraphim's shield. Kang Yoon Sung sent his clone after him. King Richard destroyed him and then realized it was a fake. Then Yoon Sung destroyed his shield and said that he knew he wasn't the only one dissatisfied with the wings, because they limit the field of vision. He wanted to attack him, but received a message that a level 8 Seraphim had moved into the body of the Supreme King. Kang Yoon Sung was surprised that angels could do such things. After that, they continued the battle. The Seraphim who had transferred into the Supreme King's body severed one of Kang Yoon Sung's wings. Then he struck him with his sword. Kang Yoon Sung screamed and then said that he would lose his voice. The severed wing captured Seraphim. As a result, he defeated the Supreme King and said that it was a pity to say, but he did not need wings to compete on Earth. The knights saw something falling from the sky. After that, the course of history changed, and the legendary cloak of the player will be remembered. Kang Yoon-sung received damaged equipment and earned 100,000 achievement points, then said that it was finally over. After that, he returned to reality, where reporters were already waiting for him with breaking news. They reported that the King of Heroes had successfully cleared the first tower of the 7th level in the season. Yoon-sung wondered where his house was. After all, he had entered the tower near his house. The reporter said that the cross had disappeared from the design of his cloak and asked if he had changed his cloak inside the tower. He asked if they couldn't see it themselves. The reporter noted that he was raiding the tower more intensively than in other seasons, so maybe he wants to comment on his exploits. Park Tae-sik arrived at the scene and said that they were late and that this thing was probably recharging. His subordinate said there was no need to worry so much. Park Tae-sik noticed something and said that something had changed. Kang Yoon-sung remarked that they liked his exploits. They liked to write sensational articles, but to be honest, he never understood why he should strain himself to save the world. Then he said that something had struck him and asked if they were ready to listen to him again. The reporters asked how he felt about the battle. He asked if that was when molten iron was poured on them while they were climbing the castle walls and being shot with arrows, and also their internal organs fall out when they are struck with a sword. Then he laughed and said that it was all true because they were now living in the 21st century. In that case, as befits the 21st century, they would start with rockets falling from the sky. Bullets fly through them and fighter jets destroy innocent people. Even though they are in the 21st century, their insides still spill out. Then he asked how they felt about the battle. The reporters replied that they felt strongly negative and that no one liked it. But it doesn't matter if the battle ends in victory or defeat, people will still die. Kang Yoon-sung remembered his conversation with Seri. She said she was happy because they had taken revenge, but she was still very scared. He said that her people had won, so what was she afraid of? She replied that she was afraid of the end of the battle, the blood and death. She asked if this horrific scene was what their goddess wanted. Kang Yoon-sung told reporters that he felt the same way. To be honest, no one in their right mind would enjoy a battle. He then asked how they felt about the heroes in that case. The reporters replied that everyone likes heroes. He asked how they thought people became heroes. They said that heroes become heroes by destroying their enemies and performing well in battle. Without battle, there would be no heroes. After that, he asked again how they felt about battle. He said that they needed to be honest with each other because they liked battle. The reporters noted that this was a very provocative statement. The situation was simply a relic of the past. It is incompatible with modern legislation. Kang Yoon-sung asked how this could be a relic of the past. Even now, their neighbours to the left, right and above send mercenaries after him at the beginning of every season. That is also a battle. Espionage is also considered a battle. The reporter asked if he meant that other countries had attempted to destroy him. Kang Yoon-sung said that surely they knew about it, but it must be classified information, so he had to remain silent. He was asked who his neighbour upstairs was, and he replied that if he said, he would be censored. That's why he remembered everything right away. All it took was mentioning the battle. Even if the world ended tomorrow, people would still be fighting each other today. Countries even want to send their best players to the front lines, using them as weapons in battle. They told him to take up his sword, but not against the enemy of the whole world, but against the enemy of his country. It seems that even without his intervention, the season will be great, so why is he here? Why does he have to go through all this and save the world? He means, does this world deserve to be saved? All the best players watched the live broadcast of his speech. One of the reporters said that the world deserves to be saved. Kang Yoon-sung asked how it deserves it. He said that at least they couldn't allow innocent people to suffer, and that it would be irresponsible of him to stop being a player. Yoon-sung said that as the King of Heroes, he would either die a hero or live long enough to become a villain. But there was no need to take his words so seriously. After that, Park Tae-sik grabbed his arm and told him to get down from there. He took him away and asked everyone to get out of the way. Finally, Kang Yoon-sung decided to say something to the people watching the live broadcast. He told them not to say anything more about the player's debt and the responsibility that lay with him, because if they anger such an arrogant player like him, he will not take responsibility for all the chaos in the world. He hoped that they understood everything and recorded it all. The reporters asked him to wait. After that, they left, and the Clown Monarch expressed his satisfaction, while the Battle Monarch was delighted and blessed him with the god of battle. Park Tae-sik said that he needed to go home now, so he would have to deal with all this himself. Kang Yoon-sung agreed with him. The monarch of the alternate reality went into a berserk state and blessed him with a legendary item, an amulet for finding enemies. This is a legendary item that gives the enemy a code word during battle. The worst thing about the amulet is that only the wearer can hear the voice. It increases the chances of delivering a stronger blow by gathering information about the informer's target and finding their weak points. Kang Yoon-sung and Park Tae-sik listened to the news about the threats faced by the King of Heroes from other countries. They are going to take specific measures against the crimes. Park Tae-sik asked why he was listening to this. He made such a fuss at first, and now he's afraid. Kang Yoon-sung said he thought he would get angry. Park Tae-sik asked how he could be angry with him, knowing what he was going through and whether he had anyone closer to him than him. Yoon-sung mentioned it to Maria and said that he had holidays in France. Park Tae-sik remarked that she was like the moon to him because he believed they had a special connection. After that, Kang Yoon-sung thanked him. Park Tae-sik said that at least he understood that he should be grateful. Yoon-sung asked what his current class was, and he replied that he was a pure-blooded assassin. So Yoon-sung asked if he had awakened. And surely he has some kind of special costume? Park Tae-sik said yes, and saying the word Heartbreaker showed off his costume. It was the legendary weapon of the assassins. He had heard that Yoon-sung had also received legendary equipment. Kang Yoon-sung replied that he had. Park Tae-sik told him to at least rest sometimes. Constant work had never helped anyone. Then he asked if he wanted to go for a walk. There was a good tower on the 7th level. Secret organizations and infighting awaited them there. The goal of the raid was to revive the Capone family. They went to the tower and Park Tae-sik told them to get ready, because betrayal, secret enmity, and the unparalleled ugliness of the organization await them. Kang Yoon-sung said that in that case they'd better change the genre to noir. The girl in the tower gave the man one thing and told him to take care of it before their next meeting, and to remember that it was all in the name of justice. Then she looked at the watch and said it had stopped. Her godfather had given it to her. Kang Yoon-sung said they were unlucky, and it was raining. Park Tae-sik said they could start inside. Kang Yoon-sung asked him to put something on his head because all his hair was falling out. A girl saw them and became interested in them. Then she asked them for help. This is the city of Black York, and the Capone family is in crisis. They said they were there to fix it, and the girl asked them to follow her. She would take them to the boss. While the girl was leading them, she told them that their city, Black York, was ruled by 5 prestigious families in the criminal world. A meeting between these businessmen was scheduled for 4 days later, but not long ago, their godfather and former head of the Capone family and his assistants had been killed. They lost many valuable people. This girl was an orphan and was picked up from the streets when she was just a child. She was lucky that her abilities awakened, but this was of little use. Life became better when her godfather adopted her. On the day of the attack, she managed to save only one person, her godfather's son. He is now the current boss. She brought them to his office, and he said that he was the head of the Capone organization and the head of the Capone family. Park Tae-sik asked if the boss was a milksop. The boss replied that he shouldn't call him that because he didn't look like him at all. How dare they say such things to the face of Capone's head, the legitimate heir? The girl asked him not to be angry with them, because it seemed that these guys were not very intelligent. His mere presence commanded respect. Capone said that everything was correct and that they didn't have much time, so they needed to get down to business. He asked Rebecca to come closer. Rebecca accepted her boss's order and said that in short, their goal was to restore the Capone family to its former glory. At the upcoming meeting in 4 days, among the leaders of the 5 families, they must attract the most attention and find the culprits, those responsible for the death of their godfather and their best men. Kang Yoon-sung asked who they suspected first. Rebecca said that it could be anyone from the other 4 families. Falcone, Colio Sanchez, Gambino, or someone close to them. Gambino is currently under scrutiny. He is currently in a good position and is more eager to fight than the others. Park Tae-sik said that maybe they should eliminate them all. Rebecca said that wasn't a bad idea. That way they would get rid of all potential enemies of the family. Kang Yoon-sung said that it seems like her boss doesn't like the idea. Rebecca asked if that was true, and he said no. Capone had always been a big family. She had everything with his father. Now he only had Rebecca. She had watched her father's strategy for the last 20 years. Her methods were the essence of Capone. That's why he thinks she's right. Kang Yoon-sung said that he was the leader of the Capones, not Rebecca. He pointed out that she had more experience. Kang Yoon-sung asked if he wanted to destroy them all, and the boss replied that his father would have wanted that. But to be honest, he thinks that if they are not involved, it is better to maintain their business relationship, and asked if they could do that. Rebecca replied that of course they could, but that he was too soft. Park Tae-sik thought about the power struggle among the 5 major families. He suggested starting with the Coley family because they were closest. Kang Yoon-sung agreed with him. Then he remarked that he was talking like a thief. Park Tae-sik said that to find a thief you have to think like a thief. In the end, life is a game, and everyone chooses their own role. After that, they made their way into the Koryo family's territory. The guards met them and asked who they were and who dared to sneak into the Kolyo family's territory. Park Tae-sik destroyed them and told the others to surrender while they still could, saying he would spare those who did not resist. The guards asked if he thought they weren't ready to die for the Kolyo family. Park Tae-sik said that if that was the case, they were finished, and destroyed them. Kang Yoon-sung just looked at him as he walked away. After that, reinforcements arrived. The guards asked if they had deliberately attacked before the meeting. Park Tae-sik grabbed one of them and asked if he was the boss of the Koryo family. The guy replied that their boss would never stoop so low as to fight someone like them. Park Tae-sik said that he understood. Then he asked Kang Yoon-sun to have some fun with them himself. He asked what that meant and said they would go together. Park Tae-sik said that as far as he remembered, he'd come here to relax. So let him relax and let him deal with it. In the end, Kang Yoon-sung agreed and said he would clear the way for him. Park Tae-sik said that was great and called him his boss. So Kang Yoon-sung dealt with the guards. Park Tae-sik found his boss, destroyed all the guards, and noticed a huge bird flying past the window. Kang Yoon-sung saw a large number of crows and found it strange. He had a strange premonition. He caught a crow feather and thought that this was probably not the end. First, they got rid of the Koryo family. The next target is the Gambino family. Kang Yoon-sung said that Park Tae-sik was going to ram everything and turn everything upside down. He didn't understand what he was doing. He said he hadn't seen him on the battlefield in a long time, but he also doesn't want to show his cruel side, and in that they are alike. Kang Yoon-sung shouted at him not to forget anyone and to destroy everyone. The shadow monster called him lazy and said that he had settled in well. He remarked that he was here to rest, or maybe she'd forgotten. When Park Tae-sik finished his work, they decided to have lunch. Park Tae-sik told him that he had been eating cheeseburgers for breakfast, lunch and dinner ever since they arrived and asked if he wasn't tired of them yet. Kang Yoon-sung said that the local burgers were top-notch and that while he was here, he wanted to enjoy them to the fullest. Park Tae-sik said that there were other delicious places to eat, but Yoon-sung pointed out that he rarely gets to relax and didn't want to stress about choosing a place to eat. Then he asked what was going on with Gambino. Park Tae-sik said that he heard from their boss that he doesn't know what's going on. Kang Yoon-sung said that he asked him to trust him, but he himself was giving such vague answers. Park Tae-sik said he wouldn't come to meet him. The head of the Gambino family tried to call the Sanchez and Falcone families, but no one answered. He became angry, not understanding why they weren't answering, and threw down the phone. He said not to tell him that Capone had been destroyed by their hands. Before that, Park Tae-sik told him that in 72 hours, the blood flow in his heart would stop and then his heart would stop. But he could stop it if he understood what he meant. The boss said that the Gambino family would miss the meeting. They were ready to cooperate in the search for those responsible for the death of Capone Sr. Park Tae-sik remarked that he was smart and should not miss his chance. Kang Yoon-sung said that they were left with nothing. Park Tae-sik told him to stop chewing ice because it was bad for his teeth. Then he said they would find out more at the meeting. Besides, it was just a guess, but he thought there was someone else besides the 5 families. The meeting of the family heads took place, and Marcello Collio, head of the Collio family, said that it was already quite late, but 2 were still missing. The Gambino family boss also joined the meeting, and Capone said that Falcone and Sanchez were responsible for his father's death. He had suspected them all along. Rebecca told him not to jump to conclusions and just watch everyone. The head of the Capone family agreed with her and said she was very wise. After that, subordinates rushed in with urgent news. They reported that Falcone and Sanchez had been killed. Kang Yoon-sung and Park Tae-sik were sitting at a table next to them. Kang Yoon-sung said that it seemed they had a second enemy. Park Tae-sik said that now it was clear why the families seemed weak. Kang Yoon-sung said that he felt like he had become stronger. Park Tae-sik remarked that he had certainly looked very confused the whole time. After that, someone came down to them and said that it was convenient that everyone who was ruining the city had gathered in one place. They are connected to corrupt politicians, manipulate the union and steal from poor citizens. They also cheat and engage in smuggling. Therefore, they can only be called shameful criminals who create chaos around them, so this is what they deserve. The man said his name was Night Raven, and that they would all get what they deserved. The head of the Capone family asked if he was the one who had killed the other 2 bosses. He said that was correct. They were scoundrels for whom even death was too low a price to pay. He had also killed his father, and very soon he would meet him. After that, the Night Raven attacked them and called them criminals. Rebecca protected the boss and said that it was dangerous and that he should back off. The boss remarked that he was the one who had destroyed their father. She said she knew that and that in the name of justice a fair price must be paid. The Night Raven began to dispense justice. Kang Yoon-sung said that a son is not responsible for his father. After that, he used his power and destroyed his ravens and also protected everyone else. He asked if he, the Night Raven, was the main thief. They began to fight, and Yoon-sung noticed that he was very agile. In that case, he decided to try something else and put a black mark on him to find out his weakness. Then he used the code word informer, and a narrator appeared before him with an amulet for finding enemies. He provided detailed information about the target. Kang Yoon-sung thought that the expression bird sang took on a new meaning. The bird said that the energy came from his cloak and sharp feathers. One must be wary of his feathers. He also has a lot of explosives and should be treated with caution. Kang Yoon-sung said that he must be a terrorist. The Night Raven asked if he could weaken his opponent and asked if he was a sir. So if he was dealing with a sir, he would need help. After that, he called the crow for help. Park Tae-sik said that there were too many crows and asked Kang Yoon-sung if he wanted to switch places. Kang Yoon-sung was surprised that a master of one-on-one combat would say such a thing, and then said that all the bosses belonged to him. He was their hero, and he had to protect the boss, and asked if he understood. Then he said that he was better suited to the role of bodyguard. Park Tae-sik became angry with him and said that this was not true because he was a pure-blooded assassin. Kang Yoon-sung pointed out that destruction was also his element. The Night Raven said that he had to save the world and asked why he was acting like the devil's advocate. He didn't know what they had told him, but their rotten souls had simply deceived him. They were a bunch of criminals who had destroyed his family, the Capones, and then they left the courtroom innocent only because they have connections and money. They cannot be left unpunished. This city is rotten, so he is fighting for justice, and it is not too late to restore justice. That's why the Night Raven asked Kang Yoon-sung to take his side. Yoon-sung said that enough was enough, then he approached him. He took off his mask and said that it didn't suit him, but then he saw the face of a child hidden behind the mask. The Night Raven said that his justice will prevail, and then pressed the detonator to use the explosives. Kang Yoon-sung asked what he had done, and he said that Rebecca had told him about the meeting 3 days ago. He asked how much explosives they had managed to set up. The entire building began to burn, and the Night Raven said that justice would prevail. Park Tae-sik wanted to take him away, but the shadow monster plunged Rebecca and the head of the Capone family into its darkness and saved them. She caught Kang Yoon-soo with her teeth and carried everyone to a safe distance from the building that exploded. Rebecca thanked Kang Yoon-soo and Park Tae-sik for their loyalty. Thanks to them, most of the businessmen at the meeting were killed. As a result, Capone was back on top. Kang Yoon-sung said that their boss, the milkman, had survived as they had wanted, so victory was theirs. Rebecca said that everything was correct and their work was done. Yoon-sung said that she had arranged everything. She asked what business it was of theirs. Yoon-sung pointed out that he had been hired to eliminate the Capone family's enemies, and she had interfered. Therefore, she was responsible for the death of the family head, and even persuaded the Night Raven to destroy all the other leaders. Rebecca said they had no proof. Kang Yoon-sung said that the Night Raven had betrayed her. She had given him the information. The Night Raven said that the traitor would also go to the other world. Therefore, she was the traitor. She got rid of her rival's family, appointed her puppet as Capone's boss, and became the woman who practically ruled Black York. This also makes her Capone's enemy. She replied that this was not true. It was all for Mr. Vito. He is too kind and innocent. She got rid of the Godfather who wanted to make Vito his successor and all the external enemies who posed a threat to him. She did it only to protect him from this cruel world. She did only what was required of her as head of security. Kang Yoon-sung said that she stabbed the man who took her in and raised her in the back and put her puppet in the boss's place. Park Tae-sik said that she only thought about her own safety. Because of her, Vito was completely dependent, and she only thought about herself. Rebecca called him a sir and said that he didn't know her at all. Park Tae-sik remarked that then they should ask Vito. Vito came out to them and asked if it was her. Rebecca wanted to justify herself, and he said that she was right as always. This world is truly cruel. With that, the goal of the raid to revive the Capone family and destroy their enemies was accomplished. Kang Yoon-sung and Park Tae-sik returned, and Park Tae-sik said that he just wanted to be a detective in a black and white movie. But Kang Yoon-sung said that he wasn't a detective, and the tower wasn't noir. It was more like a battle between a superhero and a supervillain. Still, he liked that this time he wasn't met by reporters as he left the tower. Park Tae-sik suggested they spend some time together sometime. Park Tae-sik's subordinate approached them and said that they had a problem with the 5th level tower in the center of Seoul. It was on the verge of destruction. The 5th level tower in question was being raided by players from the association. They failed the first raid and retreated. One player asked another what he was going to do about it. They had received 3 penalty points for failing the raid. This would lower the level of all of them. The guy said they would fix it. The other asked how, and he said they would organize a high-level raid. The players asked if he had lost his mind, and he said that they had gone through too much to just retreat. Would he want to end up at the bottom again and become a slave to the association? The guy said no. He said that because of this, they had to make up for the penalty points any way they could. A high-level raid was their only chance. After that, they decided to launch a high-level raid and were completely destroyed. Kang Yoon-sung knew that the association's merit and penalty point system was cruel, but it shouldn't be that way. Tower hacks were rare, but during the first and second seasons, this disaster passed fairly easily. At the same time, proper raid methods had not yet been worked out, and failures were commonplace. The solution was not easy to find. Many had died long before this, and he himself had lost loved ones both before and after becoming a player. But now everything was different. Kang Yoon-sung unlocked uncollected equipment and skill sets. He discovered an amulet for finding enemies, a wind bracelet, and a ring of power. He must not allow anything to compromise him. Kang Yoon-sung combined the wind bracelet with the Shimoro bracelet, and from the bloody chain he made Charlotte's spider web. he received a notification that the tower was about to be hacked and that he needed to prepare for the invasion of monsters. They arrived at the scene of the incident and immediately recognized the Hero King. The players were delighted that the Hero King was there and that at least they would not die. The countdown to the tower break-in began, so the players prepared for what was about to happen. Kang Yoon-sung said that anyone who meets one of the following 3 criteria should run away. The first are those who can capture the shadow of his skill. The second were those who couldn't keep up with him, and the third were everyone else. After that, all the players started to run away. The monsters broke free, and he said that this place was swarming with monsters of various kinds. There were orcs, reptilians, and even creatures he didn't know how to name. Judging by the name of the tower, the enemies the players were fighting must be humans. These are people from the kingdom inside the tower itself. This means that the monsters that escaped from the tower have nothing to do with it. But then, where did they come from? The reporter was broadcasting live from a helicopter and told everyone to watch how the King of Heroes would deal with the tower break-in. Moreover, this is a tower of high difficulty, and he's completely alone there. Although he is a rather controversial figure, his skills are truly impressive. The monarch of the abyss awakened darkness from the deepest places, thinking it would be more fun. The reporter noticed that the gates had changed colour. In his opinion, this is incredible, and this ominous shade must represent the monster of the abyss, but how could it appear in the gate of a 5th level tower? Kang Yoon-sung asked if their attention wasn't wonderful, but now he asks him to disappear before he feeds him to the monster. He couldn't understand how a monk could act on his own free will. After that, he received a notification that a monster from the abyss had appeared. Yoon-sung waited for this and then struck, hoping that it would be enough. He said he would deal with it in one move. He used Charlotte's web skill, which connects 2 points with a thread of death and has incredible cutting ability. Thanks to this, he defeated the abyssal monster, and the abyssal monk blessed him with the Stone of the Abyss to express his satisfaction. After stopping the tower hack, he was immediately surrounded by reporters. He shared his opinion about the Players' Association. He considers it hopeless, but to be honest, is there even one association in this country that works the way it should? The news reported that, judging by this, the players who died had failed in the assault on the tower and were afraid of penalty points from the association. Therefore, they tried to pass the high level of difficulty again. They went too far and were unable to save themselves, and the tower got out of control. After the Hero King's statement, they asked the association representative several questions. As it turned out, the association's rules are ineffective and reduce the effectiveness of the raid. Or they take a large percentage of the reward from the players. Victory becomes unprofitable for the players. Yoon-sun is surprised that the reporters are going to achieve something. Taeshik said that they gave them a reason. Yoon-sun believes that the association deserves it, and Park Taeshik agrees. They must not miss the chance to clean up the association. Yoon-sung asks if he's running for president. He replies that of course not and talks about organising a guild. So Yoon-sung said that the law does not allow this at the moment, and that he wants him to do it. One nation, one guild, and nothing but the association. Park Tae-sik said he knows that and wants to take advantage of the opportunities to change it, to sort out all the problems using the fact that CAG has no players. The association leaders have never been to the tower, but they set rules for the players. In addition, they only promote those who have support and neglect the others. Enough is enough, and we need to channel this into a consensus to repeal the guild law. Kang Yoon-sung wished him luck. Park Tae-sik remarked that he was reacting as if it did not concern him. Yoon-sung replied that of course it did not concern him. After that, Park Tae-sik said that he would organise the guild. Kang Yoon-sung immediately refused and said that he would never agree to it. Park Tae-sik suggested looking at what people thought. He showed that a petition had been created to allow the creation of a guild for domestic players. The petition gathered 70 signatures overnight. However, everyone was certain that the CEO of the association would not allow it. There was also a vote among the community on who should organise the guild. The majority of votes went to the King of Heroes. Some also voted for veterans of the association. Lee Seong-ho doesn't get how they dare to weaken the attention of these players. He is sure that Park and Kang Yoon-sung are behind all this. They simply do not know how dangerous black players can be to civilians. Regulating player autonomy is when, in some countries, the government loses its grip and guilds conspire with the criminal world. Some countries have even turned into empires of black players. The US, where private player guilds are allowed, keeps its best players under control. Military service helps with this. Players are just time bombs. If control becomes impossible, it's time to choose. Lee Seong-ho believes that they do not have the slightest idea of how the world works. After that, he received a message that geniuses are often unrecognized by society. An evil monk became interested in him. He was asked if he would like to take part in the tower trial, and he accepted the offer. Kang Yoon-sung saw an advertisement from last season and asked why it was still being shown and why it hadn't been taken down yet. Then he remembered the guild. Park Tae-sik said that as the King of Heroes, he should organize a guild and show off a little. But Yoon-sung said that first of all, he hates working with stupid people more than anything else in the world, and secondly, he simply hates fools. And third, he hates working with stupid and dim-witted people. Park Tae-sik said he shouldn't worry about it, he would just shine. Being first is always difficult, and other guilds would follow, and they would gradually get rid of each other through competition. Yoon-sung then asked why all this was necessary, and he replied that it was for a better future. Only a hero king could do this. The hero king is always the one who goes to the front lines. It is his duty to raid the towers. After that, he searched for the nearest 7th level tower. But the search yielded no results, so the search radius was increased and a route to the nearest 7th level tower was plotted. The distance to it is 226 kilometers. There is always a way to get to the tower even if he's not looking for it. For example, you can receive a gift and simply wait for a call. He received a knife as a gift from his boss, the milksucker. Such gifts are a means of communication between the tower world and the outside world. Rebecca's knife was given to her by the boss of the Capone family as a sign of trust. Kang Yoon-sung thought that he probably wouldn't be called, but decided it was better to wait. Then an urgent announcement appeared. The announcement surprised him. He received a message from a clown monk saying that the child of 1,000 faces and 1,000 talents must entertain them. The clown monk insisted that he participate. This was an elite tower. To enter the tower, one had to be among the top 10. Of the 2 players from the same country, the one with the higher level would enter. No one would die inside the tower, and any incidents would be broadcast live. If they fail, 100 million random people will die. Kang Yoon-sung got angry and then said he couldn't believe it. He put on his equipment, and everyone immediately noticed that the King of Heroes was entering the tower. Everyone heard the announcement that the live broadcast would begin soon. But they had to wait for all the players to arrive. Kang Yoon-sung entered the tower and said he was a volunteer. The other best players were already waiting for him inside. St. Mary and the Swordmaster immediately greeted him. Georg Billmeyer extended his hand and said he was very happy to see him again. Kang Yoon-sung said he was also very happy to see him again. Then he asked if it was some kind of strange cosplay. After that, St. Maria Jaeger approached them. She said she was glad that he was normal now. Kang Yoon-sung asked if he had ever been abnormal. Maria said that he was during the raid on the 7th tower, when he said that he didn't understand why he had to strain himself to save the world. She was worried about him when she saw that because he looked very tired and exhausted, especially considering his recent interview. Kang Yoon-sung took her hand and said that he was fine and would not stop conducting raids. The Swordmaster said that if he was tired, he should just quit. He was the last one to enter the tower. The best player in humanity came last. Did he need time to think about whether to save 100 million innocent people from death? Was it really such a difficult choice? Yoon-sung asked if he wanted some kind of nice answer, like heroes always show up last to save the day. Ray Chan said that real heroes don't think twice when faced with danger, and that he was the first to arrive. Yoon-sung asked if he had at least prepared himself, and if he had managed to read the terms and conditions to the end. Accepting an offer as soon as you see it is a direct path to failure. That's why he couldn't get around him. Or Georg Billmeyer. He asked if he knew how well the old man calculated everything, and asked Georg Billmeyer why he didn't have any equipment with him. Georg Billmeyer said he had finally noticed him. He hadn't started the season yet, and besides, if they remembered, no one would die inside the tower. People from all over the world were watching them. Everyone received a notification that until they left the tower, they would be temporarily given a batch of items from the 5th season. Skills and equipment had been added to each player. Georg Billmeyer said that it seemed to even reduce the chance of any of them dying. Georg Billmeyer is the CEO of Artifact. St. Maria watched their argument and felt sad. Meanwhile, all players received their skills. Miss Lydia, an international player and law enforcement officer, approached Maria. She said she couldn't believe they were arguing at such an inconvenient time. But there was nothing to be done with these men and their inferiority complex. St. Maria Jaeger agreed with her. She said that it was as if they had forgotten how many lives were at stake. General Kilgore, Commander-in-Chief of US Special Operations, also agreed. He then said that now they had to fulfill their duty to their country and the entire planet. Georg Billmeyer asked Kang Yoon-sung and Ray Chan to keep an eye on them, at least until they were here. Kang Yoon-sung said that the live broadcast should have already started, and turning to the Swordmaster said that it was a great pity. After that, someone approached them and apologized for keeping them waiting. He then said that this was a celebration in their honor, as a sign of gratitude to their dear saviors. The clown monk was happy to welcome all the heroes of the land. Kang Yoon-sung said that his fellow monk had died, and that he was organizing the celebration. They were probably not on the best of terms. The clown replied that it was in the hero's best interest not to provoke the monks. Perhaps it would be more accurate to call him a monk assassin. He earned this title by eliminating the boss of the season, Lord Plague. Swordmaster Ray Chan knew that he had earned the title for eliminating the boss of the season. Then he asked the monk what they should do. The clown said that it was a holiday in their time, as a sign of gratitude and that he hoped they would enjoy it. After that, Swordmaster Ray Chan tried to attack him with a sword that craved defeat. Then he asked the clown if he really thought they would enjoy the deaths of 100 million people, but then the clown blocked his attack. Kang Yoon-sung said that this was to be expected from Ray. He loves to play to the crowd. The clown said that this was very rude. All attacks are cancelled, so there is no point in wasting energy. Now he will explain the rules of this tower to them. Then he announced the start of the broadcast and opened the voting. The audience had to vote for their favourite hero. Only they could choose the hero of this tower. The audience couldn't understand how this was possible. A voting window appeared in front of them. Kang Yoon-sung told them to wait a minute because he could rig the vote. The clown covered his mouth with his hand and told the King of Heroes to be more careful with his words. They were just following the rules. Their mission is very simple. They have to attract as much attention as possible by entertaining the audience. It doesn't matter how they do it. The prize will go to the one who gets the most votes. If there are not enough votes and if they annoy the audience, the raid will be considered a failure. This would mean that 100 million people would die. The clown monk asked what they were waiting for. Now is the time to start using their heads, or their tongues, or even their whole bodies. He didn't care what they did, but they needed to create some content now to save the world. Ray Chang said that he was a master swordsman and challenged Kang Yoon-sung to a duel. The clown monk said that he understood everything very quickly. Kang Yoon-sung asked what if he didn't want to. The clown replied that he had no choice. If they die in the duel, they will be split up, and no one can leave the tower until the end of the vote, so he will set up an arena for them. Kang Yoon-sung asked permission to ask Ray something. He replied that to him, he was not Ray, but a master swordsman. Then Yoon-sung asked if he was ready to fight again after his defeat, especially now that he would get the minimum number of votes. Ray Chang said that if he didn't win, those votes wouldn't matter, and that he would pay for his loss on the first day of the season. Kang Yoon-sung said that taking candy from a child was not so much fun, even if it was easy. After that, he used his skill. Ray Chan was surprised that he had the 9 swords skill. The other players also did not understand where the Hero King got the 9 swords. Lydia said that he not only uses the same sword, but also the same technique as the Sword Master. Georg Billmeyer said that it was a reproduction skill. Ray Chan noticed that he had the same equipment and technique and thought that the Hero King was being helped by the Mirror Monk. But in his opinion, this is simply impossible. While he has devoted his entire life to this one sword, the Hero King still wins. Georg Billmeyer asked if this was not a miracle. He is the invincible hero of all heroes. None of them can defeat him. Lydia said that it was ironic to hear this from him, because he himself was trying with all his might to defeat him. Georg Billmeyer told her to look deeper. These are the ones who seriously believe they have a chance, but how can they behave like that, knowing the situation they are in? St. Mary thought about how hundreds of millions of lives depended on clearing this tower, but why was all anyone thinking about was how to destroy the top player and take his place? Maria remembered his words that even if the end of the world came tomorrow, everyone would continue to hunt each other. St. Maria believed that he was right. In the first and second seasons, people cleared the towers to save the world. Now everything has changed. But why did this happen? Players are getting stronger with each season. The difficulty of the towers is increasing along with the grey monsters and bosses inside them. Is it really all for the sake of saving the world? It's just a fairy tale, and she should have realised it earlier, because she is no longer that naive girl. People's worldviews and even their skin colours differ from one another. If they are unable to unite in a game where the fate of the world is at stake, will they be able to save it? Ray Chan finds this very strange. Of course, this game is not fair, and until now he had accepted that. It doesn't matter how strong the Hero King is. He must have some kind of secret. If he can figure out this mystery, he will be able to defeat him. At that moment, he didn't mind losing to him. All he wanted was to uncover the secret of his strength. Kang Yoon-sung said that it seemed like he had forgotten his place, so he would show him the difference between them. After that, he took off his equipment and used a mythical skill. Ray Chan couldn't believe that such a thing was possible. Yoon-sung used the Descent of the Heavenly Demon. Using this skill, one can change their appearance and temporarily manifest divinity. It also grants the combat skills of a heavenly demon known as the God of the Sword. He used the 3 swords of the heavenly demon in its first form and applied a split attack. After that, he used the 3 swords of the second form of the heavenly demon and applied destruction. As a result, Yoon-sung defeated Ray Chan. The clown monk said that the match was over and that it was an incredible sight, as expected of the king's hero. After that, the voting began. The Hero King received the most votes. Yoon-sung decided to continue. Then he approached Georg Billmeyer and challenged him to a duel. All the spectators were amazed by his incredible strength. They were amazed that he was able to copy Georg Billmeyer's skills and equipment. In their opinion, he was simply a monster. One of the spectators wondered if he was really human. Another guy told him to watch his language and asked if he had forgotten that they were alive thanks to this monster. The guy wrote down his name. He said it was obvious and that everyone called him the King of Heroes. Yoon Sun asked the other players what was wrong with their faces. Was this their first time seeing the copy skill? Georg Billmeyer said that he didn't think the descent of the heavenly demon could be explained by ordinary skill copying. Lydia agreed. This ability was different from ordinary copying. She had competed against a person with this ability. He was a personality collector. He was the worst of the black players, copying all of his opponent's settings and even their faces. The battle style is similar, but this ability has clear limitations. Yoon Sung said that this is obvious because his ability is not exactly copying. It was something new. He asked if they were really that interested in his skills. Their faces were worth seeing, so he would tell them a little. In fact, he had signed a contract with the Lord of Truth. According to the terms of the contract, he could only tell the truth. Even if the whole world is watching him, he will not lie. Georg Billmeyer said that it looks like he will be his next opponent. He called him an honest man, Kang Yoon Sung. He replied that he was not and confessed that he hated competition more than anything else in the world, just as much as he hates arrogant people who don't know their place. Georg Billmeyer asked him what he plans to do next. He replied that from now on he would try to convey the truth to the audience and, of course, promote himself. The clown monk said that promoting himself was the best tactic for getting votes. After that, Kang Yoon Sung approached the podium and decided to talk to the audience. He greeted everyone. Then he said that it wasn't as if they had a choice. Right now, he was probably being broadcast on all channels, which was quite a treat, of course. But anyway, 10 heroes had gathered in the tower, and now they had to choose one of them. If they did not get enough votes, 100 million people would get a ticket to the other world. So now they understood how important voting was. Even the worst tyrant can become president through voting. If something goes wrong, this scenario is the most likely outcome. Kang Yoon Sung felt a sharp headache. Georg Billmeyer told him to watch his words, and he asked what was wrong. Did his words about the tyrant make him feel uncomfortable, or was he wrong? People undoubtedly revered national heroes at the time when he was competing with him. Then he said he understood everything. Surely his dream of creating a third empire was a secret. Georg Billmeyer asked how he dared to say such a thing without any proof. Kang Yoon Sung replied that he had already said that he had signed a contract with the Lord of Truth, so he could not lie. Everything he was saying now was the absolute truth, so now he hoped that the audience would vote responsibly. And now it was probably time for him to end the conversation. He said to just look at everyone, because there wasn't just one or two crazy people here. He turned to Count Vladimir and asked if he could be wrong. Vladimir replied that he had no idea what he was talking about. Kang Yoon Sung said that this was strange because wasn't he the one who said he wanted to resurrect the empire? He said he would destroy the president and become king. Vladimir attacked him, and Kang Yoon Sung asked if something was wrong. Then he suggested that everyone line up to demonstrate their magic. Count Vladimir said that he would not tolerate such insults, especially towards his own country and his president. Kang Yoon Sung remarked that he was very pious despite his fiery temper. Then he turned to General Kilgore and asked if it wasn't amazing that he also liked to play with fire. He was referring to his habit of dropping bombs on enemy countries. After all, he was still doing it, although he was trying to keep it a secret. Kilgore asked if he realized the consequences of his words. He replied that of course he did. And to be honest, heroes who save the world are not the best company. Among them are a crazy nationalist imperialist and a military fanatic. He doesn't think people will like such news. Kilgore tried to attack him, but he grabbed his arm and asked what was going on. Kilgore asked if he really thought he could handle him. Then he said he would show him a jet fighter. Lydia said that this crazy old man wanted to destroy them all. Kilgore asked how he was able to copy an exclusive skill. Kang Yoon Sung said that it wasn't really such an exclusive skill. Then he kicked him. Georg Billmeyer asked the King of Heroes if he really thought he could get away with it. Kang Yoon Sung said that he probably considered them his allies. But why were his allies trying to stab him in the back? They would do so at the first opportunity. Georg Billmeyer said it was a misunderstanding. Kang Yoon Sung again pointed out that he had a contract with the Lord of Truth, so how could he lie? They do whatever they want, but as soon as the truth comes out, they immediately justify themselves. His provocation skills have greatly improved. The clown monarch is delighted with his actions. Kang Yoon Sung asked why they are so concerned, as it is not like them. He can speak the truth to the people for a long time. But these words will not change the world. Georg Billmeyer asked if he plans to burn this world like an offended child. Kang Yoon Sung said that was true. He was just a child, so he was bored with the old people. The monk asked the child with 1,000 faces and 1,000 talents what he wanted. Kang Yoon Sung said he wanted the descent of a heavenly demon. Georg Billmeyer asked what trick he would perform now. The clown monk said that his wish would be granted. The clown said that it seemed he had already spoken and it was time to move on to the next hero. They should give everyone a chance. St. Mary said that if so, then let her have a turn. She also had something to say to the people. The clown agreed and put on a real show. No one understood what was happening, and Kang Yoon Sung asked what kind of holiday it was, like in kindergarten. St. Mary asked him to just be quiet. He called her dear and agreed. After that, she said that right here and now, she would show the world the true qualities of the King of Heroes. The audience was surprised that the saint supported the King of Heroes. They did not understand how he had managed to achieve this. Kang Yoon-sung wanted to stop her, and she asked if something was wrong, calling him dear. He asked if it was too late to stop. St. Mary said that the player, Kang Yoon-sung, standing in front of her, was not the same person. After that, everyone returned home and the Level A tower was cleared. The results of the vote were about to be announced. The Hero King took first place, second place went to St. Mary, third place went to Georg Billmeyer. Kang Yoon-sung doesn't understand where all those numbers came from. It must be 850 quadrillion, which looks like fraud. The players who took the top places will receive a mythical level skill as a reward. Kang Yoon-sung said that he would take advantage of this fraud for now. He received the descent of a heavenly demon and now has all 3 divine relics, equipment, titles and skills. Moreover, only 3 months have passed. He has never used the Black Death he received after defeating Lord Mora. Mythical equipment and skills cannot be used without sufficient skill level. If you fail the test, the result is either a decrease in characteristics or death. Even that guy had a huge penalty for failing the test, but he had already tried to do this in the previous season. So he decided that he would succeed and that it was worth trying. He can change his weapon later, but he needs to change his skill now. After that, he activated the Descent of the Heavenly Demon for the first time. He has to prove that he is worthy of this skill. Kang Yoon-sung found himself in a completely different place and saw a heavenly demon in front of him, then offered to make a deal. If nothing has changed since last season, it's best to just end it quickly. After that, the test began. In it, he must block 2 basic attacks from the Heavenly Demon. The first attack from the Heavenly Demon is with a 3-pronged sword. Kang Yoon-sung said that it was interesting, but he had already been through this. The Heavenly Demon asked if his name was different now. He has a different title. Kang Yoon-sung asked if he was referring to the title of Assassin Monk. The Heavenly Demon asked if he had destroyed the monarch. He replied that he had and asked if the test was over. Now he could call him to wave his swords. The Heavenly Demon said that he had destroyed the monarch. Kang Yoon-sung asked if he didn't like it, and he said that he liked it very much. After that, something began to happen. Kang Yoon-sung asked what had happened, and the Heavenly Demon told him to show him how he wielded his sword. Kang Yoon-sung said that the test was over and asked the old man to be careful, because he would destroy him. The Heavenly Demon said that his sword was still enchanted, and asked if he had destroyed the monarch with this sword. If so, he would not recognize him. Kang Yoon-sung asked how he could defeat him with his current level of skill. If that were possible, he would not be here at all, and why would he have come here in that case? The Heavenly Demon said that he would give him another test. Kang Yoon-sung remarked that he did not understand why he was going so far. He asked him to explain why. The Heavenly Demon said that he had destroyed the monarch. Perhaps the answer he was so desperately seeking could be found in him. The Heavenly Demon told him to try to stop his 3-pronged sword. Kang Yoon-sung asked what he had done. He replied that he had spent his entire life in torment, searching for a warrior who could defeat him. The Heavenly Demon searched for him day and night but never tasted defeat until the very end. He did not understand the meaning of losing, even when he looked death in the eye. Everywhere, transients caught up with him, and he never found what he was looking for. So he wondered if there was anyone capable of defeating him. Masters from all the empires of the continents and even the Grim Reaper bowed before his sword. Then he realized that nothing made sense before the blade of the Heavenly Demon, but for the first time he saw a man who had destroyed the Lord. So he wondered if he was different from the others, or if he would destroy him just like everyone else before him. So let him answer what all this means to him. Kang Yoon-sung plunged into his memories, remembering how the clown monk asked him if he wanted to become a hero. He also remembered how he became the player of the season, then the invasion from the tower happened, and he lost his friend. He also remembered the words of St. Mary. She said that the Hero King named Kang Yoon-sung was as kind and gentle as his heart was warm. He was a crybaby and a coward. He is also spoiled like a child. His friend died when the raid on the tower failed due to a bad strategy. When there are casualties, he cries for a week straight like a child. At that time, she only heard his remorse. The Heavenly Demon asked if he could finally give him an answer. Kang Yoon-sung asked what answer he wanted. Perhaps the meaning of defeat, the meaning of death, or the meaning of life. The Heavenly Demon asked why he was still alive. He said that the saint had mentioned something similar. She said that despite everything, he was going to see it through to the end. And no matter how much it hurts or how serried he is, or how many times he breaks down, he continues to fight for the good of the world. Even if in the end it turned out to be meaningless and pointless, which was exactly what the saint had said. The Heavenly Demon asked what he meant by pointless. Kang Yoon-sung said that only what exists can be broken, and that is the meaning of it. Isn't the principle of the Heavenly Demon's 3-pronged sword similar to this? He met his end a long time ago, so he cannot break what remains now. The Heavenly Demon said that this was impossible, and that he was saying he was on the same level as him. Moreover, he had learned the meaning of meaninglessness. But how can someone like him be a hero king, saying that he is crazy and running around just to protect something meaningless? Yoon Song said that this was not entirely true, and that he believed he was doing this out of a sense of duty, but what he was doing was truly meaningless. Saving the world has become a routine task, but all the players are trying their best to achieve it. On the other side of the barricades are the madmen. They are all ready to use any weapon against them, so is there anything more meaningless in the world? The Heavenly Demon said that this was indeed the case, and then said that he would eagerly await their next meeting. After that, he returned to the real world and received a notification that he had been named worthy. Kang Yoon Sung asked if that meant he was a hero. Now he could use the true power of the Heavenly Demon. After that, he felt a sharp weakness, and the monster of darkness asked what had happened. Kang Yoon Sung decided to rest and check his temperature. The shadow monster asked its master why he was so weak. He replied that he was not weak because he was ranked first in the world. She then asked why he was sick. Yoon Sung stroked her and said that he was not sick, he was just angry because of those comments. Everyone was discussing the news that the saint had revealed the identity of the hero king. Yoon Sung couldn't understand how they dared to portray him as a child. He decided that he had to go on a raid to the 8th or even 9th level of the tower, to calm down a little. The Dark Beast asked how he would get there if such a tower did not yet exist. He said that was true, because it was only March. As the season progresses, the tower levels will increase, but even so it will take at least a month. Higher level towers do not appear in a specific country but in a universal area. As soon as they are unlocked, he will be able to enter any of them as if in a game. He wondered if the 7th level tower he didn't go into had opened. The monster of darkness struck him and said that the master would not go anywhere. Then she reviewed the options and said that this would suit him best right now. This is the tower of the Stillsong Orc tribe. The number of players is from 1 to 8. The level is from 3 to 5. There is no rest area or shop here. Kang Yoon Sung said that this tower was similar to the one he destroyed first this season, but he wasn't here for loot. He just wants to vent his anger. After that, he used the true 3-pronged blade of the Heavenly Demon. He said that the stupid characteristics of a stupid game had all kinds of useless suffixes and prefixes. He summoned the Heavenly Demon, and then received a notification that summoning the Heavenly Demon was affecting his body. Kang Yoon Sung felt intense pain and called the Heavenly Demon a crazy old man. He cannot believe that his power will now be with him forever. Then he received the blessing of the Heavenly Demon's bone. He wonders if his body will be completely transformed under the influence of this power. So this is a transformation to the very bones, but he hopes that it will not affect his appearance. The floor collapsed and the way to the second floor was open. Orcs immediately attacked him. Kang Yoon Sung said that it was time to test the upgrade and then attack them. After defeating the orcs, he thought that he now possessed the third basic technique that was not present during the previous descent of the Heavenly Demon. Does it not have a name because it is meaningless? And why was it not added to the previous descent? He wondered how much he could use this blade. After that, he approached the door and said that as soon as the door opened, he would enter. After that, the synchronization process took place and the merger with the deposed Lord of the Sword began. This surprised him. He stopped the ascension ritual of the fallen Lord of the Plague, and then wondered if the Heavenly Demon was also a lord. The Heavenly Demon said that in his search for an incredibly talented fighter who would show him what competition was, he had met a human who could destroy a lord for the first time. Kang Yoon Sung thought that this was why he reacted that way, because he had destroyed his equal. He received a message that countless lords were silently watching him. The Clown Lord looked at him with an empty gaze. He asked why he was so serious. Kang Yoon Sung said that they were all very scary and then entered the door. He reached the floor with the boss and the boss told him that the time had come, so he should entertain him before he died. Kang Yoon Sung defeated the boss with one blow and pondered the true power of the Heavenly Demon. Then he felt something strange happening and thought that he must have overdone it with the third technique. Could it be that his body still couldn't handle this skill, causing the energy flows to collide and fight each other? Then he saw something and thought it was the Heavenly Demon's memories. He said that everything was futile and that everything in the world had lost its meaning. Kang Yoon Sung believed that it didn't matter how strong this power was now, because now it belonged to him. After that, he thrust his sword into the floor and the tower began to disappear. He said it was impressive. The shadow monster asked his master if he had forgotten to eat. He himself decided to call the department head Park Tae-sik. Park Tae-sik asked if something was wrong and called him a little coward. He must need help, so he ran to his dad. He asked if he should consider French citizenship. Park Tae-sik asked if something had happened to him. He himself fell off his chair from such unexpected news. Kang Yoon Sung said that nothing serious had happened. He just needed a sparring partner. After that, he decided to meet with him in person to discuss everything in more detail. Park Tae-sik asked since when the National Intelligence Agency had become errand boys for the King of Heroes. Kang Yoon Sung said that perhaps they should change the name of the company to King Hero and His Errand Boys. Park Tae-sik said that enough time had been wasted. He asked about the conditions. Yoon Sung said that they would have complete freedom of action, and that he would only use the descent of the heavenly demon. He refused to use artifacts and reinforcements. The Shadow Beast would also not participate in sparring. Pak Tae-sik asked what about weapons. Kang Yoon-sun replied that they would find out now. Then he took out a map and equipped his weapons. Pak Tae-sik said, "Is this really the power of the Lord of Plague?" and asked him to answer. Then he asked if he had passed the test. Kang Yoon-sung replied that of course he had, and asked what kind of strange question that was. Pak Tae-sik laughed and asked him not to scare him like that. He received the Plague Lord's blades, Black Death, of mythical rank. These were double blades filled with the poisonous energy of the Plague Lord. He received a blessing for the weapons, 666 recipes for the Plague Lord's poison. After that, they organised a sparring match, and Kang Yoon-sung said that they needed to go, so they should hurry up, and asked why they were so gloomy. As he said, he would only use the blades and the descent of the heavenly demon, and he had nothing else in his arsenal. Not a single other skill. Pak Tae-sik asked him to promise him something. Yoon-sung asked what exactly, and he asked him to let these guys die painlessly. Right now, they were like animals being led to their death. Yoon-sung laughed and said he promised they wouldn't even have time to realize they were dying. Kang Yoon-sung said that they would start as soon as the fireworks were launched and asked them to give it their all. He hoped that his team of assassins had trained well up to this point. Today, he would teach them a very useful lesson. He set off the fireworks, and they immediately rushed at him, but Kang Yoon-sung quickly dealt with them, causing them no harm. Pak Tae-sik also took part in this and used his unique weapon-grabbing skill. Kang Yoon-sung asked if he really thought he would fall for such a pathetic trick. After that, the other players immediately fired their weapons at him, but he managed to dodge them. Some of the players used Charlotte's web. This is a 3-star effect that summons a web to use as a weapon for a short time. Kang Yoon-sung said that was what they needed to do. They almost managed to get him. Then he asked whose web it was. He said it was Hye, their best student. After that, he approached her. Hye said, "Oh my god, how scary." But he didn't think they would fight one-on-one. After that, they attacked him with the whole team. Kang Yoon-sung used his swords to deliver a powerful blow and said that double swords were twice as effective. Then he asked everyone what they looked like. Pak Tae-sik said he thought he was going to die. Kang Yoon-sung asked if they weren't tired yet. Pak Tae-sik said that of course they were tired, or maybe he wanted to continue mocking them. He replied that he did not. Then Pak Tae-sik remarked that he had turned the place into ruins, and asked if he was thinking of taking over the world. Yoon-sung asked what kind of strange question that was. Moreover, he didn't think he could do it. Pak Tae-sik said that he thought he could handle it. His abilities were impossible to measure. Therefore, he was strong enough to do so. He said that enough was enough. They needed to finish cleaning the tower and go back to rest. After cleaning, he returned with Hye and Tae-sik. Pak Tae-sik told the other players to wake up. One of them asked when he had died. Tae-sik was surprised that he didn't even realize when he died, but he lasted longer than the other player. Yoon-sung noted that he said they wouldn't even notice. The sick thanked him. He told them to contact him again if necessary. After that, Kang Yoon-sung received a notification that the alternate history tower was waiting for a Mito. General Kilgore needed his help. This surprised him, and he thought it was some kind of shamelessness. Pak Tae-sik asked if something was wrong. Kang Yoon-sung thought that there would be no invasion if he refused, but he had warmed up well during the real battle. The sick asked if he had to go right away, and he said yes and thanked them for the warm-up. After that, he entered the Tower of Alternative History. Pak Tae-sik asked what he was doing and didn't understand what was going on. Kang Yoon-sung saw General Kilgore in the tower, who said that the wings of democracy were breaking. He asked him since when he had been interested in the world inside the tower. Kilgore was surprised to see him. Then he said he was sure that this tower had nothing to do with South Korea. Kang Yoon-sung asked how he could say that, especially after he sent him a signal for help. Kilgore asked if he looked like someone who would ask for help from someone like him. That would never happen. Kang Yoon-sung asked him to wait and saw that the clown ruler had sent him a message saying that he had been caught again. And that was his surprise. The clown ruler was shouting at the top of his voice. Kang Yoon-sung realized that the request was fake. Then he apologized and said that he must have made a mistake, but there was nothing he could do about it. He had been summoned and had to come here immediately. After that, they read a message saying that it was too early to give up and that those who were armed and opposed democracy looked like a threat. Kilgore said that there was nothing to be done here and thanked them for their participation. In the end, even if this was a world inside a tower, he still had something to say. As a person who grew up in a democratic country, he would say that surrender was not an option and there was no doubt about his skills as a player. Kang Yoon-sung said that this is why he is joining him. At times like this, he will simply cooperate with him. It was normal to have doubts, and if in the face of fear, they became one big family, it would surely lead to success. As someone who hates imperialism so much, he has joined forces with the old man in the tower, and despite his hatred, has decided to unite with him. This means that he was simply afraid of him, but if he deceives him again, he will have problems. After that, they were transported back to the starting point of the story and thanked for bringing the players down from heaven, so God would not abandon them. Kang Yoon-sung said, "May God bless them," and Kilgore asked who they were. Then he asked one of them if he was their captain. The man said he was Lieutenant Aldo Pitt. He is currently considered the commander of a guerrilla unit. He is a member of the internal forces of the Kitten Free Alliance. Kang Yoon-sung wondered why they were here and not in a military camp. Then he thought that maybe this place was in the middle of an enemy camp. Kilgore asked permission to ask Lieutenant Aldo something. He asked for a report on the current situation. The lieutenant said that the guys from the Empire had almost destroyed their base. Kang Yoon-sung said that this was very predictable, then looked out the window and asked if the enemies were necromancers. Lieutenant Aldo said that necromancers are the most elite troops, and these guys are definitely not joking. Kilgore said that they could walk around here as long as they wanted, but they had only one task: to destroy them all. So now they had to get started, and he would explain the whole plan to them. Now they would go and destroy everyone who stood in their way. They would bring them evil and a cruel death. The elite squad surrounded the area. After discussing the plan, everyone went out to defeat them. Kilgore asked his men what they were doing and told them to follow him. His shield would cover them all. Kang Yoon-sung said that was great, then climbed to the top and found everyone who was targeting them from there and destroyed them. Kilgore flew up to him on a drone and asked if he hadn't told him to kill them brutally. He replied that it didn't matter because they were all going to die anyway. Kilgore believes that he needs to demonstrate his cruelty. They will see how brutally their comrade died. To imagine the pain, he felt so much that the mere thought of their sins made their throats dry up. Kang Yoon-sung said he understood. Kilgore said it looked like they had taken the fighters into the air. Then he asked them to show him how real professionals work. After that, he shot down the fighter jets with his skill. He then descended to his subordinates. They thanked the player for avenging them and sending their country back to the Stone Age. Kilgore said that they must remember what they must do for peace. Kang Yoon-sung asked what exactly. Was it to prepare for battle for peace? Kilgore laughed at the word prepare and said that in order to achieve peace they must start fighting. The honorary leader was informed that the players had appeared on the side of the alliance, so he turned to the Eternal Monarch and said that he had paid his debt. But in order to truly realize his ideology, would he be so generous as to postpone this moment? The monarch said he would allow him to indulge himself a little. With the monarch's blessing, his return was postponed. He said he would prove his loyalty to him. Kang Yoon-sung asked Kilgore if this was not the land of an ally, given his words that war must be summon for peace. Kilgore said that he loved the smell of napalm in the morning. Kang Yoon-sung remarked that the smell of gasoline was everywhere, and he said that it was true. But it was the smell of victory. Kang Yoon-sung said it was disgusting. Then Kilgore turned to Lieutenant Aldo Pitt. He asked where the enemy command center was located. He replied that the Imperial Governorate was now in the Kingdom of Kitten, right on top of a skyscraper. Kilgore was surprised that the heart of the Alliance had become their General Governor's office. Aldo Pitt confirmed his words. Pitt. He said that the bronze statue of the President was their symbol of freedom. Kilgore told him to step on the gas because he wanted to destroy that statue right now. But the road was blocked, and Aldo Pitt asked if they should break through or find another way. Necromancers were waiting for them. It was the 13th Elite Occult Battalion of the Pochi Empire. Kang Yoon-sung said he would deal with them. Kilgore said that in that case they would go around and head for the main base. The necromancers said they couldn't escape and then sent zombies after them. Kang Yoon-sung told them it was time for lunch. Then he noticed that these guys were really handsome. He wondered if these were the people they had taken and turned into zombies. Now he understood why they had resisted so desperately and how many more crazy people there were in the world, and he heard someone say to him, "Whoever said that? After all, they were no different from him." Kang Yoon-sung said that it was different. The man told him again that human life was indeed complicated. Kang Yoon-sung wondered if there were any differences, then said he had no choice and took control of the zombies. Then they began to attack the necromancers and realized that the zombies were no longer obeying them and that they needed reinforcements. Georg Billmeyer asked if he had already understood the beauty of necromancy. In fact, he did not think that the hero would turn out to be so loud. Yun-son said that they still had a typical American soldier. The honorary leader of the Imperial elite troops, Georg Billmeyer, was surprised that he was still with him. Then he asked him to forget about him and look at his uniform. "Just one set, isn't that wonderful?" One guy said it was a feast for the eyes. Kang Yoon-sung called him a strange old man and said it looked like cheap bragging. Georg Billmeyer asked about the descent of the heavenly demon. He said he couldn't lose to him. Kang Yoon-sung remarked that he had heard he was a manager at a company and asked when he had acquired such abilities. Georg said he wanted to ask him a question because he was not just a heavenly demon, but also had a plague blade. He would like to have the same sword in his collection. Kang Yoon-sung put away his swords and asked if he had decided to hide them. Yoon-sung replied that he would use his inner replacement. He changed the raising of dead soldiers to a frost craftsman. Georg Billmeyer asked if he could handle someone like him. without even using the power of the elders. Yoon Sung said that there was no point in using necromantic skills against a necromancer. The unknown elders began to watch the duel between the two players. Georg Billmeyer said that he had learned to spread the word properly while he was away. Kang Yoon Sung received a notification that the selected target did not meet the condition of a living creature, so the power of the Plague Horde was activated. Georg Billmeyer said that ashes must become ashes. After that, Kang Yoon Sung used the skill Baptism of Darkness and used the Veil of Darkness. His power grew rapidly, and Georg received a notification that he would feel a debuff from the Veil's effect. He asked if he thought he was the only one who could resist the darkness. He didn't know us about these skeletons, but he could see everything, especially in close combat. Georg Billmeyer tried to attack him, but realized it was an illusion. However, the frosty sword seemed real to him. Kang Yoon Sung grabbed him and said that it seemed he couldn't see everything, especially if he was already on the brink of death. He suggested testing something, and then see what happens to him next. The Eternal Monarch is not thrilled to have encountered a hero and let such an opportunity go to waste. Kang Yoon Sung defeated the giant skeleton, and Georg Billmeyer asked what this strange feeling was, as if there would be no next time. He thought he had died, but a player cannot destroy another player inside the tower, so he should not have destroyed him. The Elder of Eternal Life forcibly removed the player. The Elder of Jesters laughed at the Elder of Eternal Life, and other unknown elders also laughed at him. The Elder of Death also expressed his dissatisfaction with the player, Kang Yoon Sung. After that, he received a notification that he had passed the Tower of Alternative History. The Elder of Death gave him a heroic accessory. In the news, everyone said that the King of Heroes had raided the tower together with General Kilgore. The reporters couldn't believe that he had captured the tower together with the general. Yoon Sung said that he had begged him to join him in the raid, so he went with him. Yoon Sung turned to Georg and asked if he was watching the news and reminded him that he had said he would focus on managing the company before the new season. Reporters asked if he was talking about Georg, who had taken second place last season. Yoon Sung said he didn't know he had been secretly improving. He remembers that in school there were always guys who came in second, and he was always first. Georg told his subordinate to send a letter to Lee Son-ho. They had been in contact with him before. Then he decided that he needed to go to South Korea somehow. Kilgore asked Yoon Sung if he could keep quiet, and he replied that he couldn't because he couldn't stand his nonsense in front of the camera, so he would continue. The reporters asked Kilgore to say something, and he said that before he became a player he was a patriot, so he wanted to say only one thing. He proposed restoring America to its former greatness. Kang Yoon Sung said that they already had two great things: the number of people who believe in angels, the size of the national defense budget compared to the population. Men approached Kang Yoon Sung. They asked him to come with them. He said he knew who they were, CIA agents, just like in the movies. The man showed his documents. Yoon Sung asked Kilgore if it was true, and he replied that it was. Yoon Sung said that they would be held responsible for kidnapping him. They must value security more than life itself, and would they really reveal their identities so easily? The man asked them not to cause any trouble and offered to cooperate. Yoon Sung immediately refused. He said that his manager had warned him not to follow strangers, so he would rather follow the American soldier. He called out to the lieutenant general and wanted to go with him, but the agents grabbed him and dragged him to the car. Kilgore told reporters that it was just a security procedure for the hero, so they shouldn't worry. Yoon Sung tried to break free. They put him in the car and he asked them to call his manager and where they were taking him. Park Tae-sik saw this on video and told his subordinate to track them down. Then he tried to call Yoon Sung, but the line was busy. Kang Yoon Sung was taken to a headquarters apartment in New York and told that they were planning to arrange a private plane for him the next day. He asked why they were doing this. The agent said that it was already March, and if he used a regular passenger plane, other people could be in danger. Therefore, he hoped for his understanding. Yoon Sung said that they could find a tower that connected to their country. The agent replied that they had already looked at 500 towers in the country, but unfortunately could not find one that connected to South Korea, although there were several such towers. Yoon Sung said that if he went ahead with it, a battle would begin. The agent replied that he knew. Yoon Sung said that if that was the case, he would rest for now. After a while, he woke up because they were arguing. Then he asked what had happened, and noticed that he had heard his name. The agent replied that they had received permission to disclose the information to him. So the agent suggested that he review everything. Yoon Sung said that the situation was indeed like a horror movie. Yoon Sung understood what he was dealing with. The agent said that this place was East Harlem, a little over 2 miles from here. It was 3 or 4 hours after he had finished the raid. This map was left at the crime scene. Kang Yoon Sung looked at the map and said that the personality collector had reappeared at exactly the same time and in the same place. So he asked if he could consider it a provocation. Then he left. The agents asked where he was going. Kang Yoon Sung replied that he wanted to teach someone a lesson and asked why they were standing there. Let them take him away, because it was important for the CIA to find the criminal. The criminal had committed a crime, and the Elder of the Mirrors expressed his satisfaction and said that the time had come. He must remember that no mistakes can be made in his presence. The man took off his mask and then used his skill. His ability to take on the faces of others. He said he would take it into account and that it was fine because he was tired of playing the thief. The Elder said that he could become anyone and named him Ocheol. He said that, of course, he would be the king of heroes. Kang Yoon-sung thought about the strongest from the depth. In this world, you can consciously choose not to use any skills or equipment. The leaderboard included players who hid their names, those who exist in a closed area known as the depths of the sea. The forces of the sea depths are intelligence agents from various countries who need to hide their information, or special forces. They secretly build their personalities. There are also black players who hide and wait for the right moment to commit a crime. The personality collector is one of them. He escaped from the pursuit of a player who finished 10th last season and is the worst black player. In addition, he destroyed some of the best players. If Kang Yoon-sung had known that he would meet him like this, he would have listened more carefully. It seems that he was summoned to the tower primarily because of this guy, in order to put the personality collector and him on the same siege. They arrived at the location and the agent showed them where to go. Kang Yoon-sung noticed that they had completely surrounded the area. But this was not the right place, and it looked like the crime scene in the photo. They went inside, and Kang Yoon-sung said that something was wrong. He's not a detective and is usually in charge of destruction. The agent took off the mask from the victim and said he needed to take a look. Then he put the mask on him, and the man stood up. All the other victims also stood up. Kang Yoon-sung asked what he was going to do, and the agent asked him what he thought. Everyone else put on masks along with the agent, and the agent said it was a trap. Kang Yoon-sung said he had the traits of a hero, but they would see who had lured whom into the trap. He started fighting them, and they all said in unison that he was very strong. Kang Yoon-sung called the collector strange and told him that with the help of those bodies he was not unique either. In his opinion, M is the only one who recognizes him. Kang Yoon-sung asked who M was. Could it be some kind of boss of a secret organization that includes the strongest from the depth? Surely it was someone pulling the strings. The collector replied that this was indeed the case. The boss only had to give the order and they would destroy dozens of players like him. Kang Yoon-sung said that it seemed impossible to destroy him quietly. He told him not to worry about it, and then they seemed to find themselves in a different place. Yoon-sung asked if this was a skill that allowed him to bypass spatial barriers, and if the collector had thought everything through to the smallest detail. It seems that the plan is to remove him, and it seems that the world is coming to an end, and he probably wants to take on the role of the villain. The collector said that he was very tired of his work. Yoon-sung asked if he wanted to protect the world. He asked what about this, and if he wants to see how this planet is destroyed. That scene in the first season when the whole Earth was on fire and people were screaming all around. He misses it very much, but he wants to destroy it not because of that, so let him listen to him carefully. Then he put on a mask and said that the world would be better off without him, but maybe he thinks he is the center of the world and its protector. But there's nothing you can do about that, and this world will fall so easily if the Hero King disappears. And then he will appear as if nothing had happened. It's a great idea to keep his face and become the king of heroes. Kang Yoon-sung said that they were newbies who had never even gone on a seasonal boss raid. The collector said that was nonsense. It's not that he couldn't go to the boss, he just didn't go. The season ended, there were no rewards, and he didn't want to risk his life. Only fools would do that. Kang Yoon-sung said that he was saying that the world would be fine without him, but he would probably have to tell the truth. The characteristic of the Hero King is that there is only one Earth in the whole world, and the characteristic of the Earth is that it is centered around him. The day of his death is the day of the end of the Earth. The collector called him crazy and said that this was a characteristic of pseudo-insanity. All this is nothing before the real truth, and it seems that one of the strongest has forgotten his place. Kang Yoon-sung said that before depth, all are weak. The collector said that he would no longer hide his power, and that his face would soon belong to him. Kang Yoon-sung asked if he wanted his physiognomy. It was a characteristic of pseudo-insane thieves. Therefore, all the junk had to be knocked out of him. Oh, Chiro told him to try to hit him if he could. Like their childish pranks, he could see everything, but Yoon-sung caught him in his web. He said that he had been caught and that he must be a real collector, and then said that he had been destroyed by the method used by black players. He also asked him not to tell anyone that he really had fighting skills after he destroyed several players by sneaking up behind them. They didn't expect that. Dying and being destroyed in the tower are two different things, and they weren't supposed to die. Kang Yoon-sung took off his mask and said that now he was standing before him. The King of Heroes never loses to someone like him. After that he destroyed him, and agents entered the building and told him to raise his hands. Yoon-sung said they were too late. Then Kilgore approached him and asked what had happened. Yoon Sung replied that he had been lured into a trap and that the personality collector was waiting for him inside, and he sent him to the other world. Now he looks bad, but he can still be identified. Kilgore asked if this guy was really a collector. Yoon Sung asked if he didn't look like a crazy assassin. Kilgore said that according to the CIA report, he had unleashed his barrier abilities. He said he was kidnapped as soon as he left the tower and asked if he really thought the barrier belonged to him and why he had to report it. Was he really so stupid that he couldn't even recognize a spy and it was too late to look for them because they had all escaped? Kilgore got angry at him. Yoon Sung asked if he could also participate. He said that if he were the one who set the trap, he wouldn't have sent just one collector after him. That would be the most reckless idea. Kang Yoon Sung said that sounded true and then asked if he would let him go home. It seemed that the fake CIA guys had called a charter flight. Kilgore said that, by the way, these guys were real. Kang Yoon Sung returned home and asked if it was Boss Park. Park Tae-sik told him that it was him and to come downstairs. Yoon Sung said that the CIA guy asked him how he was dealing with his hair loss. Tae-sik said that he was mentally ill. He just causes trouble and walks around. Yoon Sung said that for the sake of peace, he gave the thief a ticket for the express train to the Sanju River. He asked if he thought that remark was too harsh. The Shik said that the media was reporting that he had competed with this collector. Yoon Sung said that he would be mercilessly interrogated again. The news began to report that the King of Heroes had defeated one of the worst black players. Returning home, Kang Yoon Sung thought about how it was already March and they weren't nervous at all. Then he went to the forum and saw that the last event involving him was still being discussed. Earlier, during a conversation with Park Tae-sik, Yoon Sung said that it seemed like the players were gradually improving. Tae-sik told him not to talk about it. They had already started local battles between players in Russia. Yoon Sung opened the status window and checked his equipment and inventory. Then he thought about the fact that one tower could be opened this month, and it looked like it was the 8th level tower. He remembered the boss that only appears in the first season, and in the second season there was a tower breakthrough. It was a multi-level tower that managed to erase part of the world map. After that, he opened the reward and received the Executioner's Oath. Such a heroic accessory imposes 3 debuffs that affect the enemy during battle and reveal their weaknesses. Kang Yoon Sung thinks it's an incredible thing. They must have really enjoyed humiliating the Elder of Eternal Life. Then he decided to open all the packs with cards and then clarified that he would like to open those skill cards that have the Frost attribute. All of these cards are of normal level, but at least there are additional calibrations for the Frostmaster's skill. He decided to match them with the Freezing Spear. The system offered him to open a set of skill cards by attributes. Yoon Sung refused because today was not his day, especially since he did not get a rare card after opening 10 cards. Even in their current form, the cards were very well set up, so he would manage for now. He looked through the 5 stats that warned of destruction. Then he decided to convert the weakness debuff into a full stat. 2 days later, information about the thief appeared on the player forum. Some of the players drew a picture from memory and reported that if you approach him, it gets so cold that you can freeze. Lee Seong-ho thinks it's Kang Yoon Sung, but he doesn't know for sure, but it seems like he has a lot of free time. He has to catch him and punish him. After that, he found a story on the forum about how a player competed with this thief. The player doesn't understand what the association is doing because this guy could be a black player, so he ordered them to find him. He sent people to catch this Vava thief. He shouts Vava before destroying someone. The man said he would go to the tower and deal with him, and as soon as he came out, they should take him. He didn't like that he dared to break the rules. This man's name is Lee Shi-hyuk. He is the leader of Team B. He went into the tower and asked Kang Yoon Sung if he was the thief who was going around bullying the newbies. Kang Yoon Sung asked if he was the great Mr. Reaper. He had been there for a long time, and it was so hot in that robe that he had to cover his body with ice. Lee Shi-hyuk recognized his voice. Kang Yoon Sung said that they never considered the King of Heroes to be valuable. But if they liked him so much, did he have any choice but to live up to their expectations? He asked if he had also commented on the article about him. Lee Shi-hyuk said that commenting was an order from the leadership. Kang Yoon Sung asked what that meant, and Lee Shi-hyuk realized that this was indeed the Hero King. Kang Yoon Sung said that in that case he must not allow it. After that, he threw his spear at him and defeated him in the arena. He then returned to the real world, and the members of Team B said that he had escaped and that they must not let him get away. Then they asked if their boss was dead. Kang Yoon Sung said that he had worked hard today, and that they probably hadn't had a very good day. Lee Jae-hyuk said that according to the association's rules, high-ranked players are not allowed to hunt low-ranked players. Kang Yoon Sung said that everyone in this world has a low rating except him. The King of Heroes also wants to enter the arena, and he also uses loser cards. Then he asked why they were looking at him like that, and if he had committed a crime. Maybe they think he should sit out the rest of the season without even looking at the arena. The association is not the law, so why should he follow some orders? If they want trouble, they can try to stop him. But no one answered, so Kang Yoon-sung said he would continue to look for those who laughed at him to teach them a lesson. He has to show how scary he is, and then they won't laugh at him so much, and now the whole world will know. Everyone will know how powerless the association and the executive branch are. They are not even afraid of the association's penalty points. One of the team members said that he had been flooding the forum with this wah-wah, so let the King of Heroes take him. Another team member said that then he should take him too. They asked what he was waiting for, since they had all left comments. They left comments full of hatred for the hero king. Lee Shi-hyuk stood up and said to stop the thief. Kang Yoon-sung asked if they had turned on the fools. After that, they all entered the arena tower, where Yoon-sung quickly defeated them. He said that he had earned a lot of points in the arena thanks to them, and that he would make good use of the skill cards they'd given him. He couldn't even imagine that he would benefit from the association. He received the key card and completed the creation of his second deck. So he decided to go to the second page and take a look around. Then he received a notification that he was moving to the End Throne. Yoon-sung arrived at the End Throne. It was a place where 99 elders had gathered. He asked why the elders had summoned him there. The elder of the games appeared before him and apologized. Kang Yoon-sung said that there were too many things for which they should apologize. So what was it all about? The elder said that when he was competing with the player Georg in the Tower of Alternative History, the player had already raided the tower. He had been granted a special reprieve and was allowed to remain in the world coordinates. This was thanks to the elder's consent. They wanted to watch his battle. Kang Yoon-sung said that despite this, they still interrupted their duel and sent him away. The elder said that their disappointment was immense. Since it was a doubles match, the elder of eternal life would be rejected. But he mentioned the possibility that their match would cancel the rule that a player cannot actually destroy another player. In the end, he insisted on cancelling the battle. Kang Yoon-sung said that there was no way he could destroy a player in the tower. The elder said that was not true, because the King of Heroes bears the name of the destroyer of elders. Of course, the probability is very close to 0, and even the Throne Council must consider this. Yoon-sung asked what the council's decision was, and he replied that among all the elders, 995 insisted that the old man of eternal life had been wrongly accused, and 4 elders interrogated him. Kang Yoon-sung then asked why they had summoned him if they said he was innocent. He said that in addition, one great elder was interested in the question of the responsibility of the elder of eternal life. As a result, the elder of eternal life was found guilty. This would not lead to his removal from the throne, but he would have to pay for his actions. In addition, he was offered the opportunity to receive an award. Kang Yoon-sung asked what kind of award it was. The elder said that everything that happens in this game depends only on him, as it always has. He sent the King of Heroes to the Tower of the Elder of Eternal Life. If he dies there, he will be transported to the ordinary world. Kang Yoon-sung tried to change the deck and became curious about what reward awaited him for passing through this tower. Then he said that he had been told that he would receive a reward, but what should he do here? After that, he heard a voice asking him to look down, and then it asked him to dig the sand. Kang Yoon-sung said, "What if I'm too lazy?" The voice asked if he was also a player who had entered the tower. He replied that he was. The voice said that it had seen many of them, namely players who had come here and died. But could it really be called death? This place was indeed very dangerous, but he was ready to help him get out. Kang Yoon-sung found a talking skull in the sand and thought it was a classic character or something similar. The skull told him to hurry to a world where there was no death. Kang Yoon-sung asked if it was a world where one could not die and how he could get out of there. The skull replied that, to be more precise, he would be reborn every midnight. He always resurrects with his head in the sand. Kang Yoon-sung decided to examine it to understand how it worked. The skull said that the great eternal emperor had sacrificed this world. He asked how a world could be sacrificed, and the skull said that in order to become an elder he had to give up what he loved most. Kang Yoon-sung realized that he loved his empire, so he gave it up. The skull said that a curse of eternity had been placed on this world, that there was no death here. He said that in the end, his own life was more important than anything else. The skull asked how he dared to say such a thing and called him a wicked man. Kang Yoon-sung suggested that they talk about the treasures kept there instead. The skull replied that they should go to the emperor's palace. There had been no guards there for a long time. Kang Yoon-sung asked what that meant. He said that they were their friends and would make their adventure more interesting. Then he greeted them and called them colleagues. Kang Yoon-sung said that it was like an arena for farming experience. After that, he summoned a dark monster called Blackie and said that it was time to pay for the food. After destroying them all, his level increased several times, and soon it was almost midnight. After that, all the skeletons disappeared, and he saw that they had respawned in the same place where they had started their attack. Kang Yoon-sung asked if they respawned and said that this was the best method of farming. His level rose to 69 and he gained a new ability, sword manipulation, so he said it was time to look for treasure. The skeleton was delighted that they were going to search for the great emperor's treasure and that they would now go to the imperial palace and become rich. When he got to the right place, he said that it looked suspicious. What he was looking for was underwater. He decided that after everything he had been through, it would be a shame if he didn't find anything, so he dove into the water and continued his search. When he reached the right place, the skeleton said that he thought he would die and be sent back under the sand again. Kang Yoon-sung asked if he needed to breathe. He replied that he needed air just like him. Yoon-sung told him to stop talking nonsense and show him where the treasure was. Then the skeleton told the Eternal Emperor that he was his loyal subject who served only him and had brought him this robber. Kang Yoon-sung threw away the skull and told him to stand there and watch. Then he used an item that revealed his opponent's weaknesses. He learned that the great Eternal Emperor possessed incredible fighting abilities and used high-level necromancy. Along with various curses and black magic, Kang Yoon-sung said that it was just a shell and activated the Veil of Darkness. They began the battle, and Kang Yoon-sung was cursed with weakness and an evil hand, saying that if only he had changed his deck of cards before coming here. But he likes this kind of battle. Still, he should have activated the destruction warning before coming here. Due to the movement speed debuff he received, he couldn't even touch him. Then he saw ghosts coming out of his opponent's sword energy. After that, the Emperor attacked him by surprise. Kang Yoon-sung said that his curse was already tormenting him, and now he had sword skills on top of that. But then part of the Heavenly Demon's abilities were unlocked, and he gained the ability to absorb the experience and memories of strong opponents. After that, he saw the memories of the Eternal Emperor and said that it was indeed a broken skill. Every time Kang Yoon-sung clashed with a strong opponent with his sword, he destroyed his technique, but there was nothing he could do about it. The Eternal Emperor said that now he could see how he wielded his sword. They continued their battle, and Kang Yoon-sung severed his arm. Then the Emperor fell, and Kang Yoon-sung marked him and saw the Emperor's memories again. He said he didn't want to die, and the girl asked him not to worry and to do as she said. Then even death would not dare harm him. Kang Yoon-sung found the voice familiar, but he decided that it didn't matter now, because he had to deal with the Emperor and make sure he could never be reborn. His words echoed in his head. He said he would become an Eternal Emperor, but could not leave this world. He wanted to master dark magic and prevent his own death. Kang Yoon-sung said that it was time for him to return to the void, and then delivered the final blow. The world inside the tower began to collapse. He spoke the words of Namu Amitabha, and the skeleton approached him and said that he believed in him. Kang Yoon-sung asked why he had returned. The skeleton replied that he did not think he could really defeat the great emperor. It was so amazing that he could not even believe it. It was the first time he had ever seen such a strong person. Kang Yoon-sung did not realize that this skeleton was the same girl from the emperor's memories. Kang Yoon-sung said that before he died, he should show him where the treasure was. The skeleton asked why he should die when he had practically saved him, so he should repay him generously. Therefore, he should take everything. The skeleton gave him all the cards, and he received a pack of command skill cards and a pack of curse skill cards. He also gave him the black heavy armor of the Eternal Great Emperor and the blessing of the Eternal King. The skeleton asked if he liked it. Kang Yoon-sung replied that of course he did, but he still couldn't understand how he had saved him. The skeleton explained that the Eternal Emperor had died. The curse of resurrection had been lifted, and now no one would be resurrected here. Yoon-sung asked if he wanted to catch the stone with his head and go to his ancestors. The skeleton replied that even if he died, he would return safely to their world. That was the promise made by the elders. Kang Yoon-sung wanted to ask something, but the skeleton destroyed himself and said that they would meet again. After that, Kang Yoon-sung returned home and decided to sort out his cards. He set up a deck of ice assassins. He also finished the third deck, and it was a really good reward. In his opinion, the skeleton turned out to be very generous, but he said that they would meet again. He became curious about what kind of skeleton it was. After that, Park Tae-sik called him and asked what he was doing. Yoon-sung asked what he meant. He said that his achievement points on the leaderboard looked strange. Yoon-sung said that he was just lucky to find a good place to hunt. But even after he filled 3 pages of his log and reached level 69, the 8th level tower was still closed. Tishik asked if he only had 1 level left until his second awakening. He replied that he had 20% of the experience scale left to fill. Park Tae-sik said that was to be expected from the King of Heroes. At this rate, he would become the Elder of Heroes. Kang Yoon-sung told him not to talk nonsense and asked if he had a tower he could recommend to him. He replied that he didn't have one yet, but there was one that looked quite strange. After several players entered it, they refused to raid it. Then they came back and said they had to guard the tower. They said no one should go inside. Therefore, a player with increased resistance to brainwashing was probably needed. Kang Yoon-sung wondered what was wrong with this tower. He said he had a blessing that gave him some kind of crazy resistance. It was a mirror of pure water. Then he asked what the tower was called and went to the Tower of Peace. There he saw happy people with children. But the purpose of this raid was to destroy these people. Men approached Kang Yoon-sung and asked if he was a player. Kang Yoon-sung said that it was very peaceful here, and the man said that it should be, but that he had come here on the orders of the elders to destroy them. After that, Yunsun put on his armor and asked what would happen now. The man said that there was no one here who could stop him. There were only old people, children, and widows with newborn babies. The people begged him for mercy and said they would do anything he asked. He should just let them live and show mercy. He was surprised by this world inside the tower, which should be difficult, and declared the 7th level. Kang Yun-sung asked why the elder wanted him dead. The man replied that it was for the same reason that people step on insects. They have no reason to do so, the evil gods do the same. Kang Yun-sung said that the elders are not considered mere scoundrels, and they are certainly not gods. Therefore, he should stop giving him meaningless hints and trying to brainwash him. The man asked if he would really do it. He replied that it was unfortunate, but he also had a world to protect. After that, he used his power. The man stopped his attack and said that he had just said that he needed to protect the world. Kang Yun-sung shattered the illusion and said that he had thought he was someone important, but it turned out that he was just a fallen angel. The Elder of Light was not simple, and did he really think that their guardians of light, who had betrayed him and fled in disgrace, would leave them alone? The angel said that the Elder of Light had ordered them to destroy these innocent people. Yun-sung asked if that was why they had decided to disobey his order and protect them. He replied that this was indeed the case, or Kang Yun-sung turned to the angel standing in the middle and asked if he was the leader. The angel replied that he was and asked what of it. Kang Yun-sung thought that this was not brainwashing, otherwise they would not have reached him thanks to the blessing. His sight, smell and hearing were normal, which meant that this was not an illusion. If he remained on the side of the Elder of Light and destroyed innocent people, it would be the 7th level. But what level would he be if he joined them? And did he really need to destroy them to complete the raid? The angel asked if he really believed that his current actions were just and called him a puppet of the elders. Kang Yun-sung replied that he did not and removed his protective armor. The people began to beg him and said they were willing to sacrifice their lives. He begged him to spare these children and angels. Kang Yun-sung said that sometimes one must choose between two lesser evils. The angel said that he planned to sacrifice their world to protect his own. Kang Yun-sung noted that they also intended to sacrifice their world to protect theirs. If the main character in such a situation says that if he has to choose between one evil or another, he will not choose either. The Elder of Light will be angry and ask how he dared. Then he said that as a player, he refuses to raid this tower. The Elder of Light became angry with him and asked how he dared. But the Elder of the Shadows supported his decision and banished the player, Kang Yun-sung, to the outside world. The other elders also support him. Then he received a notification that this was the second failed attempt to raid the Tower of Peace, and that the destruction of the 7th level tower was inevitable. Kang Yun-sung said what he was thinking. The news announced that barricades had been erected around the park where the tower was located. Those within a 5-kilometer radius were ordered to evacuate. Yun-sung called Park Tae-sik. He asked him not to send any players and to let him handle it himself. If anyone else was there, they would drag him down. Tae-sik asked if he even understood how serious the situation was, and he said yes. Park Tae-sik said that it was a 7th level tower, and he didn't even have a second awakening. Yun-sung said that he had fought and hunted in the towers and destroyed many creatures. Tae-sik asked why he didn't destroy those angels in the tower, and why he refused. Yun-sung said that was an excellent question. He simply had to destroy them all. Park Tae-sik asked if he understood that the situation was out of his control. He said that he understood everything and would take care of it. After that, they ended their conversation and Kang Yun-sung prepared to destroy the tower. The angels rebelled against him and said that he would pay for his sins with light. Kang Yun-sung wondered if 5 kilometers would be enough. The Elder of Light gave him a serious warning that he must follow the rules. A barrier was created to ensure fair play. Until the player Kang Yun-sung dies, the Guardians of Light cannot leave the barrier. Yun-sung thought that this should work. Then he decided to take advantage of the temporary boost from the Shadow Wings given to him in his summons. These are creatures summoned by the player to play for him. Kang Yun-sung looked at his skeletons and thought that they were the perfect image of his uncle, then ordered them to rise up. After that, the skeletons penetrated the barrier and began to fight the angels. Kang Yun-sung also joined the battle. He destroyed several angels and then decided to use the skill Explosion of a Lifeless Body. This skill deals a lot of damage. Lifeless bodies that have been used cannot be resurrected with necromancy skills. Then he used the aura of the Eternal King to increase the class of lifeless bodies fighting for the player. The black, heavy armor of the Eternal Great Emperor increased the rarity of the lifeless body's weapons. He also used a curse, and for his sword he used a swarm of locusts. After that, he decided to exchange 3 cards in his second deck. He changed his class from Dark Mage to Dark Magic Assassin. The synergy of the curses was destroyed and the synergy of the assassin was formed. Then he used Charlotte's web and destroyed several angels. In an instant, he managed to defeat all his enemies. As a result, the barrier was removed. He cancelled the Shadow Wing enhancement and received a notification that he had destroyed all creatures, so the tower's destruction was stopped. His level increased, and now he can receive a quest for the Second Awakening. In an instant, reporters appeared there. They began to ask him why he had refused to raid the tower, and if he was really sure he could stop the tower from being destroyed. Kang Yoon-sung climbed onto the shadow monster and said he would answer all their questions, so they should speak one at a time. They began to ask if it was true that he had deliberately refused to raid the tower. Yoon-sung replied that it was true. He had done it on purpose. Behind the reporters stood a man who said that this could be considered an official act of terrorism. Kang Yoon-sung asked in what sense. Then he realized that these guys had gathered here because they saw an opportunity. OZP is an organization that deals with criminal offenses committed by players. Alias is an assassin of players. Kang Yoon-sung said he understood them and that he did it without explaining why, so everyone might think he had finally lost his mind. But there's no need to worry, because he hasn't completely lost his mind yet. He entered the tower and was ordered to kill all the children and old people. If they don't believe him, they can ask the people who live there. The goal of the raid was a mass battle, so he just left them and went out. And if they don't believe what he saw in the tower, they can ask the players who came there before him. These players also refused to participate in the raid. Reporters asked if he thought it was irresponsible. This decision could have caused serious problems. Kang Yoon-sung said that in any case he managed to prevent the destruction of the tower without any casualties. There were no injuries. They asked if it wasn't the players' mission to protect their world. There was no guarantee that the world inside the tower was real. But even if it was, that world was less important than theirs. These words surprised him, and he asked what he should do. Surely they believed that he should have destroyed the innocent inhabitants inside the tower, so that they could sleep peacefully at night. Among the people who were to be destroyed were children, and he wondered if he really had to destroy all those people. The reporters asked if he meant that his conscience had put their world in danger. Yoon-sung asked if they really thought he had weighed the importance of life here and there. After assessing the situation, he realized that he could save both worlds. So that's what he did, and that's all. He can transfer money from his bank account to compensate for the damage caused to some trees and plants in the park. And to get rid of the fears that surround them, they should seek professional help, but not from him. The man from the organization said that his moral dilemma could lead to the destruction of the world. Yoon-sung said that there were more important moral issues. He asked why he should save the world. The reporter said that the hero was nothing more than a childish defense mechanism, all to keep their world as collateral. Yoon-sung said that's what he's doing. He's a real jerk who's holding the world hostage. How could a sparrow know the will of a phoenix or the bronze, silver and gold classes of vulnerability that the contender could see? He suggested just ending it there and said that Phoenix had reached the lowest level. Everyone understood that he had decided to give up. After that, people from the Ozu organization immediately rushed up to him and said that according to international law, he was guilty of destroying the tower. But Park Tae-sik flew up to them and grabbed him, apologizing to them. Haya also arrived with him. She said that according to international law, based on the player's citizenship and country, they could not arrest him. According to criminal law, they would be the first to accept the accused in accordance with national law. Kang Yoon-sung said that a characteristic feature of a Grey Cardinal is to always smile and never lose optimism, even when arrested. Park Tae-sik's subordinate said that now was not the time for jokes. He said that it turned out that the guys who arrested him were gangsters. In addition, they always had an escape plan. The girl asked him to wait a little, and said that they would leave when the manager arrived. Kang Yoon-sung agreed, and then received a message that the Elder of the Land was granting him the blessing of an unrestrained body. The Elder of the Wind granted him the blessing of a favourable wind. The Elder of Frost improved the level of blessing of the one who brings winter. The Elder of Destruction granted Tianum the blessing of the Destroyer of Words, and the Elder of Jesters expressed his satisfaction. Tae-sik got into the car and told the driver to hurry up, because he is already losing his hair and it will only get worse. His subordinate said that from a scientific point of view, isn't he at the age when hair falls out? And that didn't require any external stress. He replied that scientifically speaking, it was time to write her a letter of apology. Kang Yoon-sung said that, to be honest, he did not deny responsibility for the manager's hair loss. Park Tae-sik said that, fortunately, he did it without any casualties. Yoon-sung asked how long it would take to open the 8th level. He replied that it was not worth changing the subject and said that it all depended on the player's experience. Yoon-sung said that it seemed that even the manager did not know about it. Tae-sik asked what he meant, and he said that he didn't really know either, and wasn't sure until the end of last season. But now everything was falling into place. After that, everyone received a notification that the 8th level towers had been opened en masse. This was because it happened after player Kang Yoon-sung achieved a special achievement, the Challenger qualification. Kang Yoon-sung said that thanks to his activity, the 8th level towers were opened much earlier, and the ability to protect this world was expanded. Everyone received a message that the endless maze had received an additional update. Towers of the 13th, 14th, and 15th levels appeared. It is necessary to protect the world from new threats that are unlike anything seen before. Information appeared on the internet that Mr. Kang was accused of deliberately collapsing the tower. Lee Seong-ho believes that this child is once again one step ahead of them, and that the Hero King's rampage must be stopped. Georg Billmeyer asked if he was not at all frightened by the tower upgrade. He said that as its level increases, players will only become stronger. Is that really the case? Georg thought that he was saying such things again with a smug look on his face. He suggested returning to their conversation. The truth was that some high-ranking players and countries had secretly conspired. Last season they tried to take control of Yoon-sun, and he asked why his so-called friends constantly wanted to stab him in the back. Georg Billmeyer does not deny that what he showed them was too distorted and exaggerated. It's true that there is a strict hierarchy within their organization, led by China and Russia, who are in favor of removing the King of Heroes. But he is still alive thanks to his efforts, and the death of the Hero King is not what this world wants. Their goal is to stop his unpredictable actions, and to prevent the world from plunging into chaos. That is why cooperation with KAG, the largest organization of players in the country, is important to them. Lee Seong-ho said that they would cooperate with them to the best of their ability. Georg said that was great and that he would contact him soon. Then Lee Seong-ho asked if he could ask one last question. Georg Billmeyer replied that of course he could. Lee Seong-ho asked for his opinion on the likelihood of a successful season without the King of Heroes. Georg said that player Kang Yoon-sung deserved the title of king after clearing the tower of the season on his own. His raid had already failed once in the second season, but since the towers appeared, he was the only one with experience in clearing the 12th level tower on his own. Without the king, the chances of getting through this season are 0. Meanwhile, Kang Yoon-sung was detained for questioning. Yoon-sung said that the world is in turmoil after the appearance of the 16th level tower, and the King of Heroes is locked in this room, talking nicely with him. The government official said that this was a mere formality and asked him to cooperate. The government needs a report stating that the results of his mental evaluation are within normal limits. Yoon-sung asked if he could just make something up. The psychologist replied that it was being recorded, then decided to begin and said that when he said a word, he had to say the first thing that came to mind. He said the word hero, and Yoon-sung said fool. The psychologist said that was not quite right, and Yoon-sung said holiday. Then he noted that apart from her, all the other heroes were fools, and then asked if he would still edit his answer. He noted that the King of Heroes was like a scapegoat for all those fools. The psychologist said the word tower, and Yoon-sung replied, a gathering of fools. Then the specialist suggested changing the situation a little, and told him to just answer his questions as if they were having a normal conversation. Then he asked him what he thought about his life as a player. Yoon-sung replied that it had ended so long ago that he didn't even remember it anymore. Now he does everything for money. The psychologist asked if he had any negative thoughts about this. Kang Yoon-sung replied that he had nothing else. The psychologist asked if that was why he refused to clear the tower, causing its destruction. He said that as he had said, he did it to protect 2 worlds. It is interesting whether this was a conscious decision between his duties as a player, and also his own moral principles. Based on his experience treating PTSD in the military, it is known that many players also suffer from it. They require appropriate treatment. Kang Yoon-sung asked if he thought he had gone mad. The psychologist saw his expression and was frightened. After that, it was announced that the time was up and Kang Yoon-sung could leave the room. Kang Yoon-sung started laughing, and the psychologist asked him what was so funny. He replied that he had just made a joke. The psychologist asked if he could share it, and he said he wasn't sure and doubted that he would understand. Then he left the room and said that it was very difficult to pretend to be crazy. Park Tae-sik said that he had done well, and he shouldn't worry about it, especially since they were just playing with them, and even if he agreed to cooperate, they would say the same thing. About the fact that he needed psychological treatment, Kang Yoon-sung said that they had already done that. Park Tae-sik released him from the handcuffs. Then he saw the injury on his hand and asked if he was okay, and said that the US and France had expressed strong support for him. Their government's position is similar. China is making a mountain out of a molehill, but this is not the first or last time they have done so. Kang Yong-sun asked if he could go to the tower now that he was finished. Park Tae-sik told him not to rush because it wasn't over yet. While he was locked up here all these days, she fiercely defended him, so he should take a look at that. As soon as the news about him reached her, she began to justify him wherever she could. Park Tae-sik showed him a video of St. Mary Yeager's speech and said that not everyone in the world was his enemy. Kang Yoon-sung said that he would have to thank her personally. After that, he quickly changed his settings and put on his equipment. He accepted the Second Awakening quest. Park Tae-sik was surprised by his speed and noted that he hadn't finished talking to him yet. Kang Yoon-sung said he would listen to him when he returned. After that, he chose the second deck of the Plague Assassin and entered the tower for the second awakening. He was asked if the child with 1,001 masks and 1,001 talents needed a new mask and talent again. Kang Yoon-sung said that it didn't matter how many skills he had because it wasn't enough. After all, there were many bad guys in the world, and he was the only one with common sense. The Clown Monarch said that he should turn his head and see that there were 3 paths he could choose. The mirror of truth and despair through which he can learn the Monarch's goals and the essence of this game. The other road is the mirror of power and ignorance through which he can obtain the most common power. There is also the mirror of domination. With its help, he can force all people in the world, including the players, to kneel before him and express absolute obedience. Whichever path he chooses, he has freedom. There is no right or wrong answer here. When he chooses a path, he will receive another talent and a mask. The doppelganger from the first mirror asked why he was so serious. There is nothing in the world that deserves to be taken seriously. In another mirror, the doppelganger asked if this world really deserved to be saved. It doesn't matter how much he invests or whether saving the world makes any sense. The double in the third mirror said that under his leadership, the planet would be in absolute peace. People want this and he will fulfill their expectations. So now he had to make a choice. A few hours earlier, during interrogation, he was asked to say the first thing that came to mind. Then he remembered the saint. Maria fully supported the decision of the King of Heroes, because heroes are not just a title for a strong player. They are the ones who protect their lives from the dangers that occur in this world. For them, humanity is paramount. And finally, as an ordinary person like Maria, she asked them to remember that heroes are also people. After finishing her speech, she thanked her colleagues for their help and asked them to be careful on their way home. But they told her there was no need to thank them and that she had also worked hard today. St. Mary wondered how things were going with Yoon-sun. He had refused to raid the tower and faced dirty questions and accusations from reporters. I wonder what he was thinking at the time. Maria wondered if he was crying now. She looked back at his interview where he said he was trying to live up to his title, not to be ashamed of the well-deserved fame it gave him, and she remembered that there was a time when he tried his best to protect the world. She was saddened by the fact that it was impossible to go back to that time. The next day, she met with her subordinates at work. A subordinate gave her the schedule for the day. She got busy, gave interviews, did charity work, and went to church. At the end of the workday, she wondered if she was doing everything right. She hadn't cleaned a single window all week. Is this really the path of a so-called hero? After that, she decided to get a cigarette, but her subordinate stopped her. She said that she probably didn't want her to smell like cigarettes when she met the Pope, and that she should quit smoking altogether. The girl was about to leave, but then asked what she was doing there. Maria asked if she'd come to return her cigarettes. She replied that she hadn't, and asked what she had forgotten, and if it was all because of Kang Yoon-seon. Maria replied that everything was so complicated, and he was making the situation even more complicated. The girl suggested staying there a little longer and said that maybe this would be the last season. Maria remembered how they defeated the seasonal boss without any losses. Kang Yoon-sung said that they finally managed to do it on their third try. One of the players said that now they would live happily ever after, enjoying fame and peaceful skies above their heads. Maria asked if she was ashamed to call herself a winter princess without her own tower. She replied that it was no more shameful than being called a saint. After that, Maria grabbed her cheeks and asked her to stop. Then she said how she could possibly be a saint and wanted to say something else. Kang Yoon-sung stopped her and asked if she was sure she would survive if she continued. Ray Chan approached him and said it was a good job. He thanked him and noted that they had also done a good job, but that next time they should discuss everything before rushing into an attack. A player named Hound thanked Lily for saving him, and she said she hoped he wouldn't refuse to help her either. Maria's subordinate asked if she was thinking about the third season again and said that it was the golden age of heroes. Maria said that if you think about it, you could see that the heroes had already lost their power back then. Kilgore asked Lydia if they could talk before leaving the tower. She asked if it was important, and he said it definitely was. St. Maria believes that at least 3 people understood that the golden age of heroes had come to an end. She only realized this after the next season. Politics had consumed the heroes. In the next season, the Winter Princess died. Her name was Erin Makion. St. Mary blamed Georg Beilmeyer for this because he was standing next to her and allowed it to happen. He said he wasn't supposed to watch over the other players and that he wasn't their babysitter. Maria said he could have just called out to her. Georg said that it was a shame if she didn't know that he didn't make unfavorable deals. Her country was not considered their ally. It was a world where a player's power was equal to that of a nation, and whether he really needed to help another country, the world would not end just because she died. From that day on, even when high-level towers opened, the heroes refused to cooperate. They simply couldn't trust each other. A subordinate said that even for them, with the King of Players, it took a whole year to become a team, not counting seasonal raids. Maria said that he started playing on his own in the 5th season, and she still couldn't believe that he cleared the 12th floor by himself. The subordinate said that this season would be a little different from the others because she would be on the same team as the general from America and the hero king. Maria said she wasn't sure about that yet. It will be difficult to get everything back to the way it was, but if there is even the slightest chance, she would like to see the team together again. She wants the whole team to be back together again. She wants to see all the heroes gathered together. Her subordinate thinks that's really cool. She said that she also wants to see their elite team of the top 10 heroes. Then Maria approached her and stroked her. The girl said that she shouldn't be treated like a child, and Maria said that she was just so small and apologized. The subordinate reassured that it didn't sound like an apology. Maria said she would go to the tower with a lot of monsters by herself. The girl asked if she was serious, and Maria replied that she was. It was time to give the heroes another chance, and she would do so as soon as Yoon-sun appeared. The subordinate said that she had come because of that and reported that the King of Heroes had already been released and seemed to have gone straight to the Tower of the Second Awakening. Saint Maria was surprised that he went straight to the tower after being released. In her opinion, he was truly a hero to the core. In that case, she also couldn't afford to sit around and do nothing, so she told her subordinate to reschedule all the meetings for tomorrow. The girl asked if it was so unexpected, and St. Mary said that she would go to the 8th level tower, because Yoon-seong would definitely do the same. Kang Yoon-sung said that the trait of a noble person is to fully commit to their strength. That is why he chose the mirror of strength and ignorance. The elders gave him the blessing of an unstoppable body, a favourable wind that brings winter, and the power to destroy words. On the day he stopped the destruction of the tower, the elders generously rewarded him, so he had no problems that season. He even managed to get one extra. The Elder of Balance expressed his concern about excessive power and overly generous rewards for the player. He also doubts the fairness of the game. Many of the elders, including the Elder of Eternal Life, agree with him. But the Elder of the game warned them not to try to change the rules carelessly, dismissed their concerns and issued a stern warning. Yoon-son rejoiced and said that this was what they needed, and that this was what he called the game. Then he received a sealed chest with a set of rewards for the Second Awakening quest. He decided to take a look inside. As a reward, he received the changing essence of the plague, unbridled power, and the changing essence of frost. He also received the changing essence of darkness. He used the changing essence of frost on the skill army of lifeless bodies and summoned an army of icy lifeless bodies. As a result, he gained the class of Dark Ice Mage. Then he said that the configuration of the 4th deck was complete. Then he decided to choose a tower and look through the list of available ones. He saw the Zombie Apocalypse Tower, where he met the black player Natasha Ivanova. She returned as an 8th level tower, and he wondered if this was really the same place. After that, he entered the tower. 5 players entered the tower world. They must join forces and survive or be the last one standing. Kang Yoon-sung said that it was the same thing again and that from now on they would destroy each other, but it was clear that the choice was up to the elders. He said that it was similar to a type of tower that does not allow anyone to leave a certain area, and that this tower seemed to be in the cyberpunk genre. A large number of infected people approached him, and he ordered his lifeless bodies to rise up against them. The lifeless bodies began to fight against the zombies. Kang Yoon-sung watched this and said that no other events were visible yet. Therefore, he thought it was a trap. The tower is one thing, but he is more interested in who the other players are. Meanwhile, a zombie crept up behind him and he destroyed it. He thought that the players who entered the tower would be in greater danger than the tower itself. Then he saw St. Mary and was surprised. She said that it was as if he lacked the attributes of a dark assassin and the plague. Now necromancy has been added to the list. How is his character getting worse and worse every time she sees him? Kang Yoon-sung said that she only gets better every time, and that the mace perfectly complements her image. He asked if she knew why Reapers carried maces in games. Seeing a sword blade stained with the blood of an enemy is considered a sin. Therefore, they decided that it would be better to deal with their enemies mercifully with a mace. Maria said that it was a great relief that he had relaxed, even to the point of talking nonsense. But he feels fine, and he was grateful for that. He said that everything is always wonderful for him. St. Mary approached him and asked if he was sure, and he replied that he was, and asked if she had seen a madman telling everyone about it. Fortunately, he is completely healthy and in his prime. She replied that she didn't even know what to say. Then she asked if they would do it together. Kang Yoon-sung joined Maria Yeager's team. After that, the sacred blessing grew stronger. He received a buff of valor and a buff of decision that blessed the player and himself. Kang Yoon-sung was very happy and said that it had been a long time since he last received this buff. Then he wanted to hug her, and told the saint that he loved her. She asked if he had lost his mind. He asked her if she felt immoral looking at these skeletons who had received a sacred buff. She replied that of course she did. Kang Yoon-sung thanked her for her help, and she said she just did what she had to do. Then they noticed something was happening. The Elder of the Hideous Fusion greatly increased his influence over the tower and said that they would be reborn as one. Kang Yoon-sung said that something had finally happened. His skeletons and zombies had merged into one. The real threat in the 8th level towers and above are the elders who sit in power. They are capable of spreading their influence to the tower. The skeletons and zombies turned into a giant monster that they must defeat. Kang Yoon-seon said that his breakfast unexpectedly wanted to escape and see the outside world. St. Mary remarked that she could see he had had a wonderful breakfast today. After that, they began their battle, and Mary delivered a powerful blow. Kang Yoon-sung said that it seems like her character is getting tougher with each season. Maria said that couldn't be true. He said that violent actions in games really change a person. She asked if he wanted to see how violent she had become. Kang Yoon-sung replied that even when she was wearing a helmet, he felt like he could see her face and it even scared him. Maria said she was joking and that it was time to move on, but thanks to the merger, the Hive virus gained immunity to damage. It also gained immunity to frost, darkness, light, and destruction. The fusion also activated the ability of accelerated regeneration. In addition, his immunity to fire and blood magic has increased. The virus has gained immunity to the powers used by the players. Kang Yoon-sung said that most types of immunity have increased, but why do they look like they only have immunity to frost? The core of the Hive virus has successfully mutated. They are one and the same and must not stop merging until everything in this world becomes one. Maria asked if he could handle this deck, and he said he had no choice because there was no store here. In that case, they couldn't change their equipment either. It seemed like someone had used their frost skills like a madman after entering the tower. Whoever it was, they only made their situation worse. Maria said that now was not the time for judgment. They needed to decide what to do next. She thinks the best solution would be to join forces with the other players. He said that giving them a chance to get used to them was too risky. Therefore, he suggested that it would be better to stay together and destroy the main core as soon as possible. Kang Yoon-sung said that this armor was upsetting him, and Maria told him to stop talking nonsense and move his feet. After that, he changed his equipment from the Banishing Death to the Baptized Darkness. Maria asked what he wanted to do. Yoon-sung asked if she had ever been on a sleigh ride, and then told her to hold on tight. They took off into the air, and Maria said that it was Commander Kilgore's fighter jet. Therefore, the problem of finding other players was solved. Yoon-sung said that this guy was good at commanding. After that, they decided to join him, and Kang Yoon-sung asked if he was working hard again to maintain world order. Kilgore sent him away. St. Mary also greeted him, and he was surprised that she was there too. She asked if he was going to wait for the other players, and he replied that he wouldn't say that the two who remained would show up at all. Since they had seen the fighter, one of them would definitely not come. He had heard that immunity to blood magic had increased. Among the players using blood magic, only Count Vladimir could reach the 8th level tower. So they decided to start, and Kilgore said that now they would look at the main core. After that, he shot at it. Then someone attacked them, and Kilgore thought it was a player and asked what he was doing. Yoon-sung said it was the one who had increased his immunity to frost. They say that there is always a fly in the ointment, and told him to stop destroying everything around him and make a choice. He had to either fight with them or against them. But then they saw that he wasn't a player, and he said that they would be unite. Kilgore asked if he was the guy from the Frost Apostles. Maria said that if they got rid of those tentacles, he would return to normal. Yoon-sung asked if they didn't remember the incident with the Lord of Plague. Even if they destroyed the boss, the infection would not disappear. It seemed that with the death of the Lord of Plague, they had a new player. They didn't know how to bring him back to normal and what choice they had left. Kang Yoon-sung took all 3 decks and told them to destroy the tentacles for his sake, then suggested they destroy him quickly before he mutated even further, because that was the most merciful thing they could do for him. Before that, the blood magic count saw that the blood was only a small part of this grand and complex harmony. The Blood Elder asked how he dared to break their agreement and betray him. He said that he would suffer forever from the inevitable curse of blood. The Elder of Blood broke into a scream, consumed under an indissoluble willing of betrayal. The Elder of the Disgusting Fusion blessed the player, Vladimir Graf, with fusion if he accepted him as part of himself. Kang Yoon-sung used the first form of the Heavenly Demon Swordsman and attacked the boy from the Frost Apostles who had attacked them. He destroyed the Hive virus. Kilgore said he had not received a message about the raid's failure. Kang Yoon-sung lost his vigilance, but Maria and Kilgore protected him. Kilgore asked if it counted, but a clash began, and a family of high-ranking vampires who served the Elder of Blood arrived. One of them said that they were here. Vampires drink human blood and cannot be exposed to sunlight. They also fear crosses. They dislike garlic and onions and cannot cross rivers. They are considered a race and are bound by rules that cannot be broken. Yoon-sung said that they had the wrong address. There were no players from his family in their team. The vampire said that unfortunately they had come to the right place. The players thought they wanted to compete with them, but the faction's actions were limited by the tower level. Kang Yoon-sung asked if they were sure that a faction like theirs would attack players in the 8th tower. The vampire said not to misunderstand them. They did not want to compete with them. On the contrary, they wanted to join them. Yunsun asked what they should do for them in return for their help. Did they really have to expel the Count and mend relations with him? The vampire replied that no, because Vladimir had broken the agreement he had made with their elder. He had become a follower of the elder of the disgusting merger, so they asked the King of Heroes to add them to the team for revenge. The Blood Elder offered them a temporary bilateral contract. Maria said that he should not agree. Otherwise, he would be drawn into a battle between the elders. He asked what they would do if he refused. The vampire replied that in that case they would find another player as strong as the King of Heroes and offer him the same deal. In his opinion, the only player who could match him in strength was Georg Billmeyer. Therefore, Kang Yun-sung asked what they could offer him. The vampire said that according to the Blood Unity Agreement, anything allowed by the rules of the game was possible. Yun-sung agreed, and the vampire said that, as he had expected, it was a pleasure to deal with them. Maria asked him not to make any hasty decisions, but he assured her that everything would be fine and said that people like them live by the rules and would not try to deceive him. There was no reason to refuse such an offer. The vampire said that there was a way to become a vampire. Then Kang Yun-sung found himself in a different place and was offered to drink blood and accept a Blood Unity contract. He drank the blood and signed a new contract with the Blood Elder and received the blessing of a perfect vampire's body. He also received a bloody scent and a temporary deck of Blood Prince cards. He was surprised to find a mythical card among them. There were also 2 legendary cards and 3 heroic cards. He believes that these are worthy skills for a King of Heroes, and he is quite good at making deals. Then he was asked if he liked it, and he was called a child with 1,002 faces and 1,002 skills. He said that regardless of the level of awakening, the rewards would always be insufficient. Then he turned around and thought about what rewards are given for the second awakening. The vampire said he would leave his elimination to him. Kang Yun-sung left to deal with Count Vladimir. The Count said that it turned out they had been here all along. Yun-sung told him that they had also been waiting for him. Then he said that he was very curious to know how good a deal they had offered him that he had decided to join them. Count Vladimir said that news spreads very quickly, and of course his offer was quite attractive. But he understood and realized everything himself. In a situation where everyone is united, there can be no exceptions. Kang Yun-sung told him to stop talking nonsense and to tell that to the worms he would meet in his coffin. Vladimir said that he could only pity him for his stupidity, and that it was a pity that he could not understand this beauty filled with order and harmony. Yun-sung asked how he was supposed to understand what a madman considered wonderful, and then struck him with his sword. Vladimir said that he was who he was and that he shouldn't worry about it. He would show him everything once they returned to reality. Kang Yun-sung asked why they should meet and said he didn't want to. Then they received a notification that the player Vladimir had failed the task. Kilgore asked if the guy had just lost it and what he was thinking. Yun-sung thought it counted, but he was worried about what he was up to. The raid ended and everyone returned to reality. Park Tae-sik called him. Kang Yun-sung asked what had happened and asked if he had seen the latest news, and if not, to turn on the TV and watch. On the news, he saw what the Kremlin in Moscow looked like now. The person responsible for this biochemical terror was Count Vladimir, a hero of Russia. Kang Yun-sung remembered that he had told him that everything would be revealed when they returned to reality. The Russian government allowed the players to enter the country. The king, the hero, the swordmaster, and the saint were given permission to stop the terrorist act. Yun-sung asked Park Tae-sik who was next to him. He said she was the gatekeeper from Kipo. She was there because it was a special case. Then Yun-sung asked if they were going to fly there by plane or something similar, and if so, why they didn't ask the other heroes for help. After all, they had recently mentioned his saint and swordmaster. It would be easier if they called that old military man or Lady Fox. Park Tae-sik said that if he was talking about the American General Kilgore and the head of Kipo, Lily, they had been denied entry. For security reasons. Yun-sung said that then there was no need to worry too much. What they would face was the craziest elder. He wants to unite everyone into one. But how is he going to do that if everyone continues to fight each other, even when the Earth comes to an end? Their capital's being destroyed and they are running around here to get a portion of food. He used the Blood Prince's deck and activated the synergy of sanguinomancy. He said that the moon is indeed beautiful tonight. Park Tae-sik said that it's only noon. Yun-sung noted that it was already 6 in the evening in Moscow. Then the girl reported that the gates to Moscow had been opened. After that, he passed through the gate where St. Maria Jaeger was already waiting for him. He said that the moon was beautiful today and asked her what she thought about it. St. Maria was delighted to see him. By saying that the moon was beautiful, he wanted to hint in a more poetic way that he liked her. But Maria did not understand and said that it was not yet so dark. He said that she would not understand. Because their cultures were too different, and he wondered if Red would understand if he said something similar to him, and then asked if the swordmaster had arrived yet. The man replied that China had refused to participate. Yoon Sung said that was not surprising. This happened just as a wonderful opportunity to become a true hero arose. Kang Yoon Sung took the loudspeaker and asked if he could be heard, and said that the problem solver had arrived. The people rejoiced that they were saved. The king, the heroes, and the saint fought together to stop the monster from advancing. They must not let it reach the heart of their country. St. Mary suggested that they all attack him at the same time and not give up. Then she gave everyone her buff. Kang Yoon Sung said that now he also had a buff and it was time to start. After that, they all launched their attack. He thought that he wouldn't even have to use his skills against these monsters. Yoon Sung could control blood thanks to the blessing of the perfect vampire's body. He saw some of those who were fighting the monster join forces with him and say that they would become one. Kang Yoon Seon didn't understand what was happening and only thought about what could happen. If he destroyed the Count, there would be a coup d'etat. But they were no longer the people they had been before they became heroes. After that, he shouted the word Count and attacked them. The monster injured his leg. He couldn't move and saw other monsters approaching him. So he activated his Kingdom of Spikes skill and destroyed all the monsters approaching him. St. Mary Jaeger saw bats flying around him. Kang Yoon Sung ordered them to destroy the monsters. Then St. Mary struck the monsters and destroyed them. Then came to Kang Yoon Sung. He asked her how she knew he was done. He said they had to run to catch the traitor. Maria asked him to wait for her. The shadow monster swallowed all the people who had joined forces with the monster. People began to shout that they should follow the heroes and that they would protect the country from the monsters. Kang Yoon Sung thought that the Count was no longer the man he once knew, and remembered the words of the elder jester. He said that one could be either a hero or a villain, and that it was up to him to decide which he would become, and he wondered if it was really that easy to go from hero to villain. If the world found out about this, would people continue to believe in heroes? Kang Yoon Sung told Maria that he thought they had arrived. It seemed that Count Vladimir had prepared very well for the final battle. The elder asked them to come in and join them. Yoon Sung asked Maria where she thought he could be, because he had never seen anything like this before. She said that this place looks like it doesn't belong to their world. Yoon Sung received a notification that he must fulfill the terms of the contract and make him pay with his blood. Yoon Sung said he was too impatient. The Elder of Blood urged the player to fight the enemy face to face. Kang Yoon Sung said that he was already on his way. St. Mary said that she would go with him. Yoon Sung replied that he would not let her go. This is a battle between two elders, so she should just relax and take a walk around Moscow. St. Mary did not want to let him go, but she could not enter. He told her that he would return soon. She replied that in that case she would wait for him right there. After that, he went inside. Count Vladimir said he had been waiting for him. This was the highest beauty of harmony and order, so he should enjoy it to the fullest. Kang Yoon Sung replied that he was too busy to listen to his nonsense and that someone was waiting for him outside. Vladimir told him to think carefully about becoming one with the absolute being who looked down on everyone from above. This would help him gain power beyond human capabilities and limitations, so let him merge with him. The Elder of the Disgusting Fusion chirped enthusiastically and gave him a wonderful chance to work together. Yoon Sung struck him. Vladimir asked if he really intended to oppose him, because now he was not just an ordinary player. Yoon Sung replied that he knew. He called him crazy for being tempted by the Elder's power. After that, Vladimir attacked him. Then he said that he was just a lower race that would split into dust if he refused to unite. They were creatures whose path led to self-destruction, endlessly dividing and conflicting. As a result, they would be nothing but tumors. They destroy the order of the universe. Let him just look at him, for he has rejected this pitiful shell of a lower race. Kang Yoon Sung said that he would be better off continuing to talk about being human. After that, his attack power increased. He was given the title of Enemy of the World and then said that he did not think he was capable of losing. His attack power increased by 99%. Some of the elders trembled with fear. Kang Yoon Sung delivered a powerful blow, but Vladimir asked if he really thought he would lose like those tumors that were disrupting the world order. Yoon Sung asked what he was going to do if he wasn't going to give up. Vladimir laughed. After that, the Elder of the Disgusting Merger activated his full power. Kang Yoon Sung said that he was finally getting serious. Yoon Sung received a warning that the world boss, the Elder of the Disgusting Fusion, had arrived. He laughed and wondered what kind of devilry this was. The Elder of Anonymity said that they couldn't keep such a wonderful spectacle to themselves and started a live broadcast for the whole world. Maria saw this and asked the Elder of Blood to remove the barrier, but he protested against Maria's interference. The Elder of Games also demanded a one-on-one battle, so he accepted the conditions and created an arena. Maria realized that this would be a battle between the Elders. The battle began in the arena, and the Elder of the Hideous Fusion said that nothing in this world could exist in harmony on its own. Kang Yoon Sung asked if this was really true, then said that he couldn't show something like this for free. The Elder said that everything is one and exists for the good of one, so let it also become one. Yoon Sung asked what kind of cheap tricks these were, and now it looks more like a gang fight. The Elder's followers attacked him, and he destroyed them. Then he said that he probably wouldn't be having dinner tonight. He noticed that there was no end to these monsters. There were too many of them, and they were hardly all players. So he thought they were from the Elder's world. All these creatures begged him to merge with them to become one. The audience noticed that there were too many monsters, and wondered what would happen if the Hero King lost. Kang Yoon-sung said that in the end, he would just have to do it. Then he used the Baskerville estate. The dogs that appeared as a result of using the ability attacked and began to destroy the monsters. Kang Yoon-sung was surprised by the power of the Assassin Elder. He said that this should help him deal with the crowd. Then he asked the Elder why he didn't go one-on-one with this low-class man. The Elder said that no matter how strong he was, he would not be able to stand against those who were constantly evolving. As a result of the union, the Elder of the Disgusting Fusion gained resistance to various types of damage and said that they would merge and adapt endlessly. Kang Yoon-sung said that in that case he would also simply need to evolve, and then cast an effect on the nanovirus that adapts to blades. The Elder asked how a lower race dared to do such a thing. Kang Yoon-sung remarked that he talks too much and has a very useless face. Then he wondered if the broadcast was still on, and said that it was only March and the Elder had already left, and the world was quite peaceful. Perhaps they disagree with this. He thinks that many people would like to say that the Earth will stand calmly even without a King of Heroes. But can they defeat the Fiercest monster on their own and clear the new 16th level tower? And will they be able to defeat the new seasonal boss? But everyone will just say that he somehow managed to defeat him. But how many victims will there be, and how many players will sacrifice themselves for the sake of a successful raid? The Elder said that he is a cancerous tumour in this world, Biblical. The tumour of a dying star, and does he really think he can bring them to their knees? After that, Kang Yoon-sung attacked the monster and defeated it. The contract was fulfilled, and the Blood Elder laughed mercilessly and congratulated the player on his victory. Kang Yoon-sung received the essence of the Elder of the Disgusting Fusion and unlocked the essence slot. The essence has a healing effect during battle. Kang Yoon-sung said that this is a sign of a cheap game with a large number of slots. He learned from the description that the Elder's home planet, where harmony and order reigned, was destroyed by the human fleet. Only a single cell survived. It plunged into the boundless darkness of the universe and began its long journey. Kang Yoon-sung said that this was indeed the enemy of the world. Then he left, and St. Mary said that thank God that he was unharmed, and noted that it was a wonderful idea to infect his weapon with the virus. Yoon-sung asked why she had stopped, and she asked what she had stopped doing. He explained that he thought she was so moved that she would rush at him with a big hug and kisses, or maybe he just imagined it. Maria asked if he was out of his mind, and he replied that he was perfectly fine. Then Ray Chan emerged from the portal. Kang Yoon-sung said that while he was fighting the Swordmaster from the country bordering Russia, he didn't even show up, so why did he show up now? Ray Chan said that while watching his battle, he remembered their battle against the Elder of the Plague. Yoon-sung said that he had done well back then. He replied that it was true that then, as now, when he had opposed the Elders, he had been right from the start. He has all the qualities to be called the King of Heroes. Yoon-sung asked what he was talking about and said that he was scared and called the Saint for help. Ray Chang said that in the name of all the sacrifices and actions he had shown the world, he would give him his due. And as he said, if it weren't for the King of Heroes, it is unknown how many victims there would have been. During the raid on the Plague Elder, he left the Chinese Communist Party, which led to the disruption of its formation. Reporters asked if he had really abandoned his comrades and simply fled, and if he was aware of the incident when the Hero King had exposed him. Ray Chang said that this was indeed the case and that he was simply afraid. He was afraid of dying, so he just ran away. The King of Heroes was the one who jumped into the breach he had created and fought the Plague Elders with all his might. Therefore, he believes that the player Kang Yoon-sung deserves the title of Hero King. Even now, he thinks about it every night. If he had stayed then and not been scared, the real heroes who died in his place could have survived, or at least some of them. 10 heroes are a symbol of the world. They will protect it and remain a symbol of faith. At least that's what everyone thought. But one hero succumbed to the temptation of the power of the disgusting fusion of the Elders and was infected as a result. Another, despite his responsibility, was frightened and fled. It turns out that it is very easy for those who are called heroes to turn into villains, and now the whole world will know about it. Ray Chan can remember only one event from his childhood in his blurred memories, connected with one moment. It was the moment when he picked up his first sword. He had been learning the art of sword fighting long before he became a player, and even long before he started school. That's why his whole life was completely devoted to it. He dreamed of becoming a hero. Finally, he became a player and decided that he had achieved his goal, but when they lost to the boss in the second season and the world was about to be destroyed, a man appeared. The King of Heroes saved them all. He was his goal and at the same time a friend whom he planned to surpass, but this dream turned out to be impossible, so he probably needs to wake up from these sweet dreams. Having achieved nothing, he learned that there were people who surpassed the heroes. They were hiding at the bottom of the ranking table. They were called the Power of the Depths. They possessed immense power, but were not interested in the world or its salvation, despite the fact that dozens of heroes had been on the brink of collapse more than once. From that moment on, the title of hero lost its meaning. Consumed by his inner monster, he fell during the trial of the heavenly demon, and he only continues to hear disapproval from the guild members, as if the party would fall even if left alone. They could not surpass the elders. Fearing for his life, he simply ran away, and the King of Heroes saved the world again, as always, but he hoped that he would not disgrace himself in the new season. He was offered to take these people with him, but he said that it was easier to hunt alone at the beginning. But they said that he was afraid and abandoned his comrades to the mercy of fate, and if they returned, they would have to change their guild master. Ray Chan thought at that moment that they wanted to destroy him. An unnamed member of the MSS Players Association went with him. All the people in the tower were killed, and this guy said to leave the destruction to the tower. Ray Chan thought to himself that he was a coward. The unnamed member of the association asked if he thought anything would change if he reported this to foreign media. Ray Chan said that the world had not changed, and the guy remarked that he had done the same thing anyway. Then Ray Chan said that only by admitting mistakes can they be corrected. He would correct them even if it destroyed him, he would still be satisfied. The young man told him to stop talking nonsense. He believed that the King of Swords had acted very rashly, but the party says that given his activity and loyalty, he will be given one last chance. Officially, the Sword Master did not abandon his comrades during the raid on the Plague Elder. He'll be informed when the exact scenario is ready, and until then he is forbidden to leave his home. His communication with the press and the internet will be restricted, but he will remain in his place of rest. Ray Chang said that he was still curious to hear what he would say. How cowardly of him to abandon his subordinates to save himself and then dare to voluntarily become a hero. The guy said that he could deny it, but he was still a hero. And what if they made him a hero? Just cause, that's who he was anyway. Ray Chan said that's how he sees it. It turns out that even the manipulation of personal data went smoothly, so maybe he can play the hero himself, because he was tired of this role. The guy said that it would be better if he didn't expose him because he understood perfectly well that he couldn't become him. After that, the guy attacked him and Ray Chan fought him off. The guy hit him and asked if he wanted him to be a hero. He would have become one if he wanted to, so why say such things when he has everything he wants? Ray Chan said that even if he remained a hero, he would never truly become one. The guy asked why that was important. Was he really that influenced by the heroism of Kang Yoon-soo? Ray Chan thought that was exactly how it was and that there was nothing he could do because he had already thought about it. When he woke up as a player, he wanted to become a real hero. An unnamed guild member said that everything was turning out well anyway, whatever decision he made, but the end of the pathetic, useless puppet had come, and he hoped that Ray Chan knew what that meant. Ray Chan asked if he would destroy him to make his elder happy. It didn't matter how he died, the party would come up with a reason. After that, he destroyed him, and the elder was outraged by the contact's actions because he had destroyed him so quickly. An unnamed member of the association asked if his pain was not enough for them. Even if he considered himself a fake, he was real to him. He had just destroyed his idol with his own hands. Now he would have to endure and envy a doll that did not shine. He just wanted everyone to die. The Iron Elder is impressed by his strength because he sent his apostle to Valhalla and offers the player an apostolic contract. The boy doesn't understand why this happened and why Chan wanted to cause trouble. It's all because of the one who has everything to call himself a hero. No one understood why Ray Chan confessed and told the King of Heroes that in the name of all those sacrifices and deeds he had demonstrated, he would give him his due. So it all happened because of the King of Heroes who went mad and cannot tell the difference between heaven and earth. Kang Yoon-sung doesn't understand why he had to be woken up since he just got off the plane. He was told that the Swordmaster took his own life. It was officially announced that he did it himself, unable to cope with his guilt. For now, it is forbidden to broadcast this in the news. But today it should already be known. Kang Yoon-sung believes that although he didn't look very well, everything seemed to be fine after his return. After the confession, they went to the airport. Due to the increased terrorist threat, the players will be transported by private planes. Kang Yoon-sung asked Ray Chan why he did it. He replied that he didn't understand how he had lived all this time, and that he should have done it a long time ago. But Yoon-sung was surprised by his strange behavior and asked if he was sure he was okay. He replied that everything was fine. He told the King of Heroes to continue being a hero. Kang Yoon-sung asked why he was talking as if he were about to die. Ray Chan asked why he suddenly had to die. After that, they arrived at the airport and Ray Chan said goodbye. He said he would go first. St. Mary asked if he would continue to be a player. Ray Chang replied that of course he would. Yoon Sung couldn't believe he did that after everything he said. Park Tae-sik replied that, according to the landlady, someone must have helped him after all. He tried to use his connections, and there was plenty of evidence. It seems that the powerful forces have made their move. Kang Yoon-sung said that it was more like the trash of the depth. Park Tae-sik said that it seemed like they were preparing for something, so he should be careful. The Dark Beast asked why he was so upset when the weather was so nice today. Yoon-sung replied that she was right. Right now, his mind is in chaos, so he needs to clear his head a little. The Tower of the Queen of Conquest summoned the player Kang Yoon-sung. The tower is level 8, and the condition for passing it is the victory of his faction. Yoon-sung immediately went to the tower. Kang Yoon-sung told Queen Seori that the most fun thing was watching someone else compete. But does he really have to just sit there and do nothing? He has even lost count of how many forts have been destroyed without him. The Queen of Conquests, Sultana Seria, asked him to be patient as his time would soon come, so for now, he should just stay by her side as her trusted knight. Kang Yoon-sung said that there was irony in that. Specifically, he said it was ironic that a man was protecting the Queen of the Elves while she and her army were conquering the lands of humans. Seria asked if he regretted betraying his relatives. He replied that he did not, but that he'd simply remembered something from the past. Then the Queen wondered if this was really the end that their goddess wanted. Seria asked if he thought she'd changed. Then she said that it was indeed so. She could not do this for the sake of her loved ones. The lands between humans and the desert elves were divided by a water channel, and people had always tried to cross it to attack them, but now it was their turn. Sarah said that it looked like they had arrived, and that this was a place she trusted him completely. It was the last stronghold of humanity, an impregnable fortress. Kang Yoon-sung entered the fortress and saw a pile of lifeless bodies. Then a man he didn't know said he was waiting for the hero king. Yoon-sung asked why he had destroyed his soldiers, and he said that there was nothing to be surprised about. Who cares anyway? What matters is whether the inhabitants of the tower will die or not. Kang Yoon-sung said he was just curious, but that he must be some kind of madman. He must also be one of those crazy people who love art. The guy said he was just tired of waiting for him. He also really wanted to test his new power. Kang Yoon-sung said that it seemed like everyone already had a mythical weapon, especially since several months have passed since the start of the new season. Then Kang Yoon-sung saw that he was using the ability of a swordmaster. The guy said that the mythical weapon wasn't so bad. Kang Yoon-sung said that he was familiar with that sword. Then he asked if he had destroyed the swordmaster. The boy asked if it was that important. He said that maybe he would just get the blades of the Plague Elder, but Kang Yoon-sung used the same ability. The boy said that he had decided to use the Ice Master's log, but in his opinion, it was a disgrace. Then he asked if he had used it to defeat the Face Collector. News of the death of the Heavenly Demon and the Oculus. Surely this all relates to the Ice Assassin class. The way he used his skills against the Collector is truly impressive. Kang Yoon-sung remarked that he knew a lot about him. He wondered how this guy knew about the battle against the Collector, because no one could have seen it. Then he said it was time to see if he had the skills to defeat him and put his skills to shame. They began the battle, and Kang Yoon-sung asked if that was all he was capable of, even after taking the hero's equipment. Yoon-sung said it was a shame they met inside the tower and then marked him for death. The guy asked if he thought he could be defeated by the technique of the #1 Heavenly Demon, and then destroyed his sword. Kang Yoon-sung was surprised that he blocked his attack. The guy asked if the King of Heroes really thought he wouldn't prepare before their meeting. He wasn't that stupid. Those who defend this stronghold would not be defeated. A few hours earlier, something had happened. The forces of the depths discussed how the Hero King Kang Yoon-sung could make things more problematic. The housekeeper's supervision had increased, and things were not going as they wanted. Therefore, someone had to take care of the Hero King. The man asked if there were any volunteers. An unnamed member of the association said he would go. After that, he went to the Tower of the Queen of Conquests. The guy said that those were truly magical words and that it was amazing. Kang Yoon-sung said that now he understood why he was so calm. Probably because he had prepared a trump card. At first, it seemed like an impregnable fortress, but it was just a castle that had been given a spiritual word. Kang Yoon-sung asked what his current level was, and the boy replied that he was at level 6. Yoon-sung had the difficult 8th level, so he said that they must have balanced everything out. The guy said that it may seem unreasonable, but the world of towers is truly fair. And isn't that wonderful? Kang Yoon-sung said he wasn't sure, because even here he felt very strong and sensed injustice. The boy said that the swordmaster had mentioned something similar. Kang Yoon-sung asked why he had destroyed him. He replied that there was no point in keeping a useless clown on stage. Yoon-sung asked who decided that he was useless. The boy replied that it was people he couldn't even imagine. Yoon-sung asked if his cowardly boss M was also one of them. Then he switched his sword for blades. The guy said that they would soon turn the world upside down and then even his hero act would be over. Kang Yoon-sung said that he was a typical secondary character that no one needed. At first, they were all so cool. but then they fall to their knees, grab his pants, and cry, begging for mercy. The guy said he would show him real hell. Kang Yoon-sung hit him and said that he couldn't advance to the next level, but he could move on to the next scene, and it looks like he's the one who's going to hell. After that, he destroyed him, and the nameless player failed the tower raid and will be transferred to the outside world. But the Elders of Light did not like his actions and ordered the elves to leave his land. The Observers of Light joined the battle. Kang Yoon-sung said that they would hardly have allowed him to carry out this raid by simply destroying the player, so his experienced farm arrived. But he is already getting tired of it. A powerful spell was cast on the Observers of Light. Yoon-sung said that his long tongue was to blame for everything. Then a shop opened in front of him and the saleswoman said she was already bored. She was proud that he had collected 9,609,700 achievement points. Therefore, she suggested that he purchase the card sets quickly. Yoon-sung remarked that she was at it again and told her to show him the catalogue quickly. She said that he could get a legendary card, and he replied that it was unlikely. To start with, he decided to take one of the cards in the catalogue. Then he said he would take this and that too. The saleswoman suggested he take a set of cards as well. He noticed the key to the mechanism. Its purpose was unknown, but it would definitely be useful in the future. However, it could not be sold without the permission of the mechanic girl. Kang Yoon-sung said that there was an item here that required her permission and asked what hidden meant. If she called it that, then how was it hidden? She told him not to take it because it would cause trouble. Kang Yoon-sung asked if she had eaten something wrong. The girl said it was dangerous and that the likelihood of its destruction would only increase. So he decided to negotiate with her in another way. He asked if she would sell it to him if he bought a set of cards. She told him to take 2 sets. Kang Yoon-sung said that he would buy them, so she should give them to him quickly. Along with this, he received permission to buy a key to a mechanism whose purpose was unknown. She gave him 1 set, and he asked if she hadn't asked him to buy 2. The girl said that he would buy the second one at their next meeting. Kang Yoon-sung asked if she was going to raise the flag of death again. Then he returned to the battle. He told the angels if they could see that this was his secret weapon with which he would defeat them. He opened a random set of cards. In the set, he got a regular card, Uncontrolled Anger, and said that he couldn't control his anger. Then he told them to attack him and called the angels mosquitoes that annoyed him. After a while, he defeated them. He captured an impregnable fortress and raised his level. The destruction message reached the maximum level and he could unlock this skill. The Queen of Conquest, Sultana Seria, said that here and in this place she swears that she is not the Queen of the Elves or the Conqueror of Men. Only they, as rulers of all, would rule this continent, putting an end to the battle between the races. Under her leadership, she will rule over all of them equally. Queen Seria told Kang Yoon-soo that it was all thanks to him. He said he knew that. Seria noted that he had said he thought about her former self. She had previously sworn before the Goddess of Shadows that she would make their race pay for all the blood they had shed, but she realized that he was just like them. That is why she was able to find the answer. After that, he received a message that he had cleared the Tower of the Queen of Conquests. Kang Yoon-sung found himself in a different place and thought it was the end, but then he received a message that it was her answer. Seria gave him an accessory as a sign of trust. It was the heart of the desert, and if he wore the necklace, he could get an apostolic contract with the Desert Elder in addition to his existing contract. The Desert Elder offers him a contract. Kang Yoon-sung is surprised by this. He doesn't understand how this is possible. He received a message from the Elder of the Jesters saying that there was no need to doubt and that the Elder was pushing the player from behind. Kang Yoon-seon replied that he agreed to the offer, and the Desert Elder said that she would then do her part. A new contract is signed, and the Desert Elder gives the player an awakening stone. The skill Destruction notification is awakened. With the achievement of 1 million achievement points, Kang Yoon-sung couldn't believe that the princess had become an elder. But what was her sacrifice? The Eternal Emperor offered his world as a sacrifice, but he didn't care about that. Moreover, he has no intention of becoming an elder. Kang Yoon-sung asked the shadow monster what she was doing. She replied that she was writing comments because there were so many people in the world whom she was guiding onto the path of truth. Kang Yoon-sung was surprised that a cat was leaving comments. He then said that he needed to know what was happening in the world. So he asked her to clean up. Blackie said that many people need enlightenment. Then he saw that the 9th level tower had not been cleared. Yoon-soo said it was time to get back to work. Blackie asked if he was in pain and he replied that he was not. But she still asked him not to rush and to rest a little. But he still enters the Demon King's tower with her. He received a cloak for camouflage. People were shouting that the demon army was advancing and that the children and elderly needed to be evacuated. These creatures had already advanced so far that they heard news of the fall of the Empire's border forts, but they had to protect the city. Therefore, all people must take whatever they can find to fight the monsters. Yoon-sung told Blackie that he was her food. She called him her servant and noted that it was a 9th level tower. He replied that he knew and used the Abyss Stone on her. The shadow monster's stats increased by 200 points. After that, she immediately launched an attack. People saw the monster and were frightened, not understanding where it had come from right in the city, but they were surprised that it did not touch them. Kang Yoon-seon told them not to worry because it was his familiar. The people asked who he was. He replied that he was just a traveller passing by. The people asked him what his rank was, but he didn't understand what they meant. He asked if platinum would be acceptable. The man asked if he could learn his pseudonym, and Yoon-sung said he had just made it up. But it turns out it still exists. Then he said he didn't have time for this and went on the attack. He was very happy that he also got a little bit of it, and then said that there should be some cool and sarcastic phrase here. After destroying the demons, Kang Yoon-sung said that he was too good, and the shadow monster asked if he had lost his mind. People also think he is incredible. He told the darkness that others also recognize his power and to just look at it. He dealt with them before reinforcements arrived. Then he noticed suspiciously familiar armor on the approaching warriors. Yoon-son wondered where he had seen them before, then told the shadow monster that he would now show her what would happen next. The cavalry would approach him with gratitude. They would begin to question him about who he was, and he would respond with some nonsense and engage them in battle. For some reason, he always gets into fights with them as soon as he arrives in Isukai. The warrior said that he had outstanding skills. Moreover, he dealt with these monsters himself, so let them accept his gratitude. Such a great traveller must have some kind of pseudonym, one that is known throughout the continent. Yoon-song thought for a moment and said that in middle school, his nickname was Master of Dark Frost, but judging by their reaction, he realised that they didn't like it and asked what was wrong with his pseudonym. The warrior asked if he really thought there was a person with that name among high-ranking travellers. Yoon-sung said that there probably wasn't. After that, he asked him to reveal his identity and state his goal. Yoon-sung told Blackie that he had said this would happen. She asked if he could just stop talking nonsense. The warrior thought that he must be a spy for the Demon King, the Dark Lord of Hellfire, because their names are similar. The warrior said he had heard of a magician in a cloak who roamed the empire and called himself a traveller. Kang Yoon-sung said that he had said it was a cloak of disguise. The elder jester laughed and grabbed his stomach. The warrior realised that it was a disguise and said that the Demon King's spy had revealed himself. Yoon-sung asked why this was so, but then Alicia appeared. Yoon-sung told him to stop being a player and go to a fortune teller, because it turned out just as he thought. Blackie remarked that she had nothing to say without a keyboard. Then Yoon-sung saw the saint from the tower where he had previously undergone the trial. She asked everyone to step back. Yoon-sung said, "What a meeting." The 37th saint, Alicia Celestine, said she was glad to meet him and called him a hero. The warriors asked if she had just said hero. Then they noticed that she had summoned a stranger to this world again. She told the knights of the Drago Empire to listen to her words. This man is not their enemy. They asked if she, a witch, had forgotten how a stranger like him had become the king of demons and was now destroying this world. Her warriors asked how they dared to call a holy witch that and to watch their language. A warrior asked what else they could call a girl who had summoned the demon king who was destroying the empire with her own hands. Alicia asked them to calm down. Yoon-sun said that, as he thought, all humans were stupid and very good at fighting each other. But from now on, anyone who says anything bad about the saint would lose their head. He understood that the Demon King was destroying the world. But what does the saint have to do with it? She said that it was because only saints could summon heroes from another world. And such a hero had broken his oath and become the Dark Lord of Hellfire, and it was all her fault. He said that this was not true, and that was why he told her not to take on too much responsibility. But now they must hurry. Alicia apologized and asked where, and he asked if she was really asking that question. Of course, to the Demon King. After that, they went to the Demon King, and one of the 4 guards of the Demon King's army told them to stop. She said her name was Bruka from the south, but Kang Yoon-sung defeated the 4th guard, the weakest Bruka. Then he captured the Black Gate, the fortress of the Demon King's army. After defeating the 3rd and 2nd guards, he captured the Black Fortress. 2 weeks later, he defeated the elite Demon Star General Orbenum, the strongest of the King's 4 guards. After that, the path of despair leading to the Demon King's castle opened up. Everyone began to call him a warrior. Everyone decided to rest, and Alicia apologized to him for her mistake. Yoon-song asked what she meant. Alicia replied that when she realized that not all heroes were like him, she should have done everything in her power to prevent them from entering this world. But she couldn't and thought she had no choice if it was her father's order. Kang Yoon-sung asked what this unexpected repentance was. She said it was because the closer they got to the castle, the darker it became. He said it wasn't her fault. Alicia said that she wouldn't be surprised if he was disappointed in her, because she always had a choice, but she was just scared. Yoon-sung thought about how everyone who had said something like that had ended up differently. He said he wasn't disappointed in her. He was amazed by her courage to challenge authority, and he didn't think that if she couldn't go against it, she was afraid. He wondered if this world was made up of different ranks. Alicia said that even now he was taking full responsibility for what had happened. But it is her duty as a saint to protect the world and its inhabitants. Yoon Sung remembered Ray Chan saying the same words and asked if saints ever retire. Alicia replied that once she became a saint, she had to be one until the end of her days. And if she had the opportunity to leave everything behind, she didn't think she could. Kang Yoon Sung asked her how difficult it was for her, and she replied that it was, ever since she met him. He was a true warrior and looked like a man born to save the world. Looking at him, she found the strength not to give up, and she no longer intends to run away from danger. Kang Yoon Sung said he understood everything. After that, they went to the castle, and Kang Yoon Sung told the Demon King to come out. He went inside and saw a guy sitting on the throne. The guy asked if he was alone and who he was. How dare he address him? And is there really someone else who dared to challenge him, the Dark Lord of Hellfire? Kang Yoon Sung said that although his name sounded a little scary, he was just a child. Moreover, he was not sure if his disciple would recognize him. Then he showed him his face, and the boy realized that he was standing before the King of Heroes. Yoon Sung said that if he recognized him, the conversation would go faster. He felt uncomfortable with his appearance. The boy said he would give him a chance to explain himself. Yoon Sung asked if he had been taught at school not to sign any contracts with the Demon King's elder. He said he didn't believe what they said at school. Then Yoon Sung remarked that he had been seduced by the Demon King's elder, who had promised to rid him of this terrible and vile world. He agreed with that. The outside world was terrible. The boy asked what he knew about him to say such things. He replied that he knew nothing and wasn't interested. He had signed a contract with the elder of the Demon King of his own free will. He also brutally destroyed the players who had come before him. He fully understood what kind of creature he had become. Then the boy plunged into his memories. The teacher said that the desire to become a player was admirable, and that they must remember that there were elders with whom they must never sign a contract under any circumstances. Even among them, a player who makes a contract with the elder of the Demon King will become part of the tower according to the agreement and be reborn as a Demon King. He would become an enemy of the world who must be destroyed. If such a Demon King destroyed a player inside the tower, he would effectively die. This works the other way around as well. The elder of the Demon King told him not to listen to the hypocrite's sermon and that he wanted to destroy everyone. Kang Yoon Sung said that there was no turning back and that he would have to pay for his actions. The Demon King said to let the flames of darkness destroy him, then used his power against him and told him to disappear. Then he asked how he did that and noted that it was his trump card. Yoon Sung said that it was good that he was trying to stop his attack, but if he got caught, he would lose his arm. After that, he marked him with a sign of death, which reduced his strength, speed, agility, and evasion. Then Kang Yoon Sung replaced the 3 side cards of his deck with curse skills and then used them on the Demon King. The Demon King wondered what it was and felt afraid, then said he was sorry and begged for mercy. Kang Yoon Sung asked if he really thought that by becoming the Demon King, he would not be held responsible for his actions. He said that he said the same thing every season. If someone becomes a thief, the King of Heroes will find him and send him straight to hell. The boy called him a liar. He said that he had never found him. He had never come to protect him from thieves. Players who became heroes were nonsense. If they are really heroes, why don't they save him? When he needed help, no one gave him a helping hand. Then he said that if these were the ones they called heroes, then he wanted them all to die. St. Alicia and the warriors stood outside and noticed that something was happening at the Demon King's castle. Kang Yoon Sung defeated the Demon King of this world, the Dark Lord of Hellfire, and cleared the Demon King's tower. Returning to his world, reporters asked him what he thought after completing the 9th level of the tower for the first time in history. Moreover, there was a risk of a rift. He said that it was unfortunate, but that there was nothing he could do. For the sake of the world, he had no choice but to destroy the thief. Regardless of the situation, if he became a black player, the day would come when he would be added to the king's list of heroes to be destroyed. Among them, he was most annoyed by those who had contracts with the Demon King's elder, the Elder of Evil, and the Elder of Pain. He will pursue them to hell itself so that they will remember this. Blackie asked if he thought that would stop the thieves from appearing. Yoon Sung replied that if even one of them changed their mind after remembering his words, that would be something. He never wanted to fight and never wants to compete with such a thief again. The video in which Yoon Sung spoke about the thieves became popular. The King of Heroes said he would find them at the edge of hell and destroy them. An anonymous player from the depths also watched the video. He wonders how the King of Heroes will find them at the edge of hell if he has never seen real hell himself, but maybe it's worth showing him. It would be nice if he had such an opportunity. The guy came up with a plan to make him come to him. A week after clearing the Demon King's tower, Yoon Sung asked why they had summoned him this time. Park Tae-sik said that they had received a request for assistance from Zero, and that he needed to take a look at something. Yoon Sung asked what it was. When he saw it, he was horrified. The girl said that it had happened a week ago in the slums of Hong Kong. in an alley behind the Black Dragon Citadel. More precisely, it is believed to have happened about 3 hours after Yoon Sun's press conference. It was probably provoked by his words. But there is no need to worry. She does not blame Mr. Kang Yoon Sung. Or, Tae-sik said that of course she should not blame him, and why would she say such a thing? The girl said she mentioned it so that there would be no misunderstandings or other intentions. Yoon Sun asked why he should decide, and she said it was the player's duty. He told the representative of Zero that they had previously told him that infantile defense mechanisms were destroying the world. Were they so full of the sense of duty that they didn't think to resolve it themselves? But if he said it, then he would have to take responsibility. He agreed to go because the thief was waiting for him in hell. The nameless player waited for him and wondered why he wasn't coming. After all, he said he would come, and maybe it was because this wasn't real hell. But he couldn't get to real hell right now. Just being in this fake place was so painful that he felt like he was going to lose his mind. After that, the Elder of Pain gave him his blessing. He said that pain that does not destroy them only makes them stronger, and feels like their nature, even in torment, does not break but hardens like steel. The boy hopes that this time he will definitely come. In the alleys of the Black Dragon Fortress, there is another fortress. This place connects the slums of the whole world and is considered a labyrinth where a large number of vagrants have been forcibly herded. This season, a new rule has appeared in the Endless Labyrinth. Players can create weapons similar to those in the tower and plan their passage. Players who have signed a contract with the Lord of the Mechanisms build mazes around it. Usually rankers don't know about such news. Yunson said he had heard about it and that the reward was obvious, so he didn't go in. Then he asked where the entrance was, since he had seen the gate and why it was taking so long. The guy said that it was difficult to determine the coordinates in this place and that he would have to enter the Black Dragon's fortress himself. According to the rules, they were not allowed to enter, so he should go to the 9th sector, where an old woman would be waiting for him. He entered the labyrinth and saw a large number of people and did not understand what these people were doing there. Then he asked them how to get to the 9th sector. A man told him not to block the sun, because he had spent a lot of time getting that spot, but then the man saw that he was the king of heroes and decided to help him. He told him to go that way, then up, and there he would find the 9th sector. Yunsung asked why he was hiding his face. It was suspicious. So he identified the player and found out that after 6 cases of robbery for profit, he had gone into hiding. He also killed people during the robberies. Yunsung said that he knew he was a black player. The man asked him to pretend that he hadn't seen him. Moreover, he showed him the way, but Kang Yunsung killed him and received a notification that the player had been expelled from the maze and that he had received his equipment. Yunsung said that it definitely looked like a tower. Then he went further and reached the 9th sector. The higher he climbed, the stronger the feeling that he was entering an underground world. He saw an old woman who said she had heard something. An important person was coming to their dump today. Yunsung said he had heard that there was a thief around. She replied that it was true. At dawn today, he did his job again. The old woman asked if he wanted to take a look and led him away. Kang Yunsung said that players cannot kill other players in the tower, and the old woman replied that they were not players. They were ordinary people who had been brought from the slums. Yunsung asked if she knew anything about him. She said that rats always whispered news to her. Then she said that this child was the ruler who had captured the Black Dragon Fortress, as well as His Majesty, the King of the Sewer Kingdom. Yunsung asked if he was in charge of this place, and she replied that he was not. He only appeared from time to time to control the population density in the fortress. The old woman said she would send a guide to him and asked him to free them from him. Yunsung saw the boy and asked if he was the guide. The boy asked if he was the real king of heroes and if he was really cool. Then he gave the boy some money, and the boy noticed that the old woman had already paid. Yunsung said it was a tip, and the boy thanked him. He asked how old he was and remarked that kids these days don't say cool anymore. The boy asked what they say instead. Yunsung said he didn't even know how to explain it. The boy said that when he got his powers, he would become as cool a player as him. He wants to be as rich as him. Then they went further, and the boy said that the upper levels were confusing, so he should follow him very carefully. There are many places blocked off due to construction. Then the boy said that the monsters had spotted them and they needed to run away. Yunsung didn't think there would be monsters here, but then he destroyed them. The guy asked what was so strange about the monsters in the tower or dungeon. Yunsung said that he wasn't even a player, so what was he doing here? He replied that they pay well here. They only had a little bit left to climb, and now the 18th district was the last one. Yunsun asked if he really wanted to become a player just for the money. He said that money was money, but there were useful items in the tower. A monster attacked the guy, but Kang Yunsung managed to destroy it in time, and the guy said that was cool and that he thought he was done for. Kang Yun-seon said that he almost lost his head and now he says it was cool. He said that if it was cool then he would say so. And what else did he need to say? Yoon-sung decided to climb further, and the guy pointed out that you can't climb before the guide. Kang Yun-sung told the shadow monster to use its shield and said that now they could move forward again. Then he asked the guy why he needed money so badly. He said that the King of Heroes was indeed very inquisitive. Yoon-sung asked for a hint and offered money. The boy said it was just a trivial story. His younger brother was very sick. But how could he not get sick in such a dump? For his sake, he would find a way out of this hell. He was ready to do anything for his younger brother, which is why he needed money. Right now, he barely had enough for medicine. But if he becomes a player like the King of Heroes, then everything will be fine.